She was having us sit on the ground with our legs straight out in front of us. Without bending our knees, she wanted us to bend over and touch our toes. I managed to lightly graze my fingers against my shoes, realizing I really needed to stretch more. I always focused on speed and strength when I trained, and rarely worried about flexibility. It was coming back to bite me in the ass as my muscles and ligaments strained, burning. She had us hold our position until the tension eased, then try to reach further. Raina spoke plainly, her instructions clear and understandable. She was turning out to be an excellent teacher. That is until Kimberly opened her mouth. "I don't understand why you're making us learn all these stretches. It's not like our wolves can lay down and touch their toes in battle. This is pointless." I looked over at her and noted how she was having a hard time reaching her shoes without moving her knees. Most of the women were doing much better at it than she was. Everyone here was taking Raina seriously and doing what she instructed without a single complaint except for Kimberly. If this were Liam or me having her stretch, she'd never utter a word. She needed to show Raina the same respect. I was about to yell at her when Raina caught my eye. Shaking her head, I closed my mouth and gave her a nod. She didn't need me to stick up for her. I needed to remind myself of this. She wanted people to show her respect because of who she was as a person, not because I made them. Stretching and becoming more limber will help you fight in your human form. It will also come in handy for the things I'm going to teach you today. Without stretching, you are more susceptible to a pulled muscle or worse injury, she explained. I actually have a wolf, so she can just heal a pulled muscle in minutes, Kimberly retorted, tossing her blonde hair over her shoulder haughtily. You teaching us is completely useless. You can't fight in wolf form, and that's how battles take place. We don't need to learn how to defeat a wolf in human form, as we were all blessed enough to get wolves unlike you. How Raina kept her calm, with Kimberly clearly trying to embarrass her in front of everyone, was impressive. She always managed to stay cool and collected. And what if you get hit with wolfsbane? Raina shot back. She faced the whole group and continued. Here's a lesson for you all. The effects of wolfsbane came in 3 stages, depending on how much you're hit with. Stage number 1, you feel a burning inside your body. You feel like you're lit from the inside out, and it makes it difficult to concentrate on anything around you. Step 2, the wolfsbane separates you from your wolf. When that happens, your strength, your eyesight, and your hearing all goes back to human standards. Now, would you run and hide and let your fellow warriors fight the battle, or would you continue to fight even if that meant as a human? And finally, step 3, death. You and your wolf die. The whole group was silent, focusing on every word out of her lips, completely enraptured with Raina. Kimberly didn't have a retort. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment, and she went back to her stretches. I shot Raina a wink, loving the small smile she gave me. She had us switch positions a few more times before she clapped her hands and we all stood at attention. Now, this is where the real fun starts, Raina said, a twinkle in her eye that made me nervous. Everyone here is going to go into a back bend. You men will probably have more trouble with this, but just try your hardest. She sat on the ground before laying her back upon the grass. First, you're going to lay down on the ground with your knees bent and feet firmly planted. Bend your arms back and place your palms on either side of your ears. Then you're going to push up. Leave your back bent and arms locked and sturdy. If it's too much, you can walk your feet out until you're more comfortable. We all watched as she pushed up on her hands and feet, her back bending in a perfect U. I could already feel my back screaming at me to show mercy. While in her back bend, she turned her head and looked at us all. Try to stay in one spot and let your body adjust to the feeling. Once you feel more comfortable, you can move your legs around and test how far your body is willing to bend and stretch. Raina kicked her legs over her head, letting one foot land on the ground before the other followed shortly after. Not going to lie, seeing how flexible she was and watching her flip around, everyone got to work after, and like she said, the females had a much easier time than us males. Women were naturally more limber, and most of them here easily got into the back bend without any difficulty. Micah and me, along with the other men, were having far more trouble. My back did not want to bend into the U position whatsoever. I kept trying over and over again before Raina came over to help while Liam went to some of the other guys to assist. "You are not setting a very good example to your fellow warriors there, Alpha," said Raina playfully. I blew out a breath and relaxed my arms by my sides. "This is way harder than I thought it would be." "You're doing fine. Male bodies aren't meant to bend the same as females, but that doesn't mean you can't train it to. Now get in position. No giving up now." She was right. How could I expect my pack members to keep trying if I didn't? I needed to do better for them and for myself. I put my hands back by my ears, waiting for my next instruction. "Now push up. I'm going to help you." I pushed up on my hands and feet, feeling Raina place her hands on my back and push with me. With our combined strength, I was able to get a foot off the ground, much better than I was managing by myself. "Come on, keep going. You can do it, Xander." Raina's faith in me kept me pushing further, bending my body in ways I'd never dreamed. I could feel my muscles screaming, unused to what I was putting them through. After we got my back into an almost U, she stepped back and adjusted my form. She kicked my legs out further, taking some of the strain off my back. Once she was satisfied, she gave me a full smile. "Excellent. See, I knew you could do it." After almost 2 hours of bending my body in ways it's not supposed to, Raina had us all sit cross-legged on the ground. "Last thing today, I promise," she said, sitting down like the rest of us. "This is something I want each and every one of you to do daily. It doesn't matter if it's in the morning or night, as long as you do it. We're going to meditate." I don't think any of us were expecting that. Meditation helps tremendously in battle. It will help you stay focused and calm, even while chaos is all around you. Keeping a clear head could be the difference between life and death. If you stay calm while in the middle of a fight, you're more likely to keep your moves precise and calculated. Letting your anger get the best of you is a sure way to fight messy and uncoordinated, giving your enemy an opening to take you down. While using your anger to fuel yourself is okay, you can't let it take you over. You're bound to mess up or miss an opening if all you feel is rage. This is what I was looking most forward to Raina teaching my pack members. It was all too easy to let anger and rage drive you during a fight. She was going to teach us how to turn that anger into fuel and be able to use it to our advantage. Anger is natural in fighting, especially in battle where your fellow packmates are getting hurt. You must always keep a clear head even when it doesn't feel possible. Remember, pain is temporary, but losing focus and dying is permanent. I was hooked on her every word. Her voice was strong and confident, showing just how amazing of a Luna she would be. I didn't understand how she couldn't see that. It was obvious to everyone here. Even Kimberly was hanging on her every word, not that she'd ever admit it. Now I want everyone to close their eyes and think of a safe place. It could be anywhere or anything. It doesn't matter. This is just for yourself, no one else. It should be personal and the one place you feel the most calm. A picture of Raina in my arms smiling up at me popped in my head. The place didn't matter. For me, anywhere I was with Raina was when I was happiest and most calm. Storm agreed, though I think he'd prefer her naked in our safe place. I couldn't find any fault in his wolf logic. "Take deep breaths in and out," she instructed. I took a big inhale, held it for a few seconds, and let it out slowly. Nothing can touch you in your safe place. No harm will come to you or those you picture in your head with you. I want you to remember that the reason we fight the battles we do is because of this exact place. We go to war to continue to keep this place and our people safe. I felt myself falling into a trance. All the weight of the world lifted off my body, and I felt lighter than air. She had us stay like this for a while before ending training for the day. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and more than a few pack members went up to Raina to talk. My pack members were all relaxed and seemed to enjoy their day of training. I know I did, though I'm sure I'll be sore tomorrow. Micah went off to check on patrols while Victoria and I walked up to Liam and Raina. Raina had a huge smile on her face as she chatted with everyone. I recognized the girl from the orphanage laughing and smiling with her. This is what I wanted for her, to make friends and live a normal 18-year-old life. Well, as normal as it could be for a werewolf. Once everyone noticed their alpha approaching, they gave polite smiles and walked away. The orphanage girl promised to get a hold of Raina soon before leaving with everyone else. Victoria went straight to Liam, jumping into his arms and wrapping her legs around his waist. I longed to be at that stage with Raina, but patience was key, no matter how hard it was. I went and stood beside Raina, a huge grin on her face, more than pleased with herself. "You did very well today," I told her. I didn't think her smile could get any brighter. She put the sun, the moon, and all the stars to shame. "Thank you. I think everyone had a good time, though that might change once they wake up and realize how sore they are." "I know I will be. I might have to convince you to give me a massage later." The twinkle in her eyes turned mischievous. "I'd be happy to rub you down, Alpha." I groaned and adjusted myself in my shorts. "You can't say stuff like that in public, love. Not unless you want me to throw you over my shoulder and carry you back to the pack house." Raina giggled, patted me on the shoulder, and walked away, but not before saying over her shoulder, "Oh, my big bad Alpha, don't make promises you can't keep." She was going to be the death of me. That afternoon, Raina and I were in my office doing more paperwork together. We were sitting side by side behind my desk, our legs touching, which was very distracting to say the least. The warmth of her body was inviting, and I was so tempted to drag her onto my lap and bury my nose in her hair to inhale her sweet scent. It both aroused and calmed me, a lethal combination. "So I have a meeting with the elders tomorrow afternoon," I told her. She lifted her eyes from the paper she was reading. "I wanted to ask you if it was okay if I asked the elders about visions, also about someone not being able to join a pack. I won't say your name, but I just wanted your permission to bring it up with them." She contemplated for a second before nodding. "Yeah, that's okay. It would be nice to hear their input on the matters. Will you tell me what they say?" "Of course," I promised. "It involves you, so you have a right to know." She gave me one of her small smiles. "You seem in higher spirits today." The smile was wiped from her face, and I cursed myself for causing it, but I was worried about her. I just wanted to make sure she was okay and offer her the support she needs. "I'm coming to terms with what I saw. I can't let it stop me from living. What's done is done, and all we can hope is that these visions have a greater purpose. While I'm still upset over everything I saw, all I can do is train harder and pray this all ends soon." Raina was taking everything happening extremely hard, but she was strong. What she was going through was something no one could understand but her. All any of us could do is help her in whatever way was possible. She had the support of us all. We worked for a little while longer before I called it quits. "There's somewhere I want to take you." She cocked her head, waiting for me to continue. "It's a hike to get there, but I figured we could walk some, and then Storm would love it if you rode on his back the rest of the way. And what is this place? What do I wear?" "The place is a surprise, but you're fine in your current outfit." We both had gotten showers after training, changing into more casual clothes. She was now wearing a pair of denim jean shorts and a simple tank top, which would be just fine for her to wear to where I wanted to take her. Her icy eyes lit up in excitement. "Then let's go." "All right, I think we've walked long enough. Ready to hop on Storm's back?" We'd been walking through the thick forest for close to an hour now, and I was looking forward to letting my legs rest, except I'd never ridden on a wolf's back before and was slightly nervous. Most children get to take rides on their father's wolves, but with Weather and I being born together, I never had a reason to. But I trusted Xander and Storm. There was no one else whose back I'd want to ride on. "I'm ready," I said, my voice betraying my nerves. Xander's eyes flashed bright silver before he started taking his shirt off. I felt my eyes go wide as Weather, and I took in every single detail of our mate's chest and abs. He was built like a god, so strong and sturdy. I wanted to run my tongue along every ridge on that beautiful body. I felt warmth fill my whole body before settling in my lower belly and between my legs. When he went for the belt on his pants, I felt my face flame. I hurriedly turned around, causing Xander to let out a deep, rugged chuckle. I had to turn around. I couldn't trust myself if I saw him completely bare. There's no telling what I might do. I heard the sound of bones rearranging and then a thump as Storm finished shifting and was on all four paws. I turned around, taking in Storm in all his gray furred glory. He was so stunning, easily the most beautiful wolf I'd ever seen. I walked up to him and got down on my knees, running my hands over his head and behind his ears. Storm started purring and pushed his head further into my hand. He was like a big puppy dog, a puppy that could tear a wolf to pieces in seconds if needed. He licked my face before lowering down, making it easier for me to climb onto his back. Once I was safely seated, I fisted my hands in his fur and tightened my legs around his body. I prayed to the goddess to not let me fall off. How embarrassing would that be? Storm looked back at me in confirmation before taking off into the trees. This part of the forest was beautiful, trees as tall as I could see, and flowers of the most vibrant colors. He kept to a light run at first, letting me get used to his speed. Riding on the back of Storm was such a freeing feeling, and I longed for the day Weather could run alongside him. I loved the wind rushing through my unbound hair, and soon my fears melted away. Storm picked up speed, and I let out a joyous laugh, the trees a blur of green around us as he ran through the forest. After a while, Storm burst through the trees into the most magnificent field of flowers I'd ever seen. There were an endless amount of red, blue, purple, and yellow flowers covering every inch of this clearing. I couldn't stop taking in all the different colors, amazed that this place even existed. I slid off Storm's back and walked through the foliage, running my hands along all the petals. I heard Xander switch back to human form from behind me before coming to stand on my left, fully clothed. I felt him staring at my face, gauging my reaction. I was speechless. This place is... I don't even have words, I whispered, afraid if I spoke too loud, I might disturb the beauty before me. Xander took my hand and led me to the center of the field, where a small circle was just grass. He pulled me down to sit beside him, not letting go of my hand. My mother used to bring me here when I was younger, when she needed a break from Luna duties, or I had a rough day at school. It quickly became our spot, somewhere we could go when we craved the peace and quiet only this place can offer. I detected the sadness in his tone, no matter how faint it was. I squeezed his hand, urging him to continue. After she died, I continued to come here when I needed to be alone and sort through my thoughts. Here, I don't have to be the head alpha. I don't have the lives of thousands on my shoulders, relying on me to keep them safe. Here, I'm just Xander. I felt that in my soul and through every piece of my body. And now you're sharing this place with me? I asked softly. He nodded. How I feel when I'm here is how I feel when I'm with you, he said. I felt my eyes go wide, stunned by his confession. Butterflies filled my stomach as I took in his words. He looked so sincere, but also so hopeful. We haven't had a chance to talk, he continued, but I wanted to hear your thoughts about what happened the other night. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know he meant our kiss. Do you regret it? My voice came out smaller than I wanted as I looked down at our intertwined hands. I could feel my insecurities rising to the surface, but I tried to bury them down. He took my chin between his thumb and forefinger, lifting my eyes to collide with his. Raina, it was the best kiss of my life. I've been wanting to kiss you every second of every day since, but I didn't know how you felt. I loved it, I admitted. I was nervous how you felt about the fact I had never kissed anyone before. I know, I just kind of sprung that on you. It was definitely surprising at first because of how beautiful you are. I figured you'd have suitors lining up at your old pack fighting for your hand. I let out a breathy laugh, feeling my cheeks heat, and he gave me a boyish grin. I never cared about the affections of boys while I was there. All my life, my main focus has been to just survive. To survive and get stronger. Men were the last thing on my mind. And how do you feel now? Xander gave me his full attention, his eyes never leaving my face, not wanting to miss a word fall from my lips. It was thrilling, having every ounce of his attention, knowing I was his main focus, and even our surroundings couldn't take that away. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, mulling over what to say. I feel like, for the first time in my life, I don't have to focus on just surviving. I can actually live my life the way I want to and experience things I've missed out on. While I still have that instinct to survive, I can kind of let go of some of that and live. Plus, you're the first man that I found myself interested in. The blush on my cheeks spread to the rest of my body. I'd never had romantic feelings for someone before, and admitting it was a little embarrassing. Weather was in my head, urging me on, yet basking in my discomfort. Naughty wolf. She was letting me have this time with Xander, and I appreciated it. I hoped to return the favor someday and let her have all the time with Storm she wanted, though we still weren't ready to tell Xander everything. We had so much we still needed to figure out, but this conversation could potentially lead in the right direction and help establish the possibility for trust to develop. I want to see where this can go, Raina. You intrigue me more than anyone, and I want to learn everything there is to know about you. I want your every thought, every secret, every touch. The way I feel when I'm around you is something I've never felt before, and I want to explore that and see where it could lead. We can take things slow. I know you're new to this, and I feel honored that I was your first kiss, and if you let me, I'd like to be the rest of your firsts too. My heart was pounding, rapidly beating like it could fly from my chest. My soul was on fire, incinerated by his words. The bond between us was thrumming like a live wire, growing stronger by the second. My whole being was desperate to become one with him, so my soul could finally be reunited with its other half. The bond was a living entity inside me, and I could feel every fiber of it. I was so scared, absolutely terrified that if I went down this road with him, it would only lead to more heartbreak and loss. But wasn't this the point of giving Weather and me a month to figure everything out? Wasn't I supposed to make these leaps to help make our decision later? I'd never know unless I jumped now. I want that too, I said, my decision decided, and I found myself confident in my choice. I deserved to explore the possibility of trusting my mate enough to not have to hide. I was so tired of the lies and deceits, but one step at a time would be the safest route. I couldn't deny how I felt about him, nor did I want to. The smile that came over his face took my breath away. He was so beautiful with his sparkling silver eyes and wide smile. He looked truly and utterly happy. Knowing I was the reason filled my whole being with light and warmth. It was physically painful keeping so much from the man who's supposed to be my mate, the other half of me, but the safety of Xander was more important. While I wasn't ready to share every thought and secret, I could try to let him in bit by bit. He deserved that much and more. He slowly leaned in, testing my reaction. When I didn't pull away, his lips met mine in a sweet and soft kiss. I felt my toes curling in my shoes as his full lips slowly glided sensually over my own, wanting to taste every inch of mine. I was less confident this time, no alcohol to give me that boost, but I followed his lead and found it wasn't hard with how naturally in tune we were with each other. Sparks danced across my skin as his large hand came up to cup my face, angling my head to his desired position so he could deepen our kiss. All too soon, and to my disappointment, he pulled away and I felt air rush back into my lungs. He searched my eyes, looking for any regret, but he wouldn't find any. I was happy. Does that mean I can do that anytime I want? Yes, I said, feeling my stomach flip on itself, as long as you don't mind me kissing you whenever I want. His answering smile was somehow bigger than before, and I wished to capture it forever. If I was an artist, my sketchbook would be filled with pictures of Xander's smile and twinkling silver eyes, and more than a few of his godlike body. What can I say? My mate was hot as hell, and his looks were deadlier than wolfsbane. He made me want to do things that even the devil would blush at. Just looking at him got me all hot and bothered. I needed to shift my thoughts from fantasies of Xander and me in bed before my arousal became obvious. Letting him take my virginity in the middle of this field sounded very tempting, but that was a part of myself I wanted to hold on to a little longer. "Will you tell me more about your family?" he asked. "If it's not too painful, of course." While talking about my mother and father was heartbreaking, I'd promised to open up more to him. Sir, I'd much prefer us to just keep kissing, but I owed him this small piece of me. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. Talking about my parents always caused my anxiety to break through my walls and crawl to the surface. My parents were amazing, I said, They were compassionate and caring, but also so strong. I was an only child, so I was the center of their universe. No matter how busy either of them were, they would drop everything for me. I felt a tear slip past my defenses. I didn't want to cry, but once one tear fell, more followed. They were both incredible fighters and taught me everything they knew. My training started as soon as I could walk, my parents wanting me to always be able to defend myself. They are the reason I've survived this long. It was really hard to go on without them, but I knew I had to. They would have wanted me to find happiness and love. He lightly wiped the tears from my face, the tingles from his touch helping calm that familiar storm inside me and causing the weight on my chest to slowly fade. That black hole inside would never fully go away, but he made the pain of bearing it a little easier. Were they fated mates? I nodded. They were. I longed for a love like theirs when I was younger. The way my father's eyes would light up every time she entered the room was like something from a dream. I never got embarrassed by their affections, as they showed me what true love is supposed to look like. Their bond was sacred and so deep. Weather whimpered in my head, missing our parents as much as I did. They'd always say they were blessed with 2 daughters and never failed to show Weather how much they loved her too. No one in the world has ever been born with a wolf already inside them, and our parents did the best they could raising us. We required endless patience, and they always delivered and did right by us. We were beyond blessed to have had them, if only for a little while. They sound amazing, he said. My mother and stepfather were like that too. Most people have a hard time accepting if their mate had a child before them, but Arlo welcomed me with open arms. It was a shame they could never have any children of their own, but he was more than happy claiming me as his. I could feel the sadness radiating off him, and I grabbed his hand, interlacing our fingers, and offered the comfort he needed. I'm sure you miss them very much, I whispered, my throat thick with emotion. My heart hurt for the both of us at losing the people that meant the most too soon. We've both used our past traumas to make us stronger and channel that love into fuel to keep fighting. We'd never give up because of them. Every single day, not a second goes by where I don't think about them. Arlo was a great alpha and taught me everything he knew about leading a pack and being the best head alpha to the other packs. People respected him, and if I'm half the head alpha he was, I'd feel like I succeeded. You are an incredible alpha to your people and head alpha to the world. I know he's looking down on you, so proud of the man you've become. They both are. He gave me a sad smile, his silver eyes lined with unshed tears. This was why we were made for each other. No one else could understand our pain, but I vowed to help carry his as long as I lived and knew I could count on him to do the same for me. We stared into each other's eyes, silver against blue, and everything else faded away. I couldn't breathe for a moment, and then all I wanted was to take him in, to eat, sleep, and drink Xander into every ounce of my being and hold him there for as long as possible. I didn't know who moved first. All I know is our mouths met in a frantic kiss, our lips moving together in a sensual dance only the two of us knew the steps to. I shoved my hands into his hair, running my fingers through the silky strands as I lightly tugged, causing a deep growl to rumble in his chest. Tonight was the first night Weather and I would sneak out of the house and train in the forest. I could feel her excitement all through dinner, matching my own. I hadn't been able to let her out since we left the Silver Moon pack, and she was long overdue to stretch her legs and howl at the moon. Dinner, with the rest of the ranked wolves, was as entertaining as ever. Xander was noticeably more affectionate towards me, much to everyone's delight. Victoria couldn't hide the happiness on her face every time Xander would call me love or kiss me. Micah and Liam looked relieved, like they'd been waiting for this to happen all along. Thankfully, everyone had gone to bed early, complaining their sore muscles from my earlier training needed the rest. Thankfully, Xander hadn't tried to follow me into my room, just kissing me goodnight before heading to his own. I brought my fingers up to my lips, still feeling the remnants of his on mine. Kissing Xander was like coming up for air after being deprived of it for too long, and I was quickly becoming addicted. If Weather and I didn't need to head out into the forest to train our powers, I would have loved nothing more than to fall asleep in the safe embrace of his arms. After a couple hours of staring out the window at the moon, I decided enough time had passed for everyone to be asleep deeply enough for me to slip out unnoticed. While I'd been trained thoroughly in keeping stealthy and concealing myself in shadows, I didn't want to take any chances. On tiptoed feet, I left my bedroom and quietly descended the stairs. The warm, open air greeted me as I stepped outside, softly shutting the door behind me. There was no smell of oncoming rain on the wind, but that would soon change. I kept to the shadows of the house as I made my way to the forest, keeping my eyes and ears open for patrolling warriors. Once I made it to the forest line, I took off at a light run, careful of where I stepped to not make any noise. It wasn't long before I came to the clearing where I'd unleashed all that rage in the form of wind just yesterday. This place now felt symbolic to me. Knowing that the power that lived inside of my body could cause this amount of destruction was a reminder of all I'd endured and all I'd eventually go through. A reminder that I was not weak and I would prevail. "Are you ready?" I asked Weather, though I knew she was. She'd been looking forward to this all day. "More than ready," she said before I felt my bones rearranging. In a matter of seconds, sapphire paws were on the ground and Weather was in her form. I loved letting Weather out and feeling the soft breeze rustle through our fur. She lifted her head to the moon and let out a howl, showing her appreciation to the goddess and also honoring our parents. The stars were out in full tonight, casting little twinkling sparkles across the night sky. The moon was bright, shining down on our fur and causing the silver parts to glitter like diamonds. Our fur was so unique, just like us. The trees rustled around us as we summoned a small bit of wind, slowly building the amount until it twirled around us, lifting each hair toward the sky. The pressure built until we released, letting a small tornado develop right before our eyes. I could feel the gusts of wind as they spun in a perfect circle, picking up little bits of debris as it went. Lightning enveloped our body, sending little currents along our skin. We shot bolt after bolt at the tornado, watching as each surge of electricity got caught in the wind, joining the twister. It was an extraordinary sight to see. We then sent each bolt within the tornado out into the open, aiming each one at a specific tree, quickly summoning rain when they caught fire. It was thrilling, seeing what our powers were capable of. There was so much more to learn, but this was a good step in the right direction. We trained for a couple hours before Weather wanted to go for a quick run around the forest. I was pleased with our session and even happier with our progress. Our powers could come out unpredictable, but we'd grow more in control the more we practiced. If we kept up like this, we could take down Eric within the month. At least we prayed to the goddess we could. I was seated in my office, listening to the elders around me. While my body was here, my mind was on the training field with Raina. I hated to miss her lesson today, but this meeting with the elders couldn't be delayed. Her and I both wanted answers to the visions, and this seemed like the right place to start. "Visions are not very common in wolves, Alpha," said Elder Brooks. He was one of my favorites, a kind man, but also very fair. His brown eyes still shone with youth, but his even darker hair was starting to gray, yet you'd still never be able to tell he was in his mid-70s. Werewolf aging was slower than that of humans, and we lived a lot longer. "I've read all the books in the pack library, and they all just say they're a gift from the goddess." I nodded along, already knowing that small bit of information. "Yes, I've heard that, but I'm looking for something more. Something we all don't already know. Are you sure there isn't a text hiding somewhere that might give us more answers?" Our main scholar, Elder Even, spoke next. "I can recheck the library and do some digging. There has to be a scroll or tome buried somewhere in there that has what you're looking for. If not, we could always send a request to the royal palace and see if their library has anything on it." "I'd prefer to keep the king out of this," I said. Raina didn't want King Eric knowing of her visions, and I couldn't blame her. Keeping the eye of our king away from her was my main goal. There's no telling what he'd do with her if he found out. I refused to let him use her for his own gain. Elder Ivan nodded, his gray-streaked blonde hair falling over his forehead. Ivan was in his late 80s, yet got around perfectly fine. He was one of our older elders, yet held mass amounts of knowledge in that brain of his. He was by far the wisest one of them all. Enough of this vision talk. We need to address the topic of you finally choosing a Luna. I internally groaned at the sound of Elder Byron's voice. I'd wanted to keep him from this meeting, but he'd refused to be left out. It didn't help that Elder Byron was Kimberly's grandfather and was always pushing for me to take her as my Luna. This pack has waited long enough, he continued in his gruff voice. You are not getting any younger, and this pack needs an heir. Kimberly has already expressed her approval on the matter of you two mating. Elder Brooks shot me a sympathetic look, knowing how I felt about Kimberly as Luna. Unfortunately, most of the elders were in agreement with Byron. While not all of them supported Kimberly specifically, they were desperate for me to choose someone. I've already told you, Elder Byron, I will not take Kimberly as a mate. The two of us didn't work out for a reason, I said coolly, making my frustration known. That was a while ago, he said, waving off my words. Kimberly has really matured since then and would make an excellent Luna to this pack. She has a strong wolf and could fight alongside you in battle. I'm not sure if you've heard, Elder Byron, but there's been talk around the pack about her being defeated by a wolfless girl. I could always count on Elder Brooks to come to my defense. Byron's blue eyes, the same shade as Kimberly's, flashed in anger at the other elder. Kimberly's wolf went easy on her, a mistake she will not make again. I snorted, not even hiding my amusement. Kimberly hadn't held back at all. Raina was just that much better than her, which was something her grandfather refused to accept. He shot me a nasty glare, but the smirk on my lips refused to leave. I don't even know why you have a wolf-less female training in the first place. She should be mopping the floor and cleaning dishes with the rest of the Omegas. And what's this I hear of her training the warriors? That is a disgrace, and I slammed my hands on my desk. That's enough, I said, my voice coming out stern. While I respect you as an elder, Byron, that does not give you the right to talk about Raina that way. Your granddaughter would be lucky to be half the fighter Raina is, and you need to accept that. I could see Elder Brooks smirking from the corner of my eye. Saying Byron was Brooks' least favorite was putting it kindly. The tension in the room was cut by a knock on my door, followed by the sound of it opening. I didn't take my eyes off Elder Byron's, refusing to back down from the challenge. I was the alpha here, and he needed to remember that. Oh, came Raina's voice. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were still in your meeting. Byron broke away first, glancing in Raina's direction. One wrong word and I'd rip his tongue out. It's okay, Raina. We were just wrapping up anyway. I looked over at her, taking in her beautiful, yet sweaty appearance. I'd asked her to come by my office after training to hear how today went. I didn't intend for this meeting to go on this long. Her long black hair was up, and her black leggings and sports bra left little to the imagination. I couldn't wait to give her writhing and moaning for me again. I'd prayed for Elder Byron to keep his mouth shut, but apparently I was hoping for too much. So this is the reason why you keep refusing my Kimberly? You'd rather have this abomination by your side instead of a real she-wolf? Disgraceful. I felt my eyes flash as a growl built in my chest. Storm was tearing at the seams, begging to be let out and teach Byron a lesson. It took all my strength to hold him back. Raina looked over at the old man, her brows raised and a smirk on her face. Well, this abomination handed that real she-wolf her ass just last week. I coughed to cover up my laugh. I should have known Raina was more than capable of handling Byron. He opened his mouth, more than likely to spew more bullshit her way when Elder Brooks cleared his throat. I looked over at him, seeing the curious look in his eyes as he regarded Raina. "Where are you from, dear?" he asked her. She looked over at him, giving him a wary look. After the way Byron just spoke to her, I didn't blame her. I came from the Silver Moon Pack. He gave her a soft smile, and I watched some of the tension leave her shoulders. "And your parents' names?" I saw the moment her eyes hardened, shutting down. "They're dead," she said with no emotion. "I was born in the New Moon Pack." The elders all looked at her with pity, and I hoped no more questions about her deceased parents would come up. Brooks continued to study her, and I saw her shift back and forth on her feet, uncomfortable with his critical stare. Before I could break the tension, a mind link came through from one of my warriors. Alpha, rogues are attacking at the southern border. How many? Around 50. I swore out loud. This was the biggest amount of rogues to attack yet. While I was grateful it wasn't as many as the group that's been attacking the packs in Raina's visions, 50 was still too many. The rest of the elders went rigid as they too received the mind link from the border, demanding all women and children get to safety. Raina was looking around, confused at everyone's reaction since she herself wasn't able to get the link. I debated telling her it was nothing, and I just needed to go check something at the border, but my plan was ruined when Elder Ivan stood up. 50 rogues at the border? He exclaimed. All the elders were on their feet, looks of terror on their faces. I could smell the fear leaking through their pores. I looked over at Raina, and from the narrowing of her eyes, she had figured out I'd planned to keep this information from her. With a sheepish smile, I asked, "So, what are the chances of you staying here and waiting for me to get back?" She thought, bringing her finger to her chin. "About 0 to none." "Raina," I groaned. She put her hands on her hips, a fierce look on her lovely face. "Don't Raina me. I'm coming with you. I'd really prefer if you stayed here." She shook her head. "Nope, not happening. You got any daggers in here?" Against my better judgment, I went over to my desk and opened a drawer before handing her 2 daggers from my collection. They rarely got used, as I always fought in wolf form. She inspected the blades, testing their weight before giving an approving nod. She started to walk out the door of my office. "Come on, big boy," she called over her shoulder. "Let's go kick some rogue ass." I shook my head in exasperation, unbelieving that I was about to let her go fight rogues with me. At least I could keep an eye on her during. I followed her out of the office and down the hall. We were almost to the door when Elder Byron came up behind us. "You can't let her go and fight rogues. She doesn't have a wolf and will just get in the way." Raina turned around and gave him a scathing glare. "Shut it, old man, and stay in the pack house where you belong." I laughed at the shocked look on his face, not used to anyone talking to him that way. Raina was just full of surprises. She followed me to my car, and once she was safely seated and buckled up, I tore out of the parking lot to head to the southern border. Micah and Liam both mind-linked that they'd meet us there. Victoria was making sure the elderly, women, and children got far enough from the fight to remain safe. Once she finished, if the fighting was still going on, she'd join us. I looked over at Raina, surprised to find a wicked gleam in her eyes as she twirled one of the daggers around a finger. "Raina," I said, getting her attention. When she looked over at me, I continued, "If you aren't comfortable with killing, you can injure them enough and I'll come do it for you." Her eyes softened. "I appreciate that, but I've killed rogues before, Xander. Death is no stranger to me." I was wondering when she'd ever have had to kill rogues when I realized she might have been chased when fleeing the New Moon pack. I'd have to remember to ask her about it later. A few minutes later, I pulled into a lot close to the forest, parking the car and hopping out. "This is as far as we can go on wheels," I explained. "You'll have to ride on Storm's back the rest of the way." I waited for her to nod before quickly shifting, not even caring that I tore through my clothes. As soon as we were on 4 paws, I felt Raina hop on. Once her fingers threaded through our fur, I took off into the forest, praying to the goddess to keep Raina safe. I held on for dear life as Storm tore through the forest, running at top speed. The border was only a few miles away from where we parked, and I knew we'd arrived when the group of fighting wolves came into view. 50 rogues were fighting against 20 warriors. The odds weren't great, but Xander's men were trained well and held their own. There were dead bodies already strewn on the ground, the majority of them rogues. I could tell the difference between wolves by the smell and dirty look of the rogues. Their fur was matted and smelled like garbage. To say it was unpleasant was an understatement. When we were just feet away from the fight, I slowly stood up on Storm's back, calling on wind to help keep my balance. With a bend to my knees, I launched myself into the air, flipping before landing on my feet. Xander and Storm looked back at me, checking to make sure I was okay. When I flung my dagger, sinking it right into the eye of a rogue, I flashed him a cheeky grin before running to the next one, picking up my dagger along the way. "Nice shot," said Weather, always my hype girl, while she wished more than anything to be out here fighting with me alongside her mate. She did a great job of lending extra strength when needed. Thank the goddess my parents had taught me how to fight with weapons, and Xander had some for me to use. I actually enjoyed fighting with daggers, especially ones this wicked and sharp. I felt that familiar surge of bloodlust creep into my bones, built and honed from having to watch my parents die and fighting for my life to escape. My first kills, being when I was 8 years old, really desensitized me to death, and now I didn't even bat an eyelid as I took a life. These rogues were threatening everyone I cared about and deserved whatever I brought them. I sensed a rogue coming at me from my right, running at me full speed, while another approached from my left. When they were a foot away, I launched myself into the air, watching as the wolves collided beneath me. I landed on the one, slicing my dagger across his neck, while red, hot blood coated my arm. The other tackled me as I was seated on his dead companion, pinning me to the ground. He had a paw on each of my arms and was snapping his jaws at my neck. I flung my head up, head butting him hard, and managed to free my arm enough to stab my dagger into his neck. I got my feet up under me and kicked him off before he could collapse his whole weight on my body. I rolled onto my hands and knees. Goddess, that was a close one. I looked up and locked eyes with Storm's silver ones, worry filling every inch of them while he fought off 3 rogues. "I'm okay," I called, needing him to focus on his own fight. No way in hell would I let him die, because he was too worried about me. One of the rogues he was fighting saw an opening, getting ready to take it when I launched my dagger, hitting him right in the neck. He dropped to the ground, his feral eyes staring at nothing. Xander and Storm made quick work of the other 2 before more came his way. I fought near Xander, taking out any that tried to creep up on him. We turned out to be a pretty good team. I did my usual flipping around, catching the rogues by surprise when I'd disappear, only to land on their backs and take their lives shortly after. Fighting was like a deadly dance. One wrong move and the end would come. I refused to let that happen, careful of every move I made. I was light on my feet, calling on wind when needed to help give me that edge. With Weather lending me her strength, I was unstoppable. I reveled in the burn of my muscles. It felt good to move like this again, defending this pack against harm. It wasn't long before the fight slowed. Most of the rogues were dead, and the warriors were dispatching the rest of them. I walked over to Storm, running my hand through his blood-soaked fur, hoping none of it was his. I was covered with it as well, but it hardly bothered me, though I was counting down the seconds until I could shower. He leaned into my hand, purring while checking my body for any injuries. I had a few scrapes and bruises, but they'd heal quickly. One rogue managed to get a good swipe on my leg, but the blood flow was slowing. Storm noticed the rip in my leggings and ran his tongue along my wound, a feeling of tingles and warmth enveloping the area. When I looked back down, the cut had fully closed. I'd forgotten about alpha saliva having healing properties. We heard shouting from nearby and followed it to see a group of warriors surrounding the last rogue. They had him backed into a tree, trembling while still in his wolf form. Xander shifted back into human form beside me, and a warrior handed him a pair of shorts. I had to look away as he put them on. Now was not the time to get all hot for my mate. Xander and I pushed through the quickly growing crowd, coming to stand right in front of the terrified rogue. "Shift back," he bellowed, throwing his command behind his words. It had no effect on the rogue. Remembering I could mink-link with every wolf that still believed in our goddess, Weather and I pushed our minds out, easily connecting with his. "Shift," Weather demanded. Weather kept her aura in, pushing it towards the rogue's mind, and he instantly switched back into his human form, fully naked. He had his hands in the air, cowering against the tree at his back. He kept looking around, wondering where the command had come from. I didn't look below his chest, only one bare body I had interest in seeing. No one felt anything that happened, just assuming the rogue did as Xander asked him to. It was better that way. I noticed the rogue had a rope tied around his neck, long enough to not get torn when in wolf form. I studied a dead one close to my feet, realizing he also had the same rope around his neck. At the end of each was a small vial. I was about to alert one of the warriors closest to him when the rogue's hand twitched, about to reach for that very vial. No one was close enough to make it in time, so without thinking I threw my dagger. It landed right in the rogue's wrist, pinning it to the tree. I did the same with my other dagger, subduing both so he couldn't reach for whatever was at the end of that rope. The man cried out in pain, blood dripping from the daggers embedded in his wrists. He tried ripping his arms away from the tree, but my knives were too deep and his strength was waning from the pain. A little wind helped put those suckers in hard. "That's how they're killing themselves instead of being captured," I explained to Xander. "I guarantee they have wolf's bane in those vials to ingest in case they get caught." Everyone around me gave me a surprised look, and I just shrugged my shoulders. My father taught me to always keep an eye on the enemy, even the dead ones. You could learn a lot from studying them closely. Xander gave me an approving nod and I shot back a wink. He shook his head, but the ghost of a smile was playing across his lips. "Chain him and take him to the dungeons. I'll be there shortly to question him." I saw Micah emerge from the crowd, carrying a set of heavy-duty chains and thick rope. A couple other warriors helped him secure them around the rogue, making sure there was no chance of him breaking free. "Stay here. I'll be right back," said Xander before heading over to a group of his men. I took that time to study the rogue being hauled away, looking for any weaknesses that could help in the interrogation. He was young, most likely in his early 20s, with greasy light brown hair and dull green eyes. There were no memorable features on him, but I committed his face to memory anyway. He looked absolutely terrified, his wrists still dripping blood. He had a few other injuries, and I cataloged them all. That's where the torture would start. I was watching Micah and the two others drag him away when Xander came back. "Let's get out of here," he said, his voice sounding tired. He told me his men would take care of the cleanup. They'd drag the dead rogues into the forest before setting them on fire. Any fallen warriors would be packed up to give to their respective families. He placed his hand on my lower back and led me to the edge of the forest before letting Storm back out. I was worried about me sitting on his back, unsure if he had any serious injuries. But they just lowered down, and I hopped on. He ran slower this time, and I could feel the tension in his shoulders as I held on. I tried to be careful, but there were only so many ways to sit on the back of a wolf. We made it back to the car in no time, Xander changing into another pair of shorts before heading back to the pack house to clean up. It was hard not to stare at his ripped body while all sweaty and shirtless, but I tried my best. I wanted to run my hands down his chest, feel every dip of his muscles beneath my fingertips. He didn't have a single flaw. Even the scars on his body were sexy to me, and I couldn't wait for the day I could touch every single one of them, most likely with my tongue. I had to quiet the dirty thoughts. Now, with us both covered in the blood of our enemies, was not the time to get aroused. We were quiet for most of the drive. I could feel the wheels in his mind turning over and over again, sorting through too many thoughts. I stayed silent, letting him have this time. We were almost to the house when he finally spoke. "We lost 2 warriors, and a handful are pretty injured, but they'll make a full recovery." My heart twisted in my chest as all the air left my lungs. 2 warriors gone. "I'm so sorry, Xander," I whispered. "It's okay," he said, grabbing my hand and lacing our fingers together. "It's not your fault." But wasn't it? This may not have been the same group attacking the other packs, but I'd bet they all had the same goal, me. How am I supposed to look my mate in the eye when I'm the reason 2 of his pack members are dead? I was freshly showered and ready to join the boys. I was waiting for Xander in my room, fully dressed in all black. I had a simple black shirt on, black leather pants, and laced-up boots. I was ready to kick ass. A minute after I finished lacing my boots up, I heard a knock on my door. I opened it to my mate, freshly washed and smelling delightful. His outfit was similar to mine: black t-shirt, black cargo pants, and boots. He looked deadly as sin, but so delicious. "You look like you're ready to battle again," he said, amusement shining in those brilliant silver eyes. "I am," I retorted. "I'm ready to go interrogate the rogue." "Raina," he breathed, running a hand through his damp hair. "I don't know if that's a good idea. Killing is one thing, but torturing? That's a whole other game." "But I want to play," I pouted. He shook his head in exasperation, but I knew I'd won. We were walking down a hallway of the dungeons, Xander leading me to the interrogation room the rogue was being kept in. The warriors on duty all gave me confused looks, but I just ignored them. The walls were made of stone, and cells spanned each side, iron bars from ceiling to floor. I could smell old blood and other bodily fluids, along with the scent of disinfectant cleaner. It was dark and creepy down here, and all of the cells we walked past were empty, no other prisoners around. With the way no one's been able to catch a rogue, I wasn't surprised. If at any time you feel uncomfortable, just leave the room, okay? You're going to see a different side to me in here. I just want you to know that who I am during this is not who I am with you. I'd never hurt you, and I don't want you to be afraid of me after." I looked over at him, seeing the way his brows were furrowed and eyes hesitant. "I know, Xander," I said, a small smile on my lips. "I know you'd never hurt me." Some of the tension left his shoulders as he led me to a room with an iron door and small window. I looked through the glass, seeing the rogue tied to a chair in the middle of the room, thankfully no longer naked. Xander opened the door and let me in, Micah and Liam already inside waiting for us. Neither looked stunned to see me, and both gave me a nod of acknowledgement. I planned on just staying off to the side to watch Xander do his thing until I felt I was needed. He was the alpha here, and who knows, maybe the rogue would be easy to crack and I could just sit back and enjoy the show. Xander walked up to the rogue, his imposing figure already causing the man to tremble. He tried hiding his fear by lifting his chin in defiance, but I could smell it rolling off him in waves. "You're the first rogue we've been able to get our hands on," he said, his voice coming out ice cold. "Thanks to my lovely woman here, we were able to finally catch one of you bastards." I flashed the rogue a sickeningly sweet smile, which he returned with a glare, probably wishing he could rip my throat out. Now I was really hoping I'd get to play. Xander stared down at him, a wicked gleam in his eye. Seemed my mate liked a little torture. "What's your name?" The rogue stayed silent, keeping his lips firmly pressed together. "I see how it's going to be," Xander said, voice eerily calm, and walked over to the wall of weapons. He selected a wicked-looking knife. I was impressed with his collection. "I guess you'd rather do this the hard way." The man took one look at the knife and started pulling at his restraints. They were tied way too tight for him to be going anywhere. He shot a pleading look my way, and I just raised my brows at him. "Where's that nasty glare now?" Xander made small slices along the man's body, pausing between each to give him time to answer. Each time he stubbornly remained silent, Xander would dig the knife in a little deeper. After about 15 minutes of Xander using the man as a cutting board, the rogue screamed, "Hayden! My name is Hayden." A sinister smile took over Xander's face. "Now that wasn't so hard, was it?" The rogue was crying, blood seeping from his wounds and snot dripping out his nose. Xander was using a silver knife, so the pain was intensified and made the man's healing slow. "What were you doing attacking my pack?" "I don't know," Hayden said. I clicked my tongue. No one was buying that. "That's not the right answer, and unless you'd like to become target practice, I'd suggest talking." "Target practice? That I'd very much like to join." All the color drained from the rogue's face. He was covered in sweat, making his already horrible smell even worse. The scent of fear on him was potent. "Please," he rasped, his throat clogged with tears. Another half hour of all three men trying different tactics, but the rogue still wasn't talking. Xander has cut off a couple fingers while Micah removed the toes. Liam flung throwing stars at him, embedding them in different parts of his body. I lounged against the cement wall, cleaning my nails with a dagger as I watched the show. The look of malice on Xander's face during it all was intimidating to say the least. I was impressed the rogue was able to hold out this long. He'd look over and check on me every once in a while, making sure I was okay. Each time I'd give him a small smile. "Xander," I said, catching his attention. His eyes softened as they locked with mine. "Can I try?" He gave me a skeptical look. "I can handle this. I promise." He must have been able to tell how serious I was because he gave a quick nod and stepped back, letting me take center stage. This was my show now. I walked up to the rogue and slammed my boot into his chest, causing him to fly back and slam into the wall, his head smacking against the cement with a loud crack. Blood fell down the wall in thick rivulets as he looked up at me with more terror in his green eyes than I'd seen from him yet. I grabbed the front of his blood-soaked shirt and dragged his face an inch from my own. "Listen here, rogue," I hissed. "My friends want answers now, and you're going to give them." He started shaking, his chains rattling against the chair. I released his shirt and took a dagger from my pants, stabbing it in his thigh right where he had an injury from earlier. His blood sprayed across my chest and face, coating me in its warmth. His scream was loud enough to hurt my ears, but I just twisted the knife, digging it in deeper and hitting bone. His tears were falling from his eyes, sobs racking through his whole body. "There you go, Hayden," I cooed, giving him an encouraging smile. "Your cries are like a sweet, sweet symphony to my ears." His eyes were so wide, all the whites were showing. The fear permeating off him was thick, clouding the whole room. I yanked the dagger out, wiping the blood on his already soiled shirt. "My alpha asked you a question, and I expect an answer." Weather locked onto his mind and pushed some of her aura into him, commanding him to answer. His eyes went impossibly bigger, staring at me like he was truly seeing me for the first time. It was you," he whispered so quietly only I could hear. "You will not say a word about this," Weather said into his mind. "Now answer Alpha Xander's question." He tried fighting the command, but it was useless, especially once I jammed my dagger into his other thigh, more of his blood painting my body. I was going to need another shower after this. He let out a scream before he panted, his chest heaving. "We're looking for a girl." "What girl?" He pressed his lips together, and I noticed his mouth moving. I said, grabbing his jaw and digging my fingers into his skin. "Naughty rogue. If I wanted your tongue, I'd cut it out myself. Now what girl?" "The royal princess," he gritted through clenched teeth. I felt my body go still, all the blood draining from my face. The boys behind me shuffled on their feet, antsy to get more information. "The princess is dead," I said coldly. "She's not." He was adamantly shaking his head back and forth. "My boss is looking for her." "And who is this boss of yours?" "I've never met him. Only a few higher-ups know who he is, and they refuse to tell us." So only a few knew Eric was their true leader. Smart. The scarred rogue had to be one of the higher-ups then. I paced back and forth. "What do you know about this princess?" "Only that she has blue eyes and a dark blue wolf." "Why would you think she's here?" "This was her mother's birth pack. The higher-ups think she's hiding here." A dark chuckle escaped my throat. Wouldn't it be pretty dumb of her to hide in the pack everyone would expect her to? "My boss believes she's the mate of your alpha." I could have sworn my heart stopped beating, plummeting all the way down to my stomach. I wasn't sure I wanted the answer to my next question. All I knew was that it'd be my last. "Why?" "Because she's the princess and he's the strongest alpha." Silence. Utter silence. I didn't think anyone was breathing until I heard Xander's sharp intake of breath. This was bad. Really bad. Worse than I expected. I felt the world tilt around me as I struggled to breathe. I couldn't get enough air in my lungs, and black spots were starting to dance across my vision. I needed to get the hell out of here. "Well," I said, my voice coming out stronger than I thought it would, "that about answers all my questions." I gave the rogue a flourishing bow. "Thank you for your time." I turned around and strode for the door, my steps quick. I refused to meet any of the eyes I could feel burning into my face. "He's all yours, boys." I had just placed my hand on the handle when I looked back at the bloodied rogue, the dagger still sticking out of his leg, and locked eyes with him. Weather pushed her aura into him one last time. "I'm the one you're looking for, and you'll never be able to tell a soul." All I saw was his gaping mouth, before I exited the room and hurried down the hall. I could barely think past the rushing in my ears and the rapid beating of my heart. They thought the royal princess was my fated mate? If she truly was, then they were right about her still being alive. Storm would have felt if she died, whether the mate bond was in place or not. Whoever our mate is, she's very much alive, Storm confirmed. I couldn't think about this right now. Raina had just ran out of here after getting all the answers I needed, looking upset. Her face betrayed nothing, but I knew better. I needed to make sure she was okay. That was my priority right now. The rogue was still staring after Raina, even though she was long gone, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. She's amazing, I know. I felt my chest puff with pride, knowing she was mine. At least I still hoped so. From the blank expression on her face when she left, there was no telling what she was thinking. I needed to fix things ASAP. There was no reason to continue torturing the rogue since we already got all we needed and more. I wasn't ready to kill him yet, nor could I let him go, so I told Micah and Liam to set him up in a cell until I decided what to do with him. I left the rogue in the care of my Beta and Gamma and left the room, trudging past all the empty cells and nodding to guards along the way. The walk from the dungeons to the pack house wasn't far, Raina and I having done it earlier. I jogged the whole way, wanting to get home to her as soon as possible. I knew I needed another shower to wash all this blood off, so as soon as I was clean again, I'd go straight to her. I couldn't get how incredible she had been out of my head. She didn't even react when the rogue's blood splattered all over her face. And the way she just unflinchingly shoved that dagger into his thigh without batting an eyelash was astounding. I'd truly never met anyone like her before, and I felt honored to be cared for by her. She was someone you could always count on to have your back. She hasn't even been in this pack for a month yet, didn't think twice before going into battle to defend it. She was loyal beyond words. I couldn't even imagine what it'd be like to be loved by her, but I prayed to find out. Whoever thought she wasn't strong enough to stand beside us was the biggest idiot to ever exist. I wanted her. All of her. As long as she wanted me back, I refused to lose her. And then I remembered. If I mated and marked Raina, then the bond between me and my fated would break. Storm was in agreement with me, not wanting to give her up either. He was so amazed by her and couldn't fathom choosing anyone else over her, even our fated mate. I was standing outside Raina's bedroom door, waiting for her to open it. I'd considered just barging in, but settled on knocking instead. I heard movement from inside before a freshly bathed, blue-eyed beauty opened the door, dressed in a pair of pajama shorts and tank top. Her usual dazzling eyes were hollow and her skin paler than usual. She looked stressed and tired, both physically and mentally. "Hi," she said, her voice coming out higher than usual. "Mind if I come in?" She opened the door up wider and turned to walk into her room. I closed her door with my foot before stalking up behind her and wrapping my arms around her body. She stiffened at first, then relaxed into my embrace, her back to my chest. I buried my face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her sweet scent and letting it wash over me. I felt those faint tingles from her touch, each muscle releasing all its pent-up tension. "Are you okay?" I whispered against her neck, feeling her shiver in my arms. "Why wouldn't I be?" Her voice was still too high, betraying how she really felt. I turned her around so we were chest to chest, face to face. I kept her encircled in my arms and looked deeply into her icy blue eyes. I could easily get lost in them. "Please tell me what's going on in that beautiful mind of yours." She released a breath before pulling away, taking a few steps back before turning around. It was like she couldn't even look me in the eyes. I felt my chest hurt, my heart breaking inside. I didn't like this. I don't know, she whispered, the pain in her voice almost bringing me to my knees. "Raina, please talk to me," I pleaded. "I don't care what that rogue said about the princess. She probably isn't even my mate." She turned to face me, her raven hair whipping around her, her eyes lined with silver. I couldn't stand to see her cry. I'd do anything to prevent it. "What if she is?" she demanded. "It makes sense. You are the strongest alpha around. Of course you'd be mated to the princess." A loud crack of thunder sounded from outside, followed by a fork of lightning flashing through the sky. The downpour of rain started right after, pounding against the window. If I didn't know any better, I'd think the weather was projecting Raina's emotions onto the world. The princess isn't even alive, Raina. Storm has already confirmed my fated mate isn't dead, therefore it can't be her. The king informed us all of her death, along with the king and queens. But what if she was? She cried. What if she was really alive and your fated mate? It doesn't matter because I'd still choose you. The words were out before I could stop them, my exasperation leaking out. Raina's eyes went wide at my confession. I took a deep breath before I reassured, I don't want to lose you, Raina. I won't let this come between us. Her eyes softened as she looked at me. But you barely even know me, Xander. I know, but everything I do know about you, I love, and I can't imagine there being a piece of you I wouldn't want. Her blue eyes couldn't hold back the tears anymore, as one escaped, trailing down her cheek and her wobbling lips. How someone could still look so beautiful while crying, I'll never know. She let out a whimper before she launched herself into my arms. I picked her up off the ground, slamming my lips onto hers. We're both exhausted, and it's been a long day. She was pouting, so I placed a light kiss on her still swollen lips. Next time, I promise. The glare she tried giving me was broken up by her yawn. I raised my brows at her as if to say, see, and she gave me a sheepish smile before nodding. I really wanted to stay with her tonight and have her fall asleep in my arms, but wasn't sure how to go about asking. I didn't want to pressure her into it if she just wanted to be alone, but I really felt like I needed her tonight. After everything that happened today, I needed to know she was safe and still wanted me, wanted us. I was saved from my internal debate when her soft voice reached my ears. Would you want to stay tonight? Her voice came out so small, like she was afraid I'd decline. Of course, love. The smile to form on her lips was breathtaking, so much happiness shining in those icy blues of hers. I used the bathroom after she was done, finding the extra toothbrush she laid out for me. Once I was finished, I went back to the bedroom and found Raina already tucked under the covers waiting for me. I slipped in beside her, pulling her to me so she could lay her head on my chest, my arm tucked around her. I placed a soft kiss on the top of her head, taking in one last inhale of her scent. Good night, Xander. Good night, my love. Waking up next to Xander was a dream. He held me all through the night, never once letting go of me, and for the first time in 10 years, I was able to sleep without a single nightmare. I woke up to him peppering kisses all over my face, hands roaming my body. We didn't have time for a repeat of last night, but I felt better than I had in years. Xander brought me pleasure I didn't even know existed. He was very talented with his fingers, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on him. While I was beyond nervous, I knew he'd guide me through it and teach me what he liked. I wanted to make him feel as good as I did last night. We ate breakfast together, the rest of his friends joining us before we all went to training. Well, except Xander. He had another meeting with the elders over yesterday's attack. Then this evening, he'd be leaving for the Harvest Moon Pack. As much as I wished he didn't have to go, I understood. It was important for him to show his support to the other packs, and I knew they'd appreciate any he could give. I was learning that Xander was just a good man with no ulterior motives. He gave me a sweet kiss before we left, promising if the meeting ran short, he'd come watch training. After what I experienced yesterday with his elders, I'd be staying far away from his office today, just in case. I was heading to the training field with Victoria, Liam, and Micah. The sun was shining through the few clouds in the sky, and the temperature was already reaching the mid-80s. It was going to be a scorcher today. I was glad I wore spandex shorts instead of leggings. So what's on today's agenda? Asked Victoria with her bubbly attitude. She seemed to really like what I've been teaching and taking to the moves better than most. I plan on getting you girls flipping while the boys work on stretches and whatever else Liam wants them to do. Unfortunately, the men needed a lot more work before they could start flipping around. Their bodies are nowhere near flexible enough yet, so Liam agreed to work on my stretches with them before doing their regular training. Once they got where they needed to be, they could join the women again. I loved training Xander's warriors. It turned out to be a lot more fun than I thought it would be, and the women really seemed to be enjoying it. Some of them are advancing quickly, and soon I'd be able to add weapons into the regime. While I was trained in every weapon imaginable, I always preferred a dagger over a sword or bow. Their lightweight making it easy to move quickly, and their small form easier to hide. Bows were good for long distance, and while I was a good shot, it just never appealed to me as much. We quickly arrived at the training field and got everyone running their laps, myself included. I wanted to stay in the best shape I could, and it built morale when the trainers joined. The sun was beating down on my skin, and I felt a thin layer of sweat coat my body. After we all finished, Liam took the men while the women followed me. I gave them the option to go with Liam if they didn't want to learn anything I was teaching, but they all stayed, even Kimberly. Shocking, right? She didn't give me any hassle yesterday, but that was before I went toe-to-toe with her obnoxious and arrogant grandfather. I probably should have watched the way I spoke to him, but he was an asshole, and I refused to put up with it. Calling me an abomination? Way out of line. It felt good to put him in his place, and unless he wanted it to happen again, he'd be better off staying away from me. I led the girls through my stretches, paying extra attention to our backs and legs. I planned on them doing front handsprings today and didn't want anyone to suffer from a back injury. I'd learned the hard way when I was younger how important it was to warm up your body first. That was one of the few times my mother ever said, "I told you so." I always did everything she told me to do after that. It still was hard to believe this was the pack she grew up in. I rarely let myself think about it, but with the rogue bringing it up yesterday, I couldn't get it out of my mind. She used to train on this very field, her father having been the head warrior back then, and now many years later, here I was. My grandparents were already dead by the time I was born, so I never got to meet them, but my mother always said how amazing they'd been while she was growing up. She got her nurturing side from her mother and the fighter in her from her father. My mother was perfect, so beautiful on the inside and outside, one of the many reasons why my father loved her so much. She was the softness to all my father's hard edges. Since all the girls had mastered the back bend, it was time to get their asses off the ground. I had them all stand around me so I could demonstrate. All right, girls, you're all going to learn front handsprings today. This is a move perfect for launching yourself up and onto an enemy wolf's back. I used this exact move during my fight with Kimberly. Everyone was nodding along, eager to learn. First, put your dominant foot in front of the other with your arms above your head. This is where the back bend comes in handy. You want to push off with that front leg, bend your back, and land on your hands. Make sure you keep your elbows locked or you'll faceplant right into the grass. Let me tell you, it doesn't feel good. A few of the women started snickering. Not that I could blame them. Just picturing it in my head made me chuckle as well. Once you land on your hands, you want to push off with your shoulders, staying in a forward motion. Once you're back on your feet, make sure they are firmly planted and your weight is balanced equally. At first, you might use too much power or not enough. It's different for each person, and you have to just keep trying to figure out what works best for you. Now was the time for the demonstration. I placed my left foot forward, arms high above my head, and launched forward, landing on my hands before pushing up and finishing on my feet. Notice how I didn't use too much strength? We just want to keep it basic for today. Once you all master it, we can work towards using your power and strength to push yourself high enough to land on a wolf. They all had wide eyes as they watched me. I know it can look intimidating at first, but I promise this move is actually very easy. You'll all have it down in no time. Now pair up. I want one of you to watch while the other works. Then you can switch. We had an uneven number of people, so I had Victoria work with me. Goddess, that is so cool. I can't wait to be able to use that in battle, she said. While I obviously would rather not be hit with wolfsbane, it's awesome to learn alternative techniques. I have a feeling you'll have this down in only a few tries. You've been really good at this gymnastic stuff since we started. Really? She had a full beaming smile across her face, looking rather pleased with herself. Definitely. Victoria followed my instructions perfectly, though it took her a couple tries to get the right amount of strength required. The first time, she used way too much and missed landing on her feet, bypassing them to almost take a mouth full of the ground. Thankfully, she caught herself on her hands at the last minute. I surveyed the rest of the group and was pleasantly surprised with some of them. A few had already nailed it down perfectly and were ready to switch with their partner. I left Victoria with one of the girls that had mastered the move, the two of them practicing for each other and getting the other's opinion. I planned on having each and every one of them show me their front handspring at the end of training so I could critique and make any necessary adjustments. I was walking between the pairs, pausing to watch and giving advice when needed, though most of them were doing well on their own. I was really impressed. I heard a loud thump on the ground and turned to find Kimberly flat on her back, while one of her shadows was frantically trying to placate her. Kimberly's face was beet red from embarrassment as she slapped her partner's hand away when she tried to help her up. "Need help, Kimberly? Need help, Kimberly?" I offered. I kept my voice low enough the others around wouldn't hear. While I didn't like the girl, I wasn't going to humiliate her even more. She seemed more than capable of doing that herself. She shot me a menacing glare, like it was somehow my fault she couldn't get it right. I rolled my eyes at her, but, against my better judgment, took a step closer. "Listen, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I just want to offer you some help, but only if you want it." Her honey blonde hair was plastered to her sweaty skin, messily sticking out of her ponytail. Her makeup-covered face was red from exertion and mascara was smeared under her eyes. For the first time since I met her, she didn't look perfect. "Why would I accept help from you?" she sneered, baring her teeth. "You have no wolf yet. You think you're better than everyone because you can do a couple tricks. You belong at the carnival, not in this pack." The whole group went silent behind me. Kimberly wasn't quiet with her words, causing everyone to hear what she'd said, which I'm assuming she did on purpose. "I understand you're frustrated, but that's no reason to talk to me that way. You had the chance to go with the men and resume regular training, but you chose to stay here and learn what I had to teach. Because everyone else stayed," she exclaimed, throwing her hands up. "It's not my fault everyone is buying your bullshit. My grandfather was right. You're nothing but an abomination trying to trick the alpha into making you his Luna. We all know wolfless females don't get mates, so now you're just trying to steal someone else's." She had a lot of nerve when she was the one actually trying to steal someone's mate, mine. I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of fighting with her in front of the entire group. If she wanted to stand here and throw a tantrum, I wanted no parts of it. So I turned my back on her and continued observing the other groups. Once everyone realized I wasn't going to stoop to Kimberly's level, they quickly got back to work. No one brought it up to me, for which I was grateful. I might have seemed calm and collected on the outside, but my blood was boiling. She intentionally tried to shame me in front of this group of ladies who were all starting to respect me. She used her nasty words to plant untrue thoughts into the other pack members, and now I had to worry about people thinking I was a mate, stealing social climber. This was one of the many times I wished to let weather out and show everyone who I truly was. How could you social climb when you were already at the top? For reasons unknown, Kimberly stayed for the whole training session. I refused to acknowledge her the rest of the morning, letting her fall on her face countless times. She was trying too hard, instead of just letting her body go. We were at the end of training, and I had the women lined up to each show their front handsprings when Xander arrived. I noticed he had two of the elders with him, thankfully, none of them being Byron. I didn't know what to make of the other two, but the one who kept staring at me yesterday made me uneasy. Even though I inherited my father's black hair instead of my mother's silver blonde, I still had her eyes, and our faces were very similar. I had to be careful that no one in this pack put two and two together. It would ruin so much, and the way that man stared at me yesterday had my hackles raising. Weather didn't like it either. She wanted us to avoid him as much as possible because if anyone could connect the dots, it would be one of the elders who had been around while my mother was growing up. We couldn't let that happen. Xander walked up to me, looking beyond good in his slacks and dark blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up, showing off those tattoos I still wanted to thoroughly inspect. I was too distracted by his hands on my body last night to pay any attention to the art he had adorning his godlike body. Soon, very soon. The two elders were trailing behind him and I gave them a quick once-over, avoiding making too much eye contact. If anything were to give me away, it'd be my eyes. No one had such unique, icy blue eyes like my mother and me. Raina, I know you didn't get a proper introduction yesterday, but this is Elder Ivan and Elder Brooks. Brooks, the brunette, was the one who kept observing me with that thoughtful look, which he was currently doing again. Ivan, the blonde, was also looking at me, but not nearly as intense as his companion. I gave the two of them a polite smile. They were both dressed in nice suits, still looking lively despite their age. Both men seemed to still be in great shape, but with werewolf aging, there was no telling how old they were based on looks. Raina, said Elder Brooks, it's nice to officially meet you. Alpha Xander has talked highly of you. His dark brown eyes were calculating as he studied me, like I was a puzzle he was desperate to solve. We're very sorry about Elder Byron, apologized Ivan. He is very motivated to get his favorite grandchild as Luna, even at the expense of others. You don't need to apologize for him. My words came out stiffly, untrusting of any of the elders. These were the men who had been in this pack the longest and had earned the respect of their fellow members. While I was happy Xander had these men to help him, they could cause too many issues for me if they truly wanted. Having Elder Byron as an enemy now would probably come back to bite me in the ass. Oh well, I'd deal with that when the time came. Xander placed his hand on my lower back as he spoke to the two of them. Raina here has been teaching our warriors new methods to fight wolves in human form. Gamaliel thought it would be a good idea for them to learn some of Raina's techniques in case enemies decided to play with wolfsbane during battle, and I agreed wholeheartedly. Goddess, Elder Brooks's critical stare was really starting to make me uncomfortable. The feelings I was getting from Weather made me want to bolt in the other direction and never come face to face with him again. I'd really need to be on my guard around this man. We'd love to see what you've taught the women so far. That is, if you don't mind. Elder Ivan's voice was polite, yet he seemed genuinely interested in what I'd been teaching. I guess it couldn't hurt to have them observe for a bit. I was probably going to regret this. I had the ladies come forward one by one and show us their front hand springs. I only had to make a couple changes to some of their forms, but for the most part, they all did exceptional. I was definitely going to have them start trying to land on wolves tomorrow. Kimberly figured out how to do hers and actually didn't do bad. I didn't say a word even though I really wanted to tell her to keep her arms by her ears. She flashed Xander a sultry smile when she was done, which he ignored. The elders were quiet during the demonstrations, just watching each one with keen eyes. Xander gave the women compliments as they went, which had each girl preening. Once everyone was finished, I sent them off to do meditation for the remainder of training, which was only about 10 minutes. I turned to face the two older men, brow raised, arms crossed, and ready for their comments. Now, Raina, what is the purpose for these women to learn this front flip? How does this help in battle? The question came from Elder Ivan, his voice neutral yet not carrying any judgment. It seemed like he was just genuinely curious. I like to use this move when I want to get on the back of a wolf. I used it during my spar with Kimberly, and it worked to my advantage. Wolves don't expect someone to just flip on their hands then land on their back. It takes them by surprise every time, leaving an opening to go for the kill. Both of the elders were nodding along, understanding how this could be useful. Using wolfsbane during a fight was becoming more common, and knowing how to defeat the enemy even in human form was crucial. Having to hide Weather all these years showed me how much these people relied on their wolves too much. While I could still fight in wolf form even when hit with wolfsbane because it was impossible to separate Weather and me, others weren't so lucky. Will you show us? Asked Brooks. I must have had a bewildered look on my face because he added, how you land on a wolf's back using this move. Oh, sure. I looked at Xander. Would you mind being the wolf? Xander started unbuttoning his shirt, his eyes never leaving mine, the wicked gleam in them letting me know he was thinking about last night. The thought of others seeing what was mine made me want to hit something. I wasn't fond of women staring at my mate in such little clothes. Storm came up and rubbed his head against my hand, demanding pets. His fur was so soft as I ran my hands along his big wolf head, scratching behind his ears until he started purring. He really was a beautiful wolf with his charcoal fur and silver eyes. His paws were the size of my whole hand, and he came up to my chin when on all fours. His head was so big he could bite my own off in one chomp. If I didn't know he'd never hurt me, I'd be a little intimidated. Weather was smaller than Storm, but not by too much. While she was larger than the average wolf, she was quick and stealthy. She had a thing for stalking her prey. Everyone was watching me interact with Xander's wolf. I could only imagine the looks on their faces, but I kept my eyes on Storm, giving him all my attention. All right, big boy, I cooed. I need you to go back a good distance away from me. Then you'll need to run my way at full speed, okay? Storm let out a whine. Oh, don't be such a baby. You're supposed to be the big bad alpha wolf. You won't hurt me, I promise. He gave me big pleading eyes before conceding, trotting away from me until he was far enough. The two elders were looking back and forth between us, those calculating expressions on their faces. I ignored them and got into position. I could feel Storm's nerves. He hated the idea of Raina getting hurt, but his faith in her overruled his fear. We waited until Raina gave us a nod before running towards her, watching as she flipped onto her hands and pushed up into the air, disappearing above our head. A second later, we felt her land on our back, wrapping her arms around our neck. Storm's relief at her safety cascaded over our body. We knew she could do it, having watched her do this exact trick during her fight with Kimberly, but worrying about her was second nature to us now. We slowed down to a trot as we made our way back over to the elders, who looked pleased with Raina's demonstration. They both had smiles on their faces, which gave me hope. Having any of the elders on Raina's side would help in potentially making her Luna. It was an idea I was thinking about more and more lately. Once we stopped, she slid off and handed Storm my clothes, which he took in his mouth before heading behind a nearby tree to change. Since meeting Raina, I tried not to run around unclothed anymore. That was very impressive, Raina, said Elder Ivan as I rejoined them. I heard from some of the warriors who were at the attack yesterday how well you fought against the rogues. I'm interested to see what else you teach everyone. Yes, your techniques are very unique and efficient, came Elder Brooks, though I can't help but feel like I've seen something similar before. Many years ago, in this exact pack, I remember a young girl who liked to flip around just like you. Really? I inquired. Do you remember who it was? Yes, the late Queen Renee. I felt as Raina went rigid beside me. That's, she stammered, a great compliment. I heard she was quite the fighter. Yes, Brooks nodded. She was. Very agile and quick, too. I wasn't at all surprised when she found out she was mated to King Ryan. Raina gulped, looking visibly nervous. This wasn't how I expected her to react, but maybe she was just feeling shy about being compared to our late queen. Everyone had loved Queen Renee. While I'd never had the pleasure of meeting her, everyone in this pack spoke highly of her. Queen Renee was known to have been kind and compassionate. Her father had been the head warrior before I was born, but from the stories I'd heard, he was an absolute powerhouse. It's no wonder his daughter became the fighter she was rumored to have been. Well, said Raina, I appreciate you both coming to watch training. It's an honor to have two respected elders of this pack approve of my teaching methods. Yes, they are very interesting, replied Elder Ivan. We'd like to come watch again sometime if you don't mind. Not at all. We'd be more than happy to have you any time you wish. I replied for Raina as she was looking rather pale. The elders said their farewells before leaving the training field. I looked over to my raven-haired beauty, noticing the way she wrung her hands together and nibbled on her lower lip. Are you all right, love? Huh? She had a faraway look in her eyes. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I went to pull her towards me when she put her hands on my chest. Not here. I furrowed my brows, but released her. Why not? I'm proud to be with you and don't want to hide that. I never wanted Raina to think I was ashamed to be with her because of her being wolfless. I wanted to show her off to the pack and let them see what it would be like to have her as their Luna. She's already shown the pack she's willing to fight alongside them and doesn't balk in the face of danger. She's even taking the initiative to teach the members some of her techniques in fighting. She was a natural and was born to be a leader. I just wished she saw that herself. She trailed off, gathering her thoughts. I don't want the rumors to get worse. I'm sure there's already plenty circulating around the pack, but you haven't met your mate yet, and I don't want them thinking I'm trying to steal you away. But I already told you I'd choose you. I was confused. Where was this coming from? You say that now, but things can happen, things that could make you resent me. Resent her? I could never. It was an unfathomable thought. I'd rather slit my own throat than hate her. Now is not the time or place to have this discussion. We can talk more later. I'm going to head for a run through the forest. She went to walk away from me, but I grabbed her hand, turning her towards me. I'm leaving in a few hours. Will I see you before I go? Her face softened. Of course, she said before she walked away from me, jogging to the forest line, before disappearing within the trees, taking my heart with her. The thunderstorm was raging outside. Thunder shook the windows as lightning struck across the sky. We'd been having a lot of these recently. Raina still hadn't come back from her run, having already been gone for a couple hours, and I was getting worried. I hated the thought of her outside in this weather. What if something happened to her? Storm was pacing in my head, not liking the way we left things. I thought everything was perfect between us, and we'd fixed everything last night, but I could tell she was keeping something from me. I hadn't a clue as to what it could be, but it had to be the reason she was pulling away. She was fine this morning, and up until the elders brought up the late queen. Maybe she felt inadequate being compared to her. Whatever it was, I hoped in time she'd confide in me. I was in my office, finishing up some last-minute reports. I was already packed and ready to leave for the Harvest Moon pack, but was waiting for Raina to return before leaving. The small group of warriors I'd be taking with me were loading up the cars now. I was leaving Apollo and Darren behind this time, wanting them to stay with Raina in case we suffered another attack. I hated leaving my pack so soon after a rogue attack, but going to the Harvest Moon pack to show my support was important. I knew my pack could handle any rogues that decided to show up in my absence, but with Raina staying here, I was more on edge than usual. I had wanted to invite her to come with me, but now I knew I'd made the right choice by not asking. Maybe she needed this time away from me to get her thoughts in order. I hated this push and pull, but she was worth it. I had just stepped out of my office when the front door opened, revealing a rain-soaked Raina. Her hair was loose but slicked to her face and neck, and her clothes were drenched as they clung to her body. I swear she looked the most beautiful when caught in the rain. I let out a breath. There you are. I was getting worried. She gave me a sheepish smile. I'm sorry. I lost track of time. The distance between us was too much, as I felt my body yearning to close it. The urge to touch her was so strong. I felt my soul light up as she walked up to me, leaving only inches between us. I'm sorry for earlier. I just have a lot on my mind and needed time to sort through everything. I brought my hand up to cup her cheek, pleased when she leaned into it. It's okay, love. I know this is a lot for you. So much has changed in a short time, and I'm sure it hasn't been easy to adjust. She closed her eyes as she wrapped her thin arms around me, resting her head on my chest. She felt cold from the rain, so I enveloped her in my embrace, hoping some of my body heat would warm her up. I'm going to miss you while you're gone. Come back to me in one piece, okay? Of course, my love. I'll be home before you know it. The drive to the Harvest Moon pack was a long one. We finally arrived after sundown, and I couldn't wait to get out and stretch my legs. The whole way here, I thought about Raina, wishing she'd accepted a phone so I could text or call her. I could feel each mile between us, my heart and soul aching as the distance grew. Storm hated it as much as I did, wishing we were home with her instead of hours away. I shook off the feelings as I approached the pack house. Alpha Marcus's mate, Viviane, and their son Merrick with his pregnant mate Gracelyn were waiting out front for us. Merrick looked just like his father, with his auburn hair and green eyes. His mate was pretty with her strawberry blonde locks and looked like she was due to give birth any day. Standing beside Gracelyn was Madeline, Alpha Marcus and Luna Viviane's younger daughter. She had just turned of age a couple years ago and was watching me with a curious look, most likely wondering if I were her mate. I knew I wasn't even before we locked eyes. She was a beautiful woman, taking after her mother with her dark brown hair, yet she had her father's eyes. I watched as her shoulders deflated when realizing we weren't meant for each other. Relief swept through me. I'd spent years searching for my mate, and now I was praying to never meet her. Also, I could keep Raina. Head Alpha Xander, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming to show your support during this tough time. My father would be grateful. Merrick had been training to take over as Alpha from the moment he could walk, but I could see how tired he was. His eyes were dull, and the sadness radiating from him was strong. He'd always been excited to take over as Alpha, but I know he wished it was because of different circumstances. I'm so sorry for your loss, I said to the family. Alpha Marcus was a good man and he will be missed. Luna Viviane's eyes welled with tears before she blinked them away. I couldn't imagine losing my mate. I'd heard it was the most painful thing to experience as a werewolf. Our rapid healing, unfortunately, couldn't fix a broken heart. We appreciate you being here, Alpha Xander, said Merrick's mate Gracelyn. Yes, we are very glad you're here, Madeline chimed in. We just wish it were for happier reasons and not to lay my father to rest. I have much to discuss with you, Merrick, but it can wait until everything is settled tomorrow, I said, my focus on the future Alpha. We will stay tonight and tomorrow night in case you need anything. That's very generous of you, he said. Thank you for taking the time away from your own pack for us. Madeline offered to show you and your men to your rooms if you'll just follow her. Dinner is already over, but we've saved some if any of you are hungry. We followed Madeline to our rooms, each of my warriors requesting dinner as we hadn't eaten on the way here. I, myself, wasn't hungry, so I declined. I could wait until breakfast. She led us to the second floor and showed each of my warriors their rooms. Mine was our last stop, and she hesitated before opening the door. I must say, she began, looking up at me through her eyelashes, I was a bit disappointed to find out you weren't my mate. Ah, well. I rubbed my hand against the back of my neck, feeling awkward. I was used to women being interested in me, but it didn't invoke the same feelings it once did. Now I just wanted them to leave me alone. The goddess must have other plans for us, it seems. She took a step closer and placed her hand on my chest, instantly making me tense up. I'm sure the goddess wouldn't mind us spending the night together. To practice for our mates. It would be a lie to say Madeline wasn't attractive. She had the tall, willowy figure most she-wolves had, and her green eyes were bright, but all I could picture in my mind was Raina. She was who I wanted, and no one else could compare. I took a step back, letting her hand fall from my chest. I'm sorry, Madeline, but I am with someone, and nothing on this earth could make me betray her. Her brows furrowed as she pursed her lips. I was under the impression you hadn't found your mate yet. I haven't, I confessed, but I have met someone who I care for deeply and have been considering taking as a chosen. Well, she conceded a step back. I hope it works out for you. Good night, Alpha Xander. After a few steps of her walking down the hallway, she turned back around. If we had turned out to be fated mates, would you have chosen me over her? I hesitantly shook my head. I can't picture being with anyone but her. Then I am glad we are not mates, she said, a small yet sad smile on her lips before turning back around to head to her own room. I wished her a good night and proceeded to enter my designated room, which was quite nice for a guest bedroom. They most likely reserved this one for visiting alphas. The bed was large and had soft white sheets on it, covered by a fluffy comforter. The room was plain but had nicely made furniture and an ensuite bathroom. It would be more than enough for 2 nights. I went into the bathroom and took a shower, washing away the grime of today's trip. It took 9 hours to get here, and being cramped in a car for that long wasn't pleasant. Wolves weren't meant to be confined to small spaces for long. We preferred to be out in the open, running free. After showering, I put on a pair of underwear and went to bed, climbing under the covers and getting comfortable. I wasn't sure how much I'd be able to sleep tonight. Spending one night with Raina had me addicted and missing her warmth next to me. It felt unnatural to spend the night away from her now. I took my phone out and called Micah. He answered on the second ring. "Hey, Xander, you make it safely?" "Yes, we're all here and in our rooms. How are things back home?" "All quiet here. We finished dinner a couple hours ago and everyone's about to head to bed. I went and checked on patrols and everything is fine on the border." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. With that rogue attack happening just yesterday, I was more on edge than usual. I knew Micah, Liam, and the warriors could handle anything, but I still hated to be away, especially now that I had Raina in my life. "That's good. How is Raina?" "She's right here staring at me with daggers in her eyes as we speak," he laughed. "I assume she'd like to talk to you." I heard Raina on the other side of the call, demanding Micah give her the damn phone now. Her words, the urge to be near her was stronger now that I'd heard her voice. I missed her, terribly. "Xander," she breathed, successfully wresting the phone from Micah, who I could hear groaning in the background. "Seems my little storm caused him some damage. Hi, love, how are you?" "I'm okay," she said. "How is the Harvest Moon Pack? I'm sure they were happy to see you, well as happy as they can manage right now." "Everyone is sad, but they're doing the best they can right now. The Alpha and Luna ceremony are after the funeral tomorrow, so after all that's said and done, I can really talk to Merrick and offer any help they might need." "You're a good man, Xander." Every time she said those words to me, the warmth in my chest grew. I was thankful I was raised by my mother and Arlo. I didn't want to think about what could have become of me if I'd been raised by my birth father. Storm growled in my head, hating our father. I didn't blame him one bit. "I miss you, Raina." I almost didn't say the words, but that's how I felt. There was a pause before. "I miss you too, Xander. I can't wait for you to come back home. Soon, my love. Soon." We talked for a few more minutes, her telling me about the rest of her day after I had left. She told me about what she'd be teaching at training tomorrow and how she wanted to get the girls off the ground and into the air to land on a wolf. I was beyond proud of her, and the passion in her voice as she spoke filled my whole being with warmth. I refrained from telling her about Madeline. I didn't want her to worry about that while I was gone, and I also didn't want to tell her how I've been thinking about making her my Luna. It was just a thought in my head now, but eventually I'd want to bring it up to her. She'd told me before she didn't see herself as the Luna type, and I wanted to give her time to see for herself. She was perfect for the role. We said our goodbyes after a while, me promising to call tomorrow night too, which seemed to make her happy. I was able to fall asleep that night, a satisfied smile on my face. The days without Xander went way too slow. Even though I got to speak with him both nights he was gone, it wasn't enough. Weather was miserable in my head, though my moods matched hers. We were missing him, and the hollow feeling in my chest wouldn't go away until he got back. He was finally set to arrive tonight, and I was counting down the seconds. That was until Micah told me their departure had been delayed, and they wouldn't be arriving until the morning. The news ruined my hopeful mood, but I suffered through anyway. It was Friday, and everyone was in high spirits, looking forward to the weekend. I put my all into training, using that as a perfect distraction from my sour mood. I tried not to take it out on anyone else, but sometimes that proved difficult. Even Kimberly, feeling I was not in the mood for her shit, kept far away from me those 2 days. On the bright side, training was going wonderfully. The women were all getting closer and closer to landing on a wolf, and I was beyond proud. They were doing so well, and next week I'd be incorporating weapons into their training regime. They all seemed excited about that. The rumors, though. The damn rumors. They were growing louder and louder, and I noticed more people treating me differently as the days went on. Most of them were young girls who idealized Kimberly and believed the bullshit she spewed. The others we elderly who were old school and didn't like the idea of their alpha choosing a wolf less female. I ignored them all. None of them knew the truth. My fellow female warriors didn't buy into the rumors and continued to show up for training each morning, eager to learn, and that's all that mattered to me. Ariana, the girl from the orphanage, approached Victoria and me after training, inviting the both of us to join her and a group of friends for wine night at the Crescent Cafe. She said there'll be a bunch of people there, and it would give me a chance to meet more pack members. Despite my sorrowful mood, I quickly agreed, Victoria doing the same. I needed the distraction of wine and friends to take my thoughts away from missing Xander. It was pathetic, honestly. This was one of the reasons I never wanted to meet my mate. I was afraid of getting too attached and then something happening to either me or him. By the end of this month, I'd be going up against Eric, and there was no telling what could happen to me. It was terrifying, but it also gave me the motivation I needed. Now I had something to come home to after, and would fight stronger and harder to make sure I stayed alive. But the question was, would Xander understand, or would he tell me to let things be and let Eric stay on the throne? The thing was, I couldn't do that even if I wanted to. I held the royal power now that I was 18, and I couldn't just hand it over to Eric. Even if I died, that power would now transfer to my mate, Xander. Eric had no way of keeping that throne anymore. That's how he knew for sure I was still alive. The day I turned 18, I felt the power of the royal line transfer to me. Eric would have felt it leave him, letting him know that I was, in fact, alive and out there. That is when the rogue attacks on the packs began. I pushed all thoughts from my mind as Victoria and I got ready for our wine night. I was really looking forward to it. Victoria did my hair and makeup for me again. She kept it simpler this time, going easy on the face and eye makeup. As I looked into the mirror when she was done, I loved how fresh and youthful I looked. She added mascara to my long lashes, and my face was glowing, my cheeks a pretty pink color. She curled my hair so it hung to my lower back in soft waves, tickling the skin along my shoulders. The shirt I wore was a light blue, bringing out the icy notes in my eyes. It was an off-the-shoulder number, leaving my collarbones exposed and paired well with the white shorts I had on. I went with a simple pair of white wedges on my feet. Victoria looked stunning in a dark green romper, making her eyes and pale skin pop out. She was taller and thinner than me, but her outfit showed her curves in a classy yet sensual way. With Liam offering to be our driver, I might have to cover my ears and eyes on the way home tonight. We had just arrived at the cafe, and Ariana ran over to us as we walked through the door. "I'm so glad you guys made it," she exclaimed, giving the both of us a hug. She looked gorgeous in a white sundress, the light color bringing out the tan notes in her skin tone. Her hazel eyes were bright, and I could smell her sweet perfume. She was exceptionally beautiful. She led Victoria and me over to the bar, where we ordered a bottle of sweet white wine to split. Fridays were wine nights at the cafe, so all bottles were on special. Victoria poured us each a glass, and I took a sip, letting the crisp, sweet taste settle on my tongue. It was refreshing. The Crescent Cafe was packed, many werewolves enjoying their Friday night after a week of strenuous training. I noticed a ton of the women who were in my group, smiling and nodding at some as I went. Ariana led us over to a table where a group of people were seated around, laughing and talking. "Everyone, you all know Victoria, our lovely Gamma female. And for those who don't know, this is Raina. She's the one I've been telling you about, the girl who's training us to fight in human form." I took a sip of wine as my cheeks heated, hating having all eyes zeroed in on me. There had to be at least 10 people around this table, gawking at the newcomer. "Oh, I know you. You're the badass who rode into the rogue attack on the Alpha's back. You're fucking awesome," cheered a blonde warrior who I recognized from the attack. "Dude," he said, elbowing the man next to him. "She's the one who subdued the rogue steward." She threw a dagger into each of his wrists so he couldn't reach for his wolf's bane. The whole table was looking at me with wide eyes, and I felt the blush on my cheeks migrate to my whole body. I wasn't a huge fan of being the center of attention, having stuck to the shadows most of my life. But I guess this was something I had to get used to if I was going to take my spot as queen. That was so cool, praised another warrior I recognized from that day. You're the reason we were finally able to catch a rogue. Weather was preening away in my head, basking in the compliments. She could be such an attention whore. I could only imagine how she'll act when she can finally come out in the open. I internally rolled my eyes at her. Victoria and I took 2 empty seats at the table, settling in and topping off our wine. To my right was a black-haired warrior who instantly offered me his hand. "Hey, I'm Boyd, a warrior in the pack." He introduced himself. I shook his hand. Raina. He was jacked, and I could see his muscles protruding from the t-shirt he was wearing. He had a dazzling, friendly smile and deep, dark brown eyes. "I wasn't at the attack, but I heard all about you. Plus, I was there when you were training us warriors. I was sore for days after your stretches and back bends." I laughed. "Yes, I heard that from a lot of you guys. How are the stretches coming along? I've been so focused on the women that I haven't seen how you men are progressing." "Really good, actually. I've got my back bend down pat, and I'm ready for what else you have for us." I took a sip of my wine. I'm glad to hear it. The whole table included Victoria and me in their conversation, and it felt good to laugh and smile. I felt like I'd barely smiled since Xander left. I felt a pang in my chest just thinking about him. Goddess, I missed him, and the wine wasn't helping. Victoria and I were almost done with our first bottle of wine now, and it was starting to hit me. Her cheeks were tinged pink as she laughed along to some story the girl next to her was telling her. I conversed with Boyd a lot of the night, him telling me stories about his time as a warrior. I kept the facts about myself at a minimum, happy to let him talk most of the time. He seemed like an easygoing guy, always smiling and laughing. He was easy to talk to. "Are you ladies ready for another bottle?" Boyd asked the 2 of us. Victoria gave him a nod, and he placed his hand on my leg before standing up to head to the bar. "He's flirting with you," whispered Victoria into my ear. I jerked my head towards her. "No, he's not. We're just having a friendly conversation." "Raina," she deadpanned, "he's definitely interested in you. He's barely talked to anyone else, and his eyes sparkle every time you speak." Oh, I didn't know how to respond to that. I didn't see it as flirting, but I also had 0 experience with men. It didn't matter anyway. The only person I was interested in was these people's alpha. I should probably switch seats with someone. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. That will just make things awkward. You can keep talking to him, but don't throw him any mixed signals. While none of these men want anything serious unless it's with their mate, they'll still want to hook up with you. I gave her a nod and took another sip of my wine, realizing I was empty. Boyd arrived back at the table, fresh bottle of wine in hand, and we let him fill our glasses up. "So, Raina," he said once he settled back onto his chair, "how did you end up in our pack?" I took a gulp of fresh wine before answering. "I was working in the Silver Moon pack when I met the Alpha, and he brought me here to train." There was so much more to the story, but he didn't need to know everything. Now knowing he was interested in me, I needed to keep the conversation as casual as possible. "I've heard some rumors," he said, his brows raised, "about you and the Alpha being together." I felt my heart skip a beat and drained the rest of the wine in my glass, suddenly feeling nervous. I didn't know how to respond to this, and Victoria was too deep in her own conversation to save me. We are just getting to know each other. He has done a lot for me, and I am eternally grateful." Weather growled at my answer. She didn't like it, wanting us to claim our mate, but I couldn't, at least not outright. There would come a time when I could shout, "Xander is my mate," from the rooftops, but until that day came, I needed to downplay everything. I didn't want that kind of attention from other pack members, not when I had too much to worry about. Boyd nodded but wore a satisfied smile, making me think I gave him the wrong answer. Goddess, I was so bad at this. Fighting, exceptional. Boys, an idiot. I repressed the groan that wanted to come out, hoping to fix the mess I may have just gotten myself into. I don't have a wolf, so I'm not really looking for anything. My main focus is just training and getting stronger. I get that, he said, leaning back in his chair, giving me a once-over. Training has been my top priority until my mate finally comes along. Until then, I just like to keep things casual. I'm waiting for my mate, I blurted out. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't want to be rude and deny his advances, but I also needed him to know nothing was going to happen between us. Oh, wow, he trailed off as he rubbed the back of his neck. That's unheard of these days, but good for you. His cheeks were turning pink. I hope you and I can become friends then. I beamed at him. I'd like that. Boyd pulled back the flirting, but still conversed with me most of the night. Without even realizing, hours had passed and the moon was high in the sky. I was sporting a strong buzz, the wine making me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I got to talk a bit with others seated around the table, everyone super friendly. While I'd never be able to remember all their names, every single one of them made me feel comfortable. I like this group of people and hope to be invited to another wine night in the future. Victoria and I were on our third bottle of wine, enjoying the night and chatting along with everyone. I was laughing at something Boyd told me when I felt him. The hollow feeling in my chest filled, all the hairs on my body standing at attention. He was home. I turned in my chair, scanning the people in the cafe before locking on a pair of bright silver eyes. Goddess, those eyes. As soon as he saw me, he moved through the crowd to our table, people quickly getting out of the way of their alpha. I felt my heart skip a beat as he drew closer, that link between us humming back to life. His eyes narrowed as he noticed Boyd leaning in close to me, still talking, though I hadn't heard a word he said. The cafe could be on fire, and I wouldn't care. My focus solely on the man who owned my heart and soul, the other half of me. He looked as good as ever in a pair of gray slacks and black button-up, the sleeves rolled up like always to reveal those muscled forearms covered in ink. I licked my lips, which didn't go unnoticed as his eyes blazed. He looked like a predator, and I'd never been so happy to be someone's prey. I looked up at him as he approached the table, which went quiet as they all noticed their alpha had arrived. Xander, I breathed, the tension in my body finally releasing. He looked over the table before his eyes settled on me. I heard you'd be here. I just wanted to let you know I was home earlier than expected. Goddess, his voice, it was deep and sent a shiver up my spine. I wanted to climb him like a tree. The wine was definitely going to my head. He pinned a glare on Boyd, who immediately leaned back in his chair, keeping a safe distance from me. The table full of pack members was looking back and forth between us, eyes wide. I didn't give a single fuck. He was home, and that's all that mattered. I didn't think you'd be home until tomorrow morning. At least, that's what Micah said. He nodded. We were able to finish up early and leave at a decent time. Someone brought Xander over a chair, which he placed right between Boyd and me, forcing the warrior to move over. He settled into his chair, and someone placed a glass in front of him. Xander, exclaimed a drunk Victoria. Here, have some wine. She filled up his glass, managing not to spill any. He had a bemused look on his face, taking in the redness that was on both our cheeks. We definitely hit the bottle hard tonight. It seems you two have had a good night. Yes, I smiled. It's been wonderful to meet more pack members. Plus, the wine is delicious. I took another sip from my wine glass, savoring the sweet taste. Turns out I love wine. He chuckled, the sound vibrating through my body and making a certain place between my legs pulse. I missed him so much. 2 days was too long. Even a minute felt too long for us to be apart. I swear the mate bond grew stronger in his absence, making me feel hollow and dead without him near me. Now that he was back, I felt like I was coming back to life. He leaned over to whisper in my ear. You look stunning tonight. That blue looks like it was made for you, though I can't promise it will make it through the night. That pulsing was growing, becoming unbearable. I needed his hands on my body, 2 days of being unable to touch him, making me desperate. I squirmed in my chair, hoping for any friction to relieve the pressure. My eyes glazed over with lust as I took him in, picturing his clothes on the floor of my bedroom. Tonight would be about him. I would finally get my first good look at him without any barriers. The anticipation was killing me, and I couldn't wait to leave, but I also was having such a good time with everyone. And now that Xander was finally here, I couldn't imagine a better night. Xander conversed with his pack members, somehow knowing each of their names, and the people were reveling in having their alpha's attention. He was so attentive to everyone, knowing so much about their lives, and it just made the affection I felt for him grow stronger. He was a born leader and an amazing alpha to his pack. He placed his hand on my thigh and kept it there the whole time, a subtle claiming. I switched to water after my last glass of wine, wanting to remember every detail of this night, especially of what was to come. I had a plan set in motion and was looking forward to every second of it. An hour later, we arrived at the pack house. Xander had driven us home, only having one glass of wine. Victoria and I chatted the whole way, telling Xander all about our night. We also told him about training, and he listened intently, making little comments along the way. It felt so good to have him home. Victoria stumbled from the car, and Liam came out to help her inside. He wished us a good night before carrying his mate into the house. Victoria had continued drinking wine after I'd switched to water and gave me illicit details to the things she planned on doing with Liam tonight. She was hilarious, and I was so glad she got to come out with me tonight. I knew she felt isolated and untrusting of females, so it felt good to know she'd had a good time. Xander and I entered the pack house, and he grabbed me a bottle of water from the kitchen fridge before following me up the stairs and to the wing where our bedrooms were. We stopped outside mine, where I opened the door and tugged him inside. The door shut behind him, and I launched myself into his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist as I slammed my lips on his. He groaned into my mouth, tightening his grip under my ass as I kissed him senseless. "Fuck, I missed you," he growled, the sound deep and sultry, causing that ache in my core to flare back to life. "I missed you so much," I said onto his lips, gasping when he bit my lower lip, letting him slip his tongue into my mouth. Our tongues battled for dominance, and I wasn't the least bit surprised when he won, sucking on my own as I moaned. Distance definitely made the heart grow fonder. He gathered me into his arms, carrying me bridal style towards the bathroom. We both could use a shower. "No," I protested. "Let's go for a swim." He gave me a confused look, so I clarified. "The bathtub is as big as a pool." The chuckle that came from him rumbled in his chest, making my body vibrate as he carried me. When we entered the bathroom, he set me on the counter before going over to the tub and turning on the faucets. He loaded the bathtub up with salts, sweet-smelling oils, and bubble bath. I watched him the whole time he worked, admiring his firm ass and broad shoulders. The goddess sure took her time when she made Xander. I noticed a large tattoo across his back, another picture of the forest, but with more wolves, all howling at the crescent moon above. It must be to honor his role as alpha of the crescent moon pack. Once the tub was filled with bubbles, he picked me back up and walked down the few steps and into the steaming water. He leaned against the rest, me situated between his thighs with my back to his chest. The water felt amazing, soothing my tense muscles. I was sore between my legs, but the warmth helped. I didn't want to get my hair wet, so I gathered it into a messy bun on my head before relaxing back onto his muscular chest. He wrapped his arms around me, the both of us silent as we just enjoyed each other. Xander took a washcloth and put some of my lavender soap on it, then used it to wash my body, taking care to get me nice and clean. I basked in the feel of his hands on my body, washing away the perspiration from what we'd just done. He massaged my shoulders, my tense muscles releasing and becoming limp. I was a prisoner to his touch, addicted to the feel of us being together. The bond was becoming so strong, leaving me to feel empty when he wasn't around. I turned in the water to face him, his eyes soft as he gazed at me. I picked up a new cloth, using the soap to get it full of bubbles before gliding it across his skin. "How was your time at the Harvest Moon Pack?" I asked, breaking the silence. His eyes were closed as I ran the cloth down his chest and stomach. The funeral was very nice. They had a little celebration of life for Alpha Marcus, which the whole pack came out for. He will be missed. Xander had told me before how Alpha Marcus had helped him out when he first became Alpha. The pack became his at such a young age, having to take over when his mother and stepfather died, and I knew he appreciated the support he received from him. The alpha ceremony was bittersweet. While I was proud of Merrick taking over, I know he wished it were under different circumstances. They're all trying to be as strong as they can. That's all they can do, I whispered, feeling my own pang of loss in my chest. They'll just have to take it day by day. Gracelyn is due to give birth any day, so once the heir is here, everyone will have something positive to focus on. I let us fall back into silence while I continued to run the washcloth over his skin, appreciating every dip and curve of his body. He was built like a mountain, strong, steady, and unyielding. He was a model alpha, someone Merrick could look up to and ask for advice. Xander would lend his support in any way he could, that I was sure of. Once we were both clean, he wrapped me in a towel before wrapping another around his waist. I couldn't stop staring at the dips and grooves of his abdominal muscles. They looked like they were chiseled from granite. When I brought my eyes to his face, he was smirking. He definitely enjoyed it when I checked him out. How could I not when he looked like a Greek god? I went to make my way to the closet and put on pajamas when he scooped me up into his arms and carried me out of my bedroom. "What are you doing?" I protested, giggling while trying to get down so I could put on clothes. "You're sleeping naked tonight, in my bed." My stomach flipped. I was finally going to see Xander's room. It made sense we slept there instead of my room, considering the mess I made on the sheets. It was too late to have one of the houseworkers change them, all of them having gone home hours ago, and I wasn't sure where the extra sheets were located. Xander hadn't let me do a single chore since coming here. It was for the best. I was more than likely to set something on fire if I tried, still not knowing how Alpha David put up with me for so long. I should have been fired the first time I set an appliance aflame, but he never said anything, just let me keep trying to do better. I would make sure to thank him for his kindness once I became queen. He opened his door, me still wrapped in a towel in his arms, and took a few steps in before settling me gently on my feet. I took in the space around me, admiring how clean and organized it was. Xander had his own little apartment. There was a cozy living room when you walked in, a large TV over a fireplace with a leather couch situated in front of it. It was very rustic yet still masculine, and his scent was everywhere, having me salivating. Across from the living room was a small kitchen, though it looked like it was rarely used. There were 3 doors, which Xander explained one was for a guest bedroom, one for a small office, and one for a powder room. My bare feet patted on the hardwood floors as he led me down a hallway. The walls all painted a taupe color and stopped before a set of double doors made of oak. The way his shoulder muscles moved as he walked had me ready for more, but I was dead on my feet and desperate for sleep. Between multiple orgasms, wine, and that relaxing bath, I could fall asleep standing up. Opening those large double doors, I finally got to see my mate's bedroom. A large bed, even bigger than mine, was on the left wall. A few comfy-looking chairs stood in front of the bed, facing another fireplace with a TV mounted above. The door to his bathroom was open, but I wasn't able to see anything inside, though I guessed it was huge. Another door on the other side of his cozy sitting area must have led to his closet. I stepped onto the fur rug under his bed, the material so soft. His whole bedroom smelled purely of Xander, and I knew I'd get the best sleep of my life tonight, cocooned in the fragrance that was my mate. He led me into the bathroom where he got me my own toothbrush. We brushed our teeth side by side at the double sinks, sneaking peeks at each other when we thought the other wasn't looking. His bathroom was massive, the swimming pool of a tub twice the size of mine, and a stand-in shower spanning one whole wall. This place was clearly designed to have 2 people living here, an alpha and his mate, his Luna. I felt the pressure of the choices I'd have to make soon fall over me like an overweight blanket, making nausea rise in my throat. All of this felt incredibly intimate and serious. I wasn't sure what to make of it. I should have known it'd be too hard to resist the bond between us. Weather warned me, and of course, she was right. As I climbed into Xander's bed, I inhaled as much of his scent as I could, using that to cease my racing thoughts. He deserved for me to just live in the moment when I was with him. I'd worry about the future when Weather and I were alone and could talk. She tried to stay away while I was with him, in case something caused her to accidentally come forward and show herself. I knew how much she hated it, and I did too. But things weren't easy for us. It made me sick to my stomach, thinking how much better Xander deserved. Way better than a mate who had to hide in order to stay safe until she killed the false king. The moment Xander wrapped me into arms, his warmth seeping into me, I pushed the thoughts away. Tomorrow I will deal with this weight on my chest that refuses to go away. I was just about to take my first sip of coffee the next morning when Victoria came bounding into the kitchen like a red-haired, spunky hurricane. "Chug down that coffee, girl. We got shopping to do," she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I lifted a single brow. "Shopping? Yes, shopping. We need to get gowns before all the good ones are taken." I was still so confused. "What do we need gowns for?" She rolled her eyes at me. "Xander's party, duh!" I had no idea what she was talking about, and I think she realized by the puzzled look I wore. "Didn't he tell you? Every year we throw him a party to mark the day he became alpha. This year is 10 years, and we're throwing a masquerade ball. Isn't that exciting and so romantic?" Just then, Xander, Micah, and Liam all entered the kitchen, their meeting over. Xander wanted to talk to them first thing this morning, to go over what he missed while gone, since he didn't get the chance last night. He came straight to the cafe after hearing that's where I was. Victoria whirled on him. "Xander, I can't believe you didn't tell Raina about the party next weekend." I wasn't the least bit sorry her ire was turned on him instead of me. I loved the girl to death, but she could be quite scary when she wanted to be. The boys needed her to keep them in line. Xander rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile on his lips. "Sorry, I must have forgotten. With everything going on, it slipped my mind." Victoria put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "That's just unacceptable. Thank the goddess Raina has me to prepare her. If Storm was out right now, his tail would be between his legs. Like I said, Victoria could be scary. I loved her for it." She turned back to me, and I internally cringed, hoping she wasn't about to yell at me next. "Go get dressed. It will take at least an hour to get to the mall, and we have a lot of ground to cover." "Yes, ma'am," I replied, drinking down the last of my coffee and depositing my mug in the sink. I passed Xander on my way out the door, who mouthed, "I'm sorry." I rolled my eyes and continued up the stairs. I had just finished slipping on a pair of sandals when I heard my door open. I turned around to see Xander taking up the whole damn doorway. He was huge and in all the right places. I felt my cheeks heating as I thought of last night. His nostrils flared, instantly scenting my arousal. "Whatever you're thinking, you better stop before I cancel your little shopping trip and lock you in my room for the day." Goddess, that sounded tempting, but I knew if I took a second longer than I was allowed, Victoria would come knocking my door down. No one messed with Victoria's shopping. I took a deep breath to calm my thoughts, focusing on anything but the man before me who took me to such insane heights of euphoria. "I came to apologize for not telling you about the party. Honestly, as much as I appreciate the work everyone puts in, I kind of hate the whole celebration, because it reminds you of the day you lost your parents." He nodded. "Exactly." I took a step closer to him until we were a breath apart, tilting my head up to look into his silver orbs. "I know it's hard, but you should be proud of yourself and all you've accomplished." I brought my hand up to cup his face, his stubble brushing against my palm. "Your people are happy you're their alpha. You take such good care of this pack, and they want to show you how much they appreciate all you've done for them." He leaned into my hand, his eyes closed. "You're right. I just miss them and wish they could be here to see me now." Xander only showed vulnerability in front of me, and I realized in that moment how much he must trust me to bare his soul in feelings like this. I was caught between feeling elated and sick to my stomach. Why couldn't I just trust him the same way back? "I'm sure they're looking down on you from the moon, so proud of the man you've become." My eyes were welling with tears that I had to blink back. He cupped my face in his hands and brought his lips to meet mine in a soft, sweet kiss. I clung to his arms as he kissed me, my toes curling. His tongue had just come out to meet mine when I heard someone clearing their throat from behind us. "So this is what's taking you so long." We broke from each other, and I peeked around Xander to find a smirking Victoria with her hands on her hips and her foot tapping impatiently. My cheeks heated at getting caught. "Sorry, Victoria," apologized Xander, though he didn't sound the least bit sorry. "I just came to say bye to Raina and to give her this." Xander reached into the pocket of his slacks and slid a black card from his wallet, handing it to me. "What's that for?" I asked, ignoring the credit card he was holding my way. "Your dress and whatever else you need for this ball." I crossed my arms over my chest, leveling him with a glare. "I can buy whatever I need with my own money." He lifted one half of his mouth into a half smile. "I have no doubt that you can, but I insist." I blew out a breath and rolled my eyes, finally taking the card from his hand. I tried to make my face serious, which was hard considering the smile that wants to take up residence there, as I said, "Fine, you win. Good girl." His eyes were sparkling, triumph showing within them. His words of praise caused my blood to heat, but I just stuck my tongue out and walked past him, following Victoria down the stairs. I paused halfway down, looking over my shoulder to find Xander watching me. "Thanks, Alpha," I purred, elated when his eyes flashed silver. I was in my office going over patrol schedules for the week when a knock sounded at the door. I knew it was the elders, right on time for the meeting I called, so I told them to come in. Elders Ivan and Brooks entered, bowing their heads to me before taking seats in front of my desk. I asked the two of them to keep Byron out of today's meeting, not in the mood to hear him spout more nonsense about Raina. I knew he and Kimberly were spreading rumors around the pack about Raina, and I just about had it with the two of them. Their plan to get Kimberly the Luna role wouldn't work, no matter what they said or did. "Alpha Xander," started Ivan. "I have done more research on visions and might have found something." I nodded, encouraging him to go on. "I found a journal dating back to the beginning of the werewolf race of one of the original wolves created by our goddess. The person who wrote this journal also happens to be the first in the royal line, the first king of the wolves." A journal from the first king? How the hell did it end up in my pack? I expected anything regarding the royal line to be in the royal palace. It is only a copy, not the original, though I have no idea how it came to be in our possession. It was hidden away, deep within the library in a room long forgotten, so whoever put it there clearly didn't want just anyone to find it. With the amount of dust on it, whoever hid it did a good job. I ran a hand down my face. Who could have possibly put it there so long ago? While we've had plenty of queens come from this pack, Queen Renee being the most recent, it still didn't make sense that we would have something so rare. So what did you find? The first queen received visions from our goddess. A lot of other alphas weren't happy they were passed over as king. Many tried to challenge King Ramus, but as we all know, the royal line is too strong, and they all failed. When the challenges didn't work, the alphas resorted to attacking the pack. When every alpha joined together to finally take down the king, Queen Avelia received a vision alerting her of what was to come. It gave them the time to prepare, and that forewarning was the reason they were able to prevail. Queen Avelia's visions sounded so similar to the ones Raina was receiving. They were all warnings of what was to come to help the packs and save lives. But what I really wanted to know was why it was Raina. She wasn't a part of the royal line. She was a regular girl who just so happened to not get a wolf. Was this the goddess's way of making up for that? I still had more questions than answers, and I was growing frustrated. While that information is interesting, it doesn't really give us much. Elder Brooks was watching me with a curious look. "I wonder," he said, his head tilted, "why the sudden interest in visions? You've never brought them up before. Is there something you aren't telling us?" These damn elders were too smart for their own good. No wonder they held the title they did. I shrugged my shoulders, trying to come off as nonchalant. It's just something I've been thinking about recently and wanted some information on the topic. I could tell neither elder believed me, but there was no way I was going to tell them about Raina. It was solely up to her if she wanted them to know. I'd never go behind her back, not without talking to her about it first. It's just strange that a young female shows up and all of a sudden you have these questions. And recently, you've had information about upcoming attacks on the packs. I leveled Ivan with a glare, not liking what he was insinuating. Maybe it was a mistake to ask the elders about this, but at the same time, I desperately needed their help and knowledge. At this point, I wasn't sure we'd ever get the answers we needed. I decided to change the subject, not liking the way the two men were studying me, like they already knew what I was hiding. Have you ever known a wolf that couldn't be inducted into a pack? The two elders looked at each other before Brooks shook his head. No, I have never heard of such a thing. Even the ones without wolves have always been able to be a part of a pack and use the mind link. I was hitting dead end after dead end. Unable to hide my growing frustration, I raked a hand through my hair, pulling as I went. How could I tell Raina I had nothing to offer on any of the subjects we wanted answers on? I could tell how embarrassed she was when she couldn't join my pack, and I hated to disappoint her. What about someone being immune to an alpha command? One last try to get anything. It was Ivan who answered this time. The only way someone can either ignore or not feel an alpha command is if they are of equal or higher rank. Fuck. This was getting me nowhere. I already knew that, but prayed they'd have some other reason. There was no higher rank than me, except for the king, and Raina was an omega. It just wasn't possible. There was so much about my little storm I didn't know or understand. She was the biggest puzzle I have yet to break the surface on. My arms were already full of gowns, but Victoria insisted on adding more to the pile every time she saw one she thought would look perfect on me. If she added just one more, I wouldn't be able to see over the mound of fabric. Victoria, I groaned. Let's just try these ones on, and if none work, then we can check again. My arms are going to fall off any second. Just this last one. She tossed one last dress onto my pile, successfully blocking my vision. I had to push a hand on them so I could see and not run into anything on my way to the dressing room. We were in our second dress store of the day, having not found any we liked at the first one. I wasn't a huge shopper and honestly would have picked the first dress I tried on, but Victoria refused to let me get away with shortening our trip. She insisted I needed the perfect dress. The only people more miserable than I was were Apollo and Darren. The poor guys had to stand outside every shop we went into. Since this particular mall was in human territory, Xander and Liam decided they needed to come with us. Victoria and I were more than capable of taking care of ourselves, but I loved how much Xander worried for my safety. I didn't find it degrading. If anything, it made me feel cared for, something I haven't felt for the last 10 years. I placed the mound of dresses on the bench and set to work on removing my clothes. After each dress, we would come out and stand before the mirror to see each other's dresses. Victoria was a genius at this, picking colors that went with my skin tone and hair. I had just stepped out in a stunning blood-red gown to see how it looked. The material was silk and clung to my curves. It had thin straps and a deep V, leaving my cleavage on display. The back hung low, and the split in the leg came up to mid-thigh. "Wow," admired Victoria. "That dress is amazing. It looks like it was made for you." I had to agree. Red had always been my color, and I would definitely stand out wearing this. As much as I loved it, for some reason, it just didn't feel like the one. Victoria must have had the same thought as me because she said, "You should still get it, but I feel like there's another dress waiting for you." I don't want Xander to pay for 2 dresses, especially if I don't even know where I'd wear this one. I couldn't stop admiring the dress. I really did want it, but not for this masquerade ball. I guess I could always come back to it if I don't find anything else. I heard the click of a camera and looked over to see Victoria typing away on her cell phone. "No worries," she said after receiving a message back from whoever she was texting. Xander said, "You better still get this one along with the gown for the ball." I was so close to protesting but couldn't bring myself to. I really did love this dress. I went back into my dressing room and slipped out of the red beauty before hanging it on a hook to keep. I just hoped I'd have a reason to wear it someday. A few more dresses later, and I still hadn't found the one. I only had one more left and was praying it would be perfect. I didn't think I could handle a third store, considering we still had to shop for jewelry and shoes. Victoria hadn't found her dress either, though the last one she tried on, a beautiful black mermaid number, was my favorite so far. The way she looked at herself in it just showed how much she loved it, and I knew if her last one didn't top that one, it was coming home with her. As I looked at the last dress waiting for me, I felt a warmth fill my chest. Something about it was calling to me before I even slipped it on. As I zipped up the back, a calm rush came over me, and I knew this was it. I walked out of the dressing room, and from the look on her face, I knew she agreed. I stared at it in the mirror, appreciating the way it fit my body and brought out my eyes. Yes, this was the one. Weather's approval in my head just signified it. "You look like a goddess," breathed Victoria, her face in awe. "That is it. It's perfect." "Yes," I agreed, twirling around to admire the back. "It is." Victoria went with the black mermaid-style gown, and I was so happy about it. It made her flame-red hair stand out, and it would look perfect with the emerald jewels she chose to go with it. I went simple with my jewelry, sticking with clear diamonds to not take anything away from my dress. The dress itself was a work of art and didn't need much to go with it. I selected a pair of strappy silver heels and was more than pleased with how everything would look next weekend. I planned on surprising Xander with the dress, so I'd have to hide it deep in my closet until the day of the ball. Once we picked out shoes, accessories, and masks, we were ready to head home. I'd even picked out a few things to go with the red dress, wanting to be prepared in case the occasion ever came where I'd need to wear it. All in all, it was an exhausting yet successful day. I was ready for a nap. It was the weekend, and we had the day off training, so I wasn't sure what everyone wanted to do tonight. I was hoping for a chill evening where we could all relax. Xander worked so hard that he needed these days to give his body and brain a break. The drive back home from the mall was over an hour, so by the time we walked through the doors, it was dinner time. We'd had a light lunch earlier between stores, so I was famished. All that walking around and trying on different things really worked up my appetite. Victoria and I went to our rooms to put our packages away, and I made sure to bury my dress for the ball. I didn't want Xander trying to take a sneak peek. When I went back downstairs, I was hit with an aroma of tomatoes, meat, and garlic, making my mouth water. I entered the kitchen and my eyes about bugged out of my head when I saw Xander at the stove stirring something in a pot. He was dressed down in a black t-shirt and gray sweats, a hand towel tossed over his shoulder. Holy fucking hotness. Drop-dead gorgeous and could cook. There's no way the goddess actually blessed me with this man. Raina's sweet scent filled the kitchen, overpowering all the ingredients I was mixing together. While my sauce smelled good, it had nothing on her. I turned around from the stove, letting my sauce simmer, and eyed the woman who's been on my mind all day. Although, when wasn't I thinking about her? "Are you hungry?" She nodded, but from the look in her eyes, I didn't think she meant for food. "She can eat us any time." Storm growled in my head. I watched as she slowly walked towards me, her stare locked on mine. I could feel the tension rising between us, that undeniable pull, always begging for us to become one. She stopped when she was right in front of me, her breasts brushing my stomach. She was so petite, a whole head shorter than me. "Very hungry," she whispered huskily. Our moment was broken up by the sound of the door opening and then a surprised gasp. I was so lost in Raina I hadn't even heard anyone approaching the kitchen. I broke apart from her, looking over her shoulder at the intruder, while she tucked her head into my chest. I already knew she would be blushing profusely at being caught. "Last I checked," came Micah's amused voice, "the kitchen was for cooking. Way to ruin the moment, Micah," I grumbled, leveling him with a glare for interrupting. He just shrugged and walked further into the kitchen, coming around the island to see what I had cooking on the stove. "Smells good," he said, stirring the sauce in the pot. "I'm gonna go." Raina trailed off, looking adorable while embarrassed. I took a step back and helped her down from the island before she ran from the kitchen. My little Storm was confident when it was just us two, but beyond shy when being caught. She didn't have to leave, Micah frowned, though her scent sure is strong. I growled, not liking the fact Micah could smell her arousal. He put up his hands to placate me and my wolf. Don't worry, I'll hold my breath until it dissipates. Here, I'll even open a window. I knew Micah had no interest in Raina that way, but it still set Storm and me on edge that he could smell what only I could do to her. That scent was for us and us alone. I took a deep breath, calming myself down so I wouldn't do something rash like pound my beta's face in. It wasn't his fault, and he was doing his best to help by opening multiple windows to air out her sweet, sweet scent. Goddess, I could drown in it. The water in the other pot I had heating on the stove started boiling, so Micah added the pasta to cook. Things seemed to be going well between you two. Any signs of her wolf coming out? Not that I can sense. Raina's been training hard every day and finally getting the chance to live her life, but Storm hasn't had any feeling of a wolf inside her. I was scared to think of the possibility of her never getting one. It just makes no sense to me, he said, shaking his head as he stirred the pasta. She's a total badass without one, but I just feel like she really deserves to have a wolf, you know? I did know and completely agreed with him. Her not having a wolf is one of the reasons she's become as tough and strong as she is. She hasn't been able to rely on a wolf to save her and learn to do it all on her own. I was in complete and utter awe of her. Her not having a wolf doesn't change the way I feel about her. I know that, he said, giving me a smile. I cleared my throat, using my heightened senses to smell or hear if anyone was nearby. So I started, feeling nervous about what I was going to tell Micah. I've been thinking of asking her if she'd be my Luna. He whipped his head toward me. What? Please tell me I just heard you right. I leaned against the counter, trying to calm my rapidly beating heart. This was the first time admitting this out loud. You heard correctly, I said, my tone serious. The elders want me to choose a Luna, and I honestly can't imagine anyone but Raina standing at my side. Micah let out a breath. Fuck, dude, that's awesome. You really think so? I wasn't too worried about my beta and gamma's reactions, already knowing how much they loved and approved of Raina. It was everyone else I was concerned about. While Elder Ivan and Elder Brooks might be on board, I knew Byron would put up a fight about it. Then there were my pack members, most respected Raina as a warrior and trainer, but how would they feel about her being their other leader? I wasn't sure. Hell yeah, dude, Micah exclaimed, a big grin on his face. She's perfect for you and has already proven she's strong enough to stand by you. You know I'll support you on any decision, but I really couldn't think of a better person. I felt some of the weight lift off my shoulders, more than happy over Micah's reaction. I figured Liam's would be the same, and hoped I was right. I already knew Victoria would be over the moon. What about your mate? You heard what the rogues said. They all seem to think it's this lost princess. I think if the princess was alive, someone would have figured out her identity by now. I looked for my mate for years and never found her, and even if my mate did happen to show up, I'd still pick Raina over anyone. This I was confident about. I couldn't imagine myself with anyone but my little Storm. The pull between us was strong and undeniable. There was a reason she was brought into my life, and I believe the moon goddess crossed our paths on purpose. She wanted us to find each other. Micah's voice broke me from my thoughts. I'm assuming Storm is on the same page as you? My eyes flashed silver, letting Micah know Storm was with me. He is. He only wants Raina too. Micah blew out a whistle. Damn, man, it's unheard of for a wolf to want someone who isn't his mate. Do you ever wonder if maybe when you mark her, her wolf will surface and you'll turn out to be fated? I nodded. I have thought about that, and ultimately, that's what I'm praying happens. If Raina turns out not to be my fated mate, at least the bond between me and whoever the goddess chose for me will break once I mark her. I'm really stoked for you, man, he said, clapping me on the shoulder. It's about time you found someone who makes you as happy as Raina does. I'd be proud to call her my Luna. Micah's words caused a warmth to start in my chest and flow to the rest of my body, just proving to me that I was making the right decision. I didn't know when I planned on asking Raina or how I was going to do it, but I wanted to before the ball. Then I could introduce her to the pack and whichever other ones were invited as my mate and Luna. Thankfully, by the time Xander called us all down for dinner, I was showered and calm, no trace of my earlier arousal present. What was I thinking? Grinding up on Xander like that in such a public place. I seemed to lose all common sense when I was around him. I knew affection was nothing to be embarrassed about, especially with werewolves, but my inexperience was to blame for my shyness. I changed into a white sundress after my shower, leaving my face bare and hair damp. I didn't plan on going anywhere tonight, so I was opting for comfort. I could smell whatever we were eating for dinner as I made my way down the stairs and into the dining room, where Xander had laid out a spread of spaghetti bolognese and garlic bread. I loved pasta and was looking forward to stuffing my face. I took my usual chair next to Xander, giving him a small smile as I sat down, and loaded my plate up. If the food tasted half as good as it smelled, I was about to be a very happy girl. And fuck was it good. Xander had used the meat from the stag Storm killed for me, and it was delicious in the homemade sauce. The garlic bread was cheesy and I groaned as I bit into it. "Hungry, love?" Xander asked, an amused smile on those full lips I couldn't get enough of. "Very," I said after swallowing my bite of garlic bread. Shopping with Victoria really works up an appetite. "How was your shopping trip?" asked Liam. "Did you girls get gowns for the ball?" "We sure did, and let me tell you, they are stunning," answered Victoria, smiling from ear to ear. "Raina actually got 2 dresses, but only one is for the ball, and she looks like a fucking goddess in it." Xander looked at me and raised a brow. "A goddess? I don't doubt it, though I don't know how you could top that red one. It was something else. It definitely tops the red one, but you aren't allowed to see it," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. "Our dresses are a surprise." Liam pouted as he looked at his mate. "You won't let me see your dress?" "Sorry, babe." She kissed him on the cheek. "Raina's right. You boys are not allowed to peek. Just prepare to be amazed." I giggled, loving her dramatics, but wholeheartedly agreeing with her. I wanted Xander to drop to his knees when he saw me in my dress. The rest of dinner was as fun as always, the conversation flowing and laughter loud. I loved this group and was so happy I was a part of it. Victoria had quickly become the friend I never had, but always wished for, and I knew I could count on Liam and Micah to have my back. They were a tight-knit circle and looked out for each other like no other. I couldn't help but look at them and wonder, how did I get so lucky? I went from having nothing and no one to this group who welcomed me in with open arms. It was a dream come true. But dreams could easily turn into nightmares, and I hoped we'd all survive what was to come, and they didn't end up hating me in the end. I slept next to Xander that night, cocooned in the warmth that was his arms. I noticed when Xander was next to me, the nightmares stayed away. The only bad part was weather, and I couldn't sneak out and train, but we'd make time during the day to go for a run and try to test our powers. We were both motivated to make this work. My dream started out nice, weather running through the woods with Storm by her side when it suddenly switched, and next thing I knew, I was back in that rogue camp. I hadn't had a vision since the Harvest Moon pack, and there weren't any attacks since then either, so I was assuming the rogues were regrouping and coming up with a new plan. I hoped to learn those very plans tonight. I was in the large tent from before, countless men surrounding the large table with the map. It seemed like they were arguing. "I still don't understand how they were ready for us," one said. "We lost a lot of men that night, and if that happens again, the boss is going to be furious." "I know," retorted another, "but that wasn't our fault. We did as we were told. How were we supposed to know they knew we were coming?" "It can't happen again," came the first one. "We have to be sneakier and stronger this time. We all know what's on the line here." I didn't have the first clue as to what Eric was promising them, but I assumed it was riches and glory. Rogues hated packs and their rules, thinking everyone should be as free as they were. Except were they truly free? They still had a leader ordering their every move. Eric had to have promised them something really big if he managed to get this large group of rogues together. Wolves were meant to be in a pack. That is what made rogues so feral, because of the fact they were loners, living in the wild by themselves and their wolf. It would drive anyone to madness. We need a new plan. We can't let the boss and our higher-ups down. They all were nodding in agreement, seeming like they all had a lot to lose. I could only imagine what it was. Just then, the giant scarred rogue from my nightmares walked in. I took a step toward him, wishing I could rip that sadistic smirk right off his face. If I ever saw him again, and I prayed I would, I'd make sure to take his last breath, nice and slow and painful. Nothing less than what he deserves and what I owe him for taking my mother's life. "It's time to get down to business," he said, his booming voice echoing around the tent. "We need a new plan, and it needs to be solid. No more mistakes." The group all stood at attention, showing their superior the utmost respect. It made me sick. In 2 nights, we are attacking the waxing moon pack, and this time, we will attack from different points on their borders. I want a group in the south, one in the north, one in the east, and one in the west. We will begin in the south and north, distracting them before sneaking in from the west and east. Keep a lookout for the girl. If she's there, she will be fighting with them. "Are you sure she won't be hiding?" The scarred rogue looked at who spoke, sneering as he said, "She'd never let others fight her battle. Trust me, she will be out on the field fighting. It is our job to take her and make sure no one is aware when we do. We don't need some knight in shining armor trying to thwart our plans." The vision faded away, leaving me sitting up in Xander's bed, gasping for air. "Raina?" Xander's voice came, thick with sleep. "Are you okay?" I had another vision. 10 minutes later, I found myself in Xander's office with Micah, Liam, and Victoria. Liam tried to get Victoria to go back to bed, but she refused, demanding to be here to support me. I loved her fierce loyalty. It was by far my favorite quality of hers, her spunky, upbeat attitude being the second. I had just finished telling everyone what I saw, going over the specific details I heard of the rogues' planning. This vision was full of information and could save so many people. It was only 3 a.m, so Xander would have to wait until later to call the Waxing Moon Pack to warn their alpha. At least they had 2 days to prepare. The Waxing Moon Pack is small with not enough warriors. Even with the heads up, they won't be able to win, said Micah, a somber expression on his face. I know, which is why we'll most likely have to go and help. I whipped my head around to face Xander. What? He grabbed my hand and laced our fingers together. I'm sorry, love. Micah is right. They won't win this, even with the forewarning. I'm going to have to take a large group of warriors and help them. The idea of Xander on that battlefield fighting against these rogues made me sick to my stomach. I knew he was strong, but fuck, what if something happened to him? I sat up straight. Then I am coming with you. He shook his head. You can't, love. I'm sorry. I know you fight better than most, but I need to know you're safe, here in this pack. I wouldn't be able to survive if something happened to you. Tears gathered in my eyes, and I didn't have the strength to hold them back. He was going to leave me here, where I'd have no idea if something happened to him. With the bond not fully formed, I wouldn't be able to feel his pain. I'd only be able to feel his death. I stood from my chair and rushed from the room, the tears falling down my face in thick rivulets. I released the sob building in my chest, the sound of pure fear and agony. I ran out of the pack house, welcoming that first flash of lightning as the thunder soon followed. How could I watch his back and make sure he was safe if he was hours away from me, fighting against angry rogues looking for something that wasn't there? I couldn't breathe. My heart was racing, and I couldn't fucking breathe. As I broke through the forest line, I ran as fast as I could, needing to reach my spot where I could unleash. I was panicking, my body and mind shutting down, wanting to succumb to the darkness threatening to take me over. I needed to hold on just a little longer. I had to make it there. I knew the area wasn't heavily patrolled, and with the way the rain was pouring down, no one would second-guess the storm I was about to let out. As soon as I stepped into that small clearing, I burst. I couldn't hold it back anymore. Wind, in the form of a tornado spanning a mile high, exploded out of me. It spun in fast circles, tearing up trees and grass as it went. I let out an earth-shattering scream, the tornado growing in size. Lightning struck across the sky, thunder rumbling and shattering the once quiet night. This was my fear. This was my anger. This was my hate. Fear for Xander's life. Anger at the rogues. Hate for the hand I was dealt. I watched as the tornado tore through the trees, destroying everything in its path. I couldn't take it back, but I could control where it went. I made sure it went outside pack borders where no one would get hurt. I stood in the small clearing, watching as my fear, anger, and hate demolished the earth. The rogues had no idea how dangerous I really was, and the ones that did weren't alive to tell the tale. I would bring hell to them. I would rain death and destruction upon them and smile while doing so. You don't fuck with the people I love and get away with it. Raina had just rushed from the room in tears, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't let her come with me. As much as I always wanted her by my side, I refused to let something happen to her because of my own selfishness at not being able to be away from her. The room was quiet after she left, the only sound being the storm suddenly raging outside. I slammed my hand down on my desk. Fuck. No one knew what to say. There was nothing to make this better. They all knew she was safer here, but understood her desire to accompany me. She'll be okay, said Micah. Once she cools down, she'll understand. I heard the front door of the pack house slam. Only Raina would go outside in the middle of a fucking storm. Goddess, she was going to be the death of me and my sanity. I stood from my chair, leaving my office and walking to the front door. I stepped outside, trying to peer through the rain to see where she'd gone, but she was nowhere in sight. Storm was whining and crying in my head. Even though he agreed with me, he hated seeing those tears run down her face just as much as I did. I didn't know how to fix this. Even if she did manage to calm down, she'd never understand why she had to stay back, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. I'd never, in a million years, let her go off to battle without me. I would tear apart the world and take on every rogue to make sure I was by her side. I had no idea which direction she'd gone, her scent long washed away by the rain. I'd have to rely solely on intuition to find her in this storm, which was growing worse by the second. It wasn't safe for her to be out in the forest while lightning was flashing across the sky this strongly. I ran in the direction I thought she went, right behind the pack house. This was usually the way she went when she took her daily runs in the woods. I was slowly trudging through the mud and leaves when I heard a scream that shook me to my bones. It was hers. The wind was getting out of control, pushing me this way and that, while I tried to follow the way her scream had come from. It was extremely dangerous for her to be out here during this. I felt my heart drop to my feet when I saw the giant tornado tearing through the sky, lightning flashing with it, illuminating the trees it picked up in its path. I ran as fast as I could, tearing through branches and leaves, desperate to get to her before she got caught in its vortex. I finally found her in a small clearing near the edge of the border, just standing in the middle of the downpour, watching as the tornado destroyed everything it came across. It was moving away from us, well over the border where my people were safe, but the wind was still strong where she was. Her black hair was whipping around her, blowing wildly. "Raina!" I shouted, trying to get her attention, but my voice got carried away. I pushed my way to her, fighting against the strong winds. As I finally got in front of her, the tears streaming down and the look of devastation on her face almost brought me to my knees. "Raina," I said to her, making my voice loud enough for her to hear over the wind and thunder. "You need to get inside. It isn't safe." It was like she didn't even know I was there, her eyes solely focused on that angry twister. I'd never seen her like this before. "Raina, please," I pleaded, taking her hands in mine. They were frozen, water running off her fingers. She didn't seem to care or notice. "Please come inside. You'll get hurt." "No, I won't," she said, her voice coming out emotionless, completely dead and devoid of feeling. "This is who I am." I was soaked from head to toe, freezing despite it being summer. Where did this storm come from? I'd never seen one so deadly before. "Love," I tried again, hoping she'd listen to me. "Please, you're scaring me and I need to get you to safety." She finally tore her eyes from the tornado to look into mine. Her usual bright, icy blue irises were dark as the sky currently was. The moment her eyes rolled to the back of her head and her body turned limp, I caught her, scooping her into my arms. She was ice cold, her clothes dripping wet and sticking to her body, her hair plastered to her face and neck. Her plump lips were blue and her skin pale as a ghost. I needed to get her inside and warm. The wind was slowing down, the rain declining to a light sprinkle, and the tornado disappeared back into the sky. Just like that, the storm ended and the clouds left to let the glowing crescent moon show bright in the night. I carried her through the forest, holding her close to my chest, needing the sound of her steadily beating heart to keep me calm. I brought her into the pack house, walking past my ranked wolves who all wore worried expressions, and up into my bedroom. I got her out of her wet clothes, wrapping her into a warm, dry robe before holding her on my lap in front of the roaring fire. Not once did she wake up. I awoke to a pounding in my head and pain throughout my whole body. I felt like I'd been hit with a tractor trailer. I was overheated, sweat coating every inch of my skin. I opened my eyes, the sun shining high in the sky, and noticed the fire burning next to me. I was on a soft rug wrapped in a robe and enveloped in Xander's arms. How did I get here? The last thing I remembered was watching my tornado, the pain and agony in my heart tearing me apart from the inside out. The power that was raging inside of me was overwhelming, brought on by my fear for my mate. Had Xander been there, or was that just a dream? It had to have been reality if I was now in his room, wrapped up in him on the floor in front of the fireplace. I looked behind me, admiring Xander as he slept. It didn't look like it was a peaceful sleep. His brows were scrunched, and the dark circles under his eyes told me he hadn't gotten much rest last night. All of which was my fault. I remembered how terrified he had been, pleading with me to come inside so I would be safe. I'd never seen such horror and fear in his eyes before. I hated being the reason he felt that way, but I was scared too. He was going to leave me here to go fight a feral group of rogues hours away, where I had no idea what was going on. Even if the goddess gave me a vision during the battle, there was nothing I could do but watch. How was I supposed to sit here and witness my mate fight and be nothing but a bystander? I couldn't fathom it. This whole situation was going to drive me to madness. Looking at Xander's beautiful face, I brought my hand up to rub my finger along his brow, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. He started stirring, and soon his bright silver eyes opened and locked on mine. "Raina," he breathed. "How are you feeling?" "Horrible," I whispered, trying desperately to keep the tears at bay. My heart was hurting, and the sinking feeling in my stomach wouldn't go away. "Come here, love," he said, wrapping his arms tightly around me while I buried my head in his chest, taking deep breaths to try and not cry. It wasn't working too well. While his scent usually calmed me, this time it made my fear grow stronger. What if I never got to smell him again, or look into his brilliant silver eyes that made me think of the moon, or experience being in his arms safe and sound? I couldn't do this. That familiar panic was back, and I felt as my bones started trembling, my sobs racking my whole body and tears falling freely. "Raina, please," he said, burying his face in my hair. "Please, love, don't cry." Weather was absolutely devastated. She'd been whining and howling since we woke up, her sorrow as thick as mine. "Please let me come with you," I pleaded. I'd get on my knees and beg if I had to. He looked like a broken man as he stared at me. "I'm sorry, Raina, but I can't." "Why?" My voice broke. He cupped my face in his hands as he said, "Because I need to know you're safe. I won't be able to focus on fighting if I'm always looking over at you to make sure you aren't hurt. I know you're strong and can handle yourself, but nothing means more to me than your safety." He used his thumbs to wipe away my tears, his touch so soft and cherishing. "I would not survive if something happened to you." I pulled my face from his hands and sat up, wrapping my legs around my knees. "How do you think I'm going to feel while you're gone?" I demanded, my voice coming out stronger. "How am I supposed to sit here, absolutely useless, while you go off and risk your life? What you are asking of me isn't fair. I know that, Raina, and while I am not a selfish man, I will be selfish about your safety." He grabbed my hands and held them between his own, his eyes pleading. "Please, my love, just please do this for me, for my peace of mind. I promise I will come back to you in one piece, breathing and alive. I felt the fight drain from my body. I understood how he felt. Goddess, I truly did, but that didn't make this any easier. I was so tired of people fighting my own battles. Fine, I conceded, though I didn't sound happy about it. Just know if something happens to you, I will find you in the next life and beat your ass. The relieved smile on his face almost made this worth it. Raina, he said, tugging me back down and into his arms. I pray to find you in every life, even if you end up kicking my ass in them all. It would be worth it just to know you. I spent the afternoon with Victoria while Xander, Liam, and Micah got together the group of warriors he'd be taking with him. Liam would be staying back with Victoria and me in case something happened here while Xander and Micah were gone. The sinking feeling in my stomach refused to go away, no matter how hard I tried to distract myself. They would all be leaving tonight, so they could get to the waxing moon pack in time to prepare for the attack. Xander wanted all of tomorrow morning and afternoon to set up barriers and instruct warriors on their duties. He was taking almost 100 warriors with him, and I just prayed it would be enough. The Waxing Moon Pack's alpha was newer to the role and didn't have the same experience as Xander did with running a pack, so I knew my mate would take charge and coordinate everyone to his plans. He was smart and strong. I had faith in him, but that didn't stop myself from fearing what was to come. Victoria, being the thoughtful friend she was, decided I needed things to do to keep my mind busy. She brought me with her to the event center, where Xander's party would take place on Saturday, wanting to check in with the planners and decorators. There was a whole team putting everything together, so we really didn't need to go, but I appreciated her effort. Anything was better than sitting in my room and letting my thoughts devour me. Imagine my surprise when I found out Kimberly was head of the planning committee and in charge of everything, as if my day couldn't get any worse. Victoria, Rainy, how nice of you two to come see all the hard work I've been putting in for the Alpha. Goddess, just her voice grated on my nerves. I hated to admit it, but everything did look amazing. None of the decorations were hung up yet, but I could see them neatly organized in their designated spots, just waiting for later in the week to be put on display. Everything was a deep sapphire, and I noted little bits of silver incorporated into the design. It reminded me of the clear night sky. I had no doubt it would look incredible once everything was put in place and complete. Men and women were carrying boxes full of supplies: glasses, silverware, napkins. A few men were assembling a stage in the back of the room, most likely for the band. Round dining tables were being hauled in before being put in the correct spot. It looked like they were leaving an area free in the center for dancing. It looked like it would be everything Xander deserved and more. "What do you girls think?" asked Kimberly, hands on her hips wearing a haughty expression. "It looks great so far," I said. I wasn't going to lie, no matter how much I wanted to tear her down a notch. "Yeah, everyone's doing a good job. I can't wait to see it all finished." Victoria complimented, looking around the space. It was a huge hall that come Saturday would be completely different and ethereal. Kimberly tossed her long blonde hair over her shoulder. "Yeah, well, I've been putting in countless hours to make sure everything is perfect for Xander." I hated how comfortable she sounded saying his name. I knew the two of them dated in the past, but she'd never stopped vying for him. I hadn't a clue why they didn't work out. I'm guessing because of her superior attitude, but she seemed to really know him. They had history, and I couldn't help but feel insecure. I knew I was who he wanted, and at the end of the day, I was his fated mate, but maybe she was who he really deserved. Someone who came without baggage and complications. "You did really well, Kimberly," I said. "He's going to love it." Victoria was staring at me like I'd grown an extra head. Even Kimberly looked taken aback by my statement, but I didn't have the energy to go head-to-head with her today. She really had done a great job putting this all together, and I wasn't petty enough to deny that. She tilted her head as she studied me, trying to find some ulterior motive, but she wouldn't. I was exhausted and didn't seem to have any fight left in me. "Well, thanks," she said, giving me a weird look. I didn't care enough to interpret it. We all know Xander doesn't have a Luna yet to do this for him, so I figured I'd show him what I'm capable of, just in case. She was trying to bait me, but it wouldn't work. Not today. He'll be impressed, I said before I walked out. What the hell was that all about? Demanded Victoria as she followed me out of the event hall and back towards the house. I shrugged, not really in the mood to talk about it. I should have known that wouldn't be acceptable to Victoria. She grabbed my arm and spun me to face her. What is going on with you? Kimberly was trying so hard to shove all of that in your face, and you just let her. That's not like you. I felt my shoulders droop as I took a breath. I know. I just don't have it in me to argue or fight with her. Not today. Oh, Raina, she said, her face expressing her sadness and understanding. I know the next couple days are going to be tough, but you have to stay strong. Xander wouldn't want you feeling like this, and you know it. I did know. It wouldn't change anything, though. I stopped, trying to put my thoughts into words. I've lost so much and so many people already. I can't handle the thought of losing him, too. Victoria pulled me in for a hug, holding me tight and offering the comfort I needed. I was all cried out at that point, but I still felt that familiar choking in my throat, a sob wanting to break free. I held on to it. Xander is strong, and Storm is very scary in battle. They'll be okay. She pulled away, but still kept an arm around my shoulders. Come on, let's go see how the guys are doing. I was looking around at the 85 warriors I'd be taking with me. Over 100 had volunteered, so I'd had to hand-select the ones to come and leave the rest behind to defend the pack in case something happened in my absence. I hoped the amount I was bringing would be enough. I had hundreds of warriors, all well-trained, but I still needed to keep the majority of them home. Most of my warriors had mates and families, and I'd prefer them to stay and defend those they love. I selected all unmated warriors to accompany me, hoping maybe some of them would find their mate in the waxing moon pack. With all the rogue attacks lately, no one has hosted a mating ball in quite some time. Maybe after all this was said and done, I'd plan one. I could feel the nervousness and excitement in the air. This was what these men and women have been training for, from the time they could walk. They were all exceptional fighters, and I prayed I wouldn't have to bury a single one. Men and women were loading supplies into the SUVs, getting everything ready for our departure in a few hours. I wanted to get to our destination as soon as possible to sit down and go over plans with Alpha Coulter. He was newer to the role and sounded unnerved when I talked to him on the phone this morning. He appreciated the support, and I'd heard the relief in his voice when I told him I was coming with reinforcements. The waning moon pack was close to their territory, and I knew they had a solid alliance, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of their warriors showed up to help too. All I could hope and pray for was that we'd be prepared and few would lose their lives. An attack from all sides would be tough, but I was confident we could handle it. I just finished debriefing the warriors on who would be assigned to each vehicle when I felt her. My body and soul always recognized when she was near. I turned around and watched as her and Victoria walked over, the latter heading straight for her mate. Liam had insisted on coming instead of Micah, but I wanted him to stay back with the girls. Victoria would never let her mate go without her, and I needed her to stay and keep Raina company. She needed her friend's support. She still looked drained, and I hated the worry I could feel radiating from her. We never got to talk about last night, and what the hell she'd been thinking being outside during that storm, but the conversation could wait. I just wanted to spend these last moments wrapped up in her. I was shocked when she wrapped her arms around me. Raina was usually shy when it came to public displays of affection, but now wasn't a normal time, and she wasn't herself. I enveloped her into my embrace, taking a deep inhale of her soothing scent and hoping to keep it for as long as I could. "How are you?" I asked, leaning down to look at her, but still keeping her circled in my arms. She shrugged, avoiding the question. "When do you leave?" I looked around, noting that things were moving faster than I thought. Once everything was loaded and everyone was packed, we'd begin heading out. People were too busy gathering everything and stowing it away that not many paid attention to us. A few would give us passing looks, but I ignored them. Let them think what they want. They'd all know how I felt about her soon anyway. Soon, it looks like. Too soon. I wasn't ready to leave her yet. She nodded, but tightened her hold on me. If it were up to Raina, she'd never let me leave without her. I knew because I'd do the same to her if the roles were reversed. She laid her head on my chest and we just stood there, wrapped in each other, while the world went on. This is what I needed. I needed the thought of her and what I was coming home to, so Storm and I would fight harder. I'd make it back to her alive. This I was sure of. I knew it was time to leave, but I didn't want to let her go. All the warriors were getting into their assigned vehicles and all the supplies were packed up. All that was left was for me to get in the SUV and drive off. It's time, isn't it? Yes, love, I said. It is. She looked up at me with those stunning blue eyes, filled with tears, and I almost said to hell with it all. I cupped her face in my hands and brought my forehead down to rest on hers. Come back to me. She whispered, her breath tickling my lips. I promise, I vowed before I kissed her. Time stood still as I devoured her lips, getting one last fix of her sweet taste before I had to leave her. It'd never be enough, but it would have to do for now until I came back to her. Alive. We finally made it to the waxing moon pack as dawn was breaking. The sky was filled with glorious pinks and oranges, but I couldn't appreciate its beauty. Not until we'd won this battle and I was back home to the woman who lived rent-free in my mind all hours of the day. I thought about her the entire drive. The second I hopped in the car and drove over the border, an empty feeling filled my chest, needing Raina in order to be full again. I missed her terribly, but I was able to breathe easier knowing she was safe back at the pack. I'd left Darren behind, but brought Apollo with me, who was currently in Alpha Coulter's office with Micah and me. We were going over plans with him, his beta, and his gamma. Coulter had found his mate a few months ago, so she was in charge of getting all the women, elderly, and children to safety before tonight. I'd wanted to go over plans with them before my men and I rested. Some tried to sleep on the way, but everyone was eager to get here and get settled. Once we came up with a solid strategy, we'd all lay down for a few hours to replenish our bodies and be in top shape to fight. A lot of my warriors were helping Luna Kinsley get people settled in hopes one of the women or men would turn out to be their mate. The rest were meeting with Coulter's warriors and whoever had come from their allies. I was pleased to hear the Waning Moon Pack's Alpha had sent some over to assist. We could use any extra help possible. The Waxing Moon Pack was smaller, only having a few hundred members. Everyone able and willing to fight would be on the battlefield later, risking their lives to keep their pack safe. With the amount of people we had ready, I was confident we could handle the rogues. My warriors will be split into 4 groups, each for the areas the rogues plan on infiltrating. I suggest we keep the warriors hidden in the east and west and surprise the rogues, since those are the directions they plan on sneaking in at. Coulter nodded. I think that's a great plan. I will have my people do the same. I'm also going to keep some further into the pack to handle any that happen to slip through. I don't want any getting too close and hurting our non-fighters. It's better if we just keep your members closer to the middle of the pack. They know the area best and where any hiding spots might be. I'll get a group together for that now. I was pleased with Coulter so far. Even with him being newer to his position, he was stepping up and making good suggestions. I wasn't sure how well-trained his warriors were, but I was growing more confident that we'd come out on top. I think everything is settled then. My group will take the south while yours takes the north. If everything sticks to plan, we'll win this. Thank you so much for your help, Head Alpha. I don't know what we'd do without you and your warriors. I clapped a hand on his shoulder. I'm always here to help. After the meeting was concluded, I took my group and got them all settled so we could try and get some rest. I needed everyone to be ready for what was to come. I wasn't able to get a wink of sleep with Xander gone. I spent the whole night sitting by my window, gazing outside at the moon and all her stars. They were twinkling in the sky, not a worry in the world as I prayed and prayed to the goddess to keep everyone safe. It was still dark outside as I made my way to the dungeons. For some reason, I wanted to speak with the rogue that was still being held in the cells. With so much going on, Xander still hadn't decided what to do with him. I knew he couldn't let him walk free, but wasn't ready to kill him yet. I think he was still hoping the rogue would have more information. The guards looked at me funny and tried to stop me from entering, but Weather pushed her aura out and commanded them to forget they ever saw us and to fall asleep. Once they were incapacitated, I made my way inside. I walked down the narrow stone hallway, cells running along either side of me. My footsteps echoed in the dark, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. That is until I heard the sound of rattling chains. At the very last cell sat the rogue we captured, looking worse for wear. His hair was matted to his head, his clothes dirty and wrinkled. He was laying on the small cot in his cell, his chains short enough he could only reach the bed and the single toilet in the corner. It was freezing down here and goosebumps covered every inch of my skin. He sat us as he heard me stop in front of his cell, his eyes widening when he realized it was me who'd come to see him. Xander would shit if he knew I was down here right now. "Hello, Hayden." "Princess," he said, his voice coming out weary. "Are you coming to finally kill me?" "No, that is for Xander to decide." I sat down in front of his cell, sitting cross-legged while facing him. "I have a few questions for you. I have already told you what I know. I'm not inquiring about the attack this time." He raised a dirt-covered brow. "I want to know what you have been promised for looking for me." He opened his mouth to speak, and I held up a hand. "Don't even bother trying to lie to me. You already know I can command the truth from you." "How can you even do that?" he asked. "And how can you mind link with me? I'm a rogue. I'm not part of any pack." I decided to throw him a bone. It's not like he can tell anyone my secrets anyway. It's all part of the royal power. He gave me a skeptical look like he didn't believe me. I rolled my eyes. "But you're just the princess." "That's where you're wrong, Hayden," I said, Weather pushing to the surface with me, causing our eyes to flash a brilliant blue. "I am no mere princess anymore. As of a few months ago, I am queen and that royal power is mine." The scent of his fear filled the small cell as he scurried back on the cot, his back pressed against the wall as he tried to get as far from me as possible. I couldn't help but laugh at him. "Relax. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. I just want to know why you agreed to join the rogues in this suicide mission." My words seemed to calm him, though he still kept his back against the cement, which had to be freezing. He only had a small threadbare blanket to keep him warm. "I did it for my mate and family." "Ah," I said, nodding, "that I can understand. What have they promised you? A nice pack for your family to move to where they will be safe? Riches beyond your wildest dreams?" "Yes to all that, but mainly, they promised not to kill my mate and children if I did what I was told." That had me sitting up straight. "They threatened you." It wasn't a question. Yes, they threatened me and any other who wanted nothing to do with this. They made examples of those who tried to call their bluff. While many willingly joined, a lot of us had no desire to get involved. "Where is your family now?" I asked, but he only gave me a look that told me how much he didn't trust me. I waved a hand. "Oh, come on. I'm not evil. I have no desire to hunt down your family. I'm only curious." He thought about it for a minute before saying, "There is a camp miles south of here where all our families are located. It is guarded all hours of the day to make sure no one escapes." "When was the last time you saw your mate and children?" His dull green eyes turned sad. "It has been months. Sometimes men will be rewarded a visit to their family if they do something the higher-ups approve of, but for the most part, none of us have seen our loved ones in a long time." As I looked at the missing fingers and toes he lost during torture, I felt ashamed. I could see it in his expression that he never wished to attack anyone. He just wanted to be reunited with his family and live in peace. "May I ask you a question?" I was a bit surprised but gestured for him to go ahead. I found it quite nice to talk to someone who actually knew who I was. With Hayden, I didn't have to pretend or lie. "Why are you hiding?" Of course, he'd go right to the heavy stuff. I thought about how best to answer his question, deciding on being brutally honest. "After my parents were murdered in front of me, I fled. I was only 8 years old and managed to get away. For the last 10 years, I have been pretending to be a wolfless omega. I knew I couldn't do anything until I was stronger and older, so I trained my ass off in the meantime. I couldn't take the risk of telling someone, nor did I trust anyone enough. There's always the chance they could tell and hand me over, or be put in danger because of me. The man who ordered my parents' death sits on my throne, and I have been patiently waiting for the day to take back what is mine. King Eric? Yes, I nodded. He is the one behind all of this. He is your ultimate leader, and the one your higher-ups take orders from. I watched his throat bob as he gulped. And no one knows he is the reason behind us attacking? No, he has kept it very well hidden. Only I and a select few from your group know. Will you kill him? He asked bluntly. Yes, there was no doubt in my voice. He murdered the king and ordered his lackey to slice my mother's throat. He is to blame for everything. What will you do if you manage to succeed? His question stumped me. I'd been so focused on how I was going to kill Eric that I hadn't thought too much about what came after. If I make it out alive, take my place as queen. Try to fix everything he's destroyed and give the Pax a ruler they can count on and trust. After talking with you, I'd like to free your families and let you live your lives in peace. Whether you want to join a pack or remain a rogue will be up to you. But most importantly, I'd like to live the life I always dreamed of with my mate by my side. So the head alpha is your mate, like they assumed? Yes, they were right about that. He cocked his head to the side. He has no idea who you are or that you are fated mates, does he? My throat became thick with emotion as I choked out, No, he hasn't a clue. He stared at me with pity. Will you tell him? I don't know, I admitted. He is too important to me to risk. It is safer for him if he doesn't know until I take care of what needs done. We sat in silence after that. Both of our hearts were heavy as we lived a life we didn't want. He wished to be with his mate and children, while I wished for all this pain and suffering to go away. Soon, I promised myself. I made the decision in a heartbeat. Leaving him to sit on his cot, I stood up and went back to the guards, who were dozing away peacefully. I searched their pockets until I found what I was looking for. The keys in my hand jingled as I made my way back to Hayden's cell. He was in the same spot, but once he saw me put the key in the lock, he started to panic. Please don't do this. I shushed him as I opened the door to his cell. Be quiet, or you're going to attract unwanted attention. Now hold out your arms. He looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but did as I said. Maybe I really was going mad, but I couldn't find it in myself to regret what I was about to do. After finding the correct key, I unlocked the chains from his wrists. They loudly fell to the ground, and I watched as Hayden rubbed his sore wrists. I made sure to remain a good distance from him in case he decided to attack, but all he did was look at me with shock. What are you going to do with me? I'm not going to kill you if that's what you're worried about. Now follow me and don't try any funny business. My wolf senses are very heightened, and I will know if you try to attack before you even take a step. I have no desire to harm you. I could hear the sincerity in his voice. I believed him. He quietly followed me down the hallway to leave the dungeons. I kept my eyes and ears alert in case someone decided to come down here. I didn't feel like having to use my aura on anyone else unless absolutely necessary. We walked past the dreaming guards, where I put the keys back in the one's pocket. I tried to feel guilt over how much trouble they were going to be in, but I pushed it away. I needed to do this. Hayden was going to lose his life over something he wanted no part in, and I couldn't let that happen. The worst the guards would get is a beating. They'd still get to wake up and be with their loved ones. The sky was still dark as I snuck Hayden between houses and businesses, trying to get to the border as quickly as possible. He needed to be long gone before anyone figured out he was missing. I listened for patrolling warriors, and once I was certain none were blocking our path, we ran like hell. Hayden was weak from the torture and from only having a small bit of food, but he kept up well enough. I had to catch him from tripping on leaves and twigs a few times, but he recovered quickly and kept running. We finally reached the border, and he put his hands on his knees, panting to catch his breath. Is your wolf strong enough to shift? I asked. I know it will be difficult with missing fingers and toes, but it's the best way for you to travel. I will manage. His breaths were still short, so I let him rest for a minute. He'd have a long journey ahead of him. Where will you go? I asked. Everyone thinks I am dead, so I will hide until you finally settle everything. I will keep my ears open to any news. I frowned. You won't be able to go to your family? Not yet. It is too heavily guarded and I won't put them in that kind of danger. I can hold out for a little longer, but I will try to stay close to them in case the opportunity ever arises. I nodded, thinking his plan was a decent one. I hoped he'd be reunited with them soon. Good luck, Hayden. I hope we meet again someday. Me too, my queen. I almost smiled at that. I turned to walk away, but stopped. I hated to do it, but I didn't need any loose ends coming back to bite me in the ass later on. Hayden, I said, Weather's aura coming out and hitting him full force. I command you to hide yourself and not get caught. You are not to join back up with the rogues and are prohibited from telling anyone what you know about me. I thought I'd find betrayal, but all he did was smile as he nodded. I managed a small smile back before turning and heading back towards the house. You did the right thing, said Weather. We will free those men and let them be reunited with their families. The ones who chose this path, well, they're a different story. The sun was finally starting to rise through the leaves in the trees, casting hues of pink and orange across the sky. The stars and moon slowly left, letting the day truly begin. How will we know the difference between who is happy to attack us and who is being forced? I don't like the idea of killing men who are only doing this because their families are being threatened. Me either, Weather said, her voice sounding sad. We've both had a rough couple days, and the worst was yet to come. We can only command and mind link with those who still follow the path of the goddess. Those would be the men who don't agree with what the rogues are doing. Also, we should be able to tell the difference on the battlefield. The ones who are guilty will be feral, happy with killing innocents. The others will hold back and won't be as well trained. We can figure this out, Raina. Those men deserve to have a better life with their families. I made the hike through the woods and back to the house. The exhaustion was starting to creep up on me, and I really needed to at least try and get some sleep. I could feel the tiredness in my bones, my steps becoming heavier. Thankfully, no one was awake yet. I didn't feel like having to come up with a lie as to why I was outside at this hour. I went into Xander's room instead of my own. He had given me a key after the first night I slept in there with him. I curled up on his bed, hugging his pillow to my chest as I inhaled his scent. The exhaustion won as I finally drifted off into sleep. All I saw was chaos. I looked to my left, then my right. Absolute chaos. Where was I? I surely wasn't in Xander's room anymore. There were hundreds of wolves fighting, rogues against pack members. This had to be a vision of tonight. I tried to look and see if I could recognize anyone, but it was too hard with the amount of fighting all around me. I watched as a rogue dug its paws into a warrior's chest, tearing its heart out before moving on to the next. The battle was gruesome and so bloody. I could already see bodies littering the ground, their blood glittering under the bright moon high in the sky. It didn't look like our side was winning. The rogues were attacking ferociously, foaming at the mouth as they tore through men and women. This was horrible, worse than any other battle I'd seen before. When I blinked my eyes, I was in a new spot, except nothing was any different. The rogues were pouring in by the hundreds, taking out anyone that got in their way. These rogues were well trained. They must have sent in their best after not taking the last pack by surprise. They wanted to make sure they got the job done this time. This was so much more than just searching for a lost princess. These feral wolves looked like they wanted to tear down anyone who dared live the pack life. These were all ones who chose this path, who wanted to kill innocents for their own greed. I was transported to one last place, and that's when I saw him. Storm's beautiful gray coat was soaked with blood, unsure if it was his or others. He was tearing through rogues, the bodies dropping left and right once he was done with them. It was a sight to behold. No wonder he won the title of head alpha. He was unmatchable. His sheer ferocity and skill was admirable. He was quick for his size and ruthless when it came to killing his enemies. I could have sat and watched him fight for hours. This side seemed to be doing better than the others, and I recognized a few wolves of Xander's warriors. They were quickly dispatching the rogues when all of a sudden a second wave hit, bigger than the first. The warriors weren't ready, and the rogues caught them by surprise as they rushed in and started slaughtering. Within a few minutes, the tides turned, and Xander's people were being overrun and overwhelmed. It was so painful to watch, seeing men and women I had come to know over the past couple weeks be taken down like they were nothing, like they weren't a breathing, living thing. I watched as a light blonde wolf, Apollo's, got beheaded. He was fighting off two rogues when one jumped up behind him, wrapping his jaws around his neck and tearing his head clean off. The howl of agony to come from Xander gave me goosebumps. I felt that same agony in my chest. I hadn't known Apollo well, but he was such a light-hearted man who never complained when his alpha made him play babysitter. None of this was fair. I turned my attention back to Xander, a scream building in my throat as I watched him take on 3 rogues by himself. He managed to injure the first one and kill the second, but more were grouping around him, waiting for their chance to jump in. He didn't see the one stalking him from behind, patiently waiting for his moment to strike. Everyone else was too busy fighting their own battles to see that their alpha was about to be ambushed. I wanted to close my eyes. I didn't want to watch, but as hard as I tried, my eyes stayed locked on him as the rogue saw his opening and pounced. Xander realized too late. 2 rogues attacked from each of his sides as the one jumped on his back, raking his claws into his skin until blood poured from the wounds. The howl of pain from Storm broke my heart, and I fell to my knees as I could do nothing but watch. They tore him to pieces, and I could do absolutely nothing. I woke up, a scream tearing from my lips as I tried to catch my breath. The sun was still high in the sky, telling me I'd only fallen asleep for a couple hours. But what I'd seen, oh goddess, the fight hasn't started yet, came Weather's panicked voice. They're still alive. We would know if they were truly dead. Weather, that was a vision of what will happen tonight. Xander and Storm will die. I couldn't breathe. I refused to let this happen. I know I told him I'd stay home, but he doesn't know what I do. He doesn't know his hours are numbered. We have to go, Raina, pleaded Weather, pacing back and forth in my mind. We can't leave them to die. She was right. I wouldn't let this happen. The Pax needed Xander. I needed Xander. We're going. The drive to the Waxing Moon Pack would take hours, and we'd never make it in time, nor did I even know how to drive. Weather and I planned to run in wolf form to the pack, and if we kept our pace steady, we'd make it just in time for the battle to begin. I needed to check on each side and use our powers to turn the tides in our favor for them. Xander's side was winning the first of their fights, so I had a little extra time to help the others before making our way to him. As long as I made it in time to save his life, I'd be okay. No one was around as I ran down the staircase and out the front door, sprinting to the forest like my life depended on it. Except it wasn't my life I was worried about. It was Xander and Storm's. The goddess sent me that vision for a reason. She knew what was going to happen and knew I was the only one who could stop it. And I would. Oh, goddess, I would. My mate was not dying today, that I was sure of. I snuck past the patrols, sticking to the shadows and hiding behind trees until they moved on and I could run past. Once we reached the border, Weather tore through my human skin and landed on 4 sapphire paws before she started running in the direction of the Waxing Moon Pack. Weather was fast and didn't let anything get in her way. She dodged fallen branches and jumped over protruding roots, swam across rivers and barreled through bushes. Nothing was going to stop us from getting there on time. We used our growing fear for Xander and Storm as fuel to keep from slowing down and getting tired. There wasn't time for a quick rest or for us to take a sip of water. We couldn't risk a second of delay. So many lives depended on it. We came up with a plan on the way, deciding to stick to the shadows and trees to not be seen. We'd use our powers while hiding ourselves, using the weather and its elements to take down the enemy. This would be the perfect opportunity for us to see what we were capable of. How we did tonight would determine when we'd go after Eric. It would prove whether we were ready or not. The feeling of the wind blowing through our fur was soothing, the sounds of the forest quieting my mind as we were finally free. I couldn't remember the last time we got to run like this. It had been way too long. Weather was so used to being locked in my head that she loved the fact she could run at top speed and stretch her legs. This was how we were supposed to live. Weather wasn't meant to be hidden. No, she was destined for freedom and speed. The sun was slowly setting as we finally reached the waxing moon pack. We'd even managed to make it early so we were able to sneak around and find where the best place to begin was. We arrived on the northern side of the territory and could see the warriors lying in wait, prepared for the rogues to show. I didn't smell that foul smell that came with rogues, so it seemed they weren't close yet. We found a spot behind a cluster of trees, hidden deep in the brush where no one could see us. Weather reined in her aura, not wanting to alert anyone that a surprise guest was here. We had a perfect view of the clearing they were waiting in, being able to see what would happen from both sides. We stayed in wolf form, our dark blue fur blending in with the foliage. The men and women were pacing, antsy and nervous for the enemy to arrive. I could feel their fear, most of them looking like they'd never seen a battle in real life. I noticed the large light brown wolf in the center, most likely the alpha. I wasn't able to feel others' auras, but the way his people stood around him and looked to him for guidance let me know he was the new alpha Coulter. Xander and Storm are in the south. Coulter's Gamma and Beta must be leading the warriors in the east and west. If Xander's plans are good, which I assume they are, they'll hide until the last minute and catch the rogues by surprise. All those lessons with my father really paid off, as Weather had a knack for battle strategies. He trained us mentally as well as physically, not wanting us to have to rely on others to help make plans. He'd once said there should be nothing others can do that the king or queen could not. Oh, how I missed him and my mother. There was so much I still didn't know and wished they were here to help guide me. I'd do anything for one of my mother's warm hugs and one of my father's approving smiles he'd always throw my way when I did something right. Making them proud was always my first priority. As soon as the sun set for the night, I smelt that familiar rogue scent. The sounds of paws hitting the earth reached my ears, and I knew it was time. At least 100 rogues broke through the trees, aiming for the warriors waiting for them. While they had been ready for the wolves to show up, they were greatly outnumbered. The group of rogues sent out more men tonight than they had in the past. We sent out a gust of wind right down the middle between the two groups, pushing the rogues back and causing some of them to go flying into the air before landing harshly or smacking up against trees. The sound of bones breaking was music to my ears. We summoned rain to fall on the side of the enemy, soaking their coats and blurring their eyesight. Coulter's warriors took the sign and attacked, meeting the wolves head-on. The warriors didn't waste a second, tearing through the rogues like they were butter, slicing through their hides and pulling out their insides. I watched as the warrior I saw get his heart taken out in my vision, take his enemies instead. They were winning. I gave the warriors the advantage, and once I was sure they could handle the rest, we moved on. We went to the eastern side, where the battle had already begun. We used wind to knock enemy wolves off the warriors, giving them the chance to gain their bearings and defeat the rogue they were fighting. I tried to keep the rain to only fall on the enemy, but it was hard with the wolves being so interlaced and woven together in battle. I didn't want my powers to cause any disadvantages, so I stuck to the wind, blowing groups of rogues away from the warriors, especially the ones that were fighting in multiples. We did the same in the west, using whatever power we could to quickly give the warriors the up before it was finally time to head to Xander. I was confident the warriors would prevail in the areas I visited. We ran like hell to the south, wanting to reach them before that second wave hit. I didn't know how I'd live with myself if we were too late. Weather kept assuring me he was still alive. I knew she'd feel it if he weren't, but I couldn't rest until I saw them with my own 2 eyes. We reached the south in record time, weather having run like the wind to get here. We found a small cluster of bushes to hide behind, using the night to cloak ourselves. Weather kept her scent and aura reined in, not wanting Xander to smell his mate and get distracted. I could feel the earth rumble as that second wave of feral rogues made their way to Xander and his group, their feet pounding angrily. I watched as Xander and Storm felt it too, realization flashing in their silver eyes as the unexpected group broke through the trees in hundreds. 1 minute we were winning, and the next, hundreds of more rogues tore through the trees and pounced on us. We were severely outnumbered. Where had they come from? Them sending a second wave to us wasn't part of the plans we were aware of. It was smart, I'd give them that, and unexpected. We weren't prepared for this, and I saw and felt the moment my people became terrified. I didn't know how we'd win this. I'd been so confident earlier, but now I'd have to watch the people I was sworn to lead and protect get slaughtered like common cattle. I promised Raina I'd make it back to her alive, and I was going to do everything in my power to uphold that. I refused to be brought back to her and my pack in a body bag waiting for burial. As the rogues were getting closer, a wild gust of wind sliced right between us and blew the front lines into the air, causing wolves to go flying into trees and boulders. I had no idea where the hell it had come from, but I thanked the goddess as I got ready, crouching down and prepared to strike. Many of those wolves that got caught in the wind didn't get back up, but the ones that were safe from the assault didn't miss a beat, running towards us with death in their eyes. We were already drenched in blood, most of it not ours. We had a few scratches that were already healing and a minor bite mark on our back leg. Nothing that would stop us or slow us down enough. I heard the rumble of thunder as a storm moved in, dark clouds hanging over our heads. I watched as a bolt of lightning shot from the sky and hit a rogue Apollo was fighting, while another hit a wolf that was attempting to sneak up on him, most likely saving his life. That wasn't possible. Multiple shots of lightning descended from the sky, all hitting and instantly killing rogues. Not a single one hit any of my warriors. What the fuck? This wasn't normal. I zeroed in back to the fight, pushing my thoughts to the back of my mind as Storm tore the throat of a rogue before tossing his body away. Another replaced him in seconds, snapping his jaws in Storm's face, coming way too close to our neck. I felt another as he bit our hind leg, pulling with his teeth to try and rip it from our body. I turned to snap at him when he was fried by lightning, instantly falling to the ground as smoke came from his corpse. What the fuck was happening? This couldn't be real. I looked around again, making sure none of my men and women were getting hit by the strikes, and couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that not only were my people safe, but endless bodies of dead rogues were littering the ground, cooked from the inside out. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the lightning was on our side. But that wasn't possible. There was no way. Even the goddess couldn't help fight our battles, nor was she capable of controlling the weather. Something was going on here, and I needed to find out what. Storm defeated another enemy before we found we had a chance to breathe, to look around and assess the damage. We used our enhanced senses to peer into the trees, and I felt my breath catch in my throat when I saw a flash of sapphire fur. When I blinked, it was gone. Blue fur. The rogue in my dungeon said the princess's wolf had blue fur. But she was dead. Her death, along with her parents, had been confirmed by the king. I didn't believe for a second she was actually alive, but I also couldn't deny what I had seen, as fleeting as it was. We looked at another cluster of bushes, using our night vision to see if we could catch another look. There! The blue fur was behind a large tree now, hiding within its shadows. I couldn't see much, but the silver droplets cascading down her sapphire fur were unmistakable. She was glorious, absolutely stunning. I'd never seen a wolf like hers in my life. It was expected for the princess's wolf to be unique, but I didn't expect anything like this. We crept closer, keeping our eyes peeled in case an enemy decided to sneak up on us. The fight was still raging, everyone too busy to even think of looking into the trees to see her. Another flash of lightning came from the sky, lighting up a wolf a few paces away that was attempting to charge at us from the left. He instantly fell to the ground, dead and smoking. Was she the one doing this? I'd never heard of a wolf having any powers before, especially none like this. I knew the royal line was blessed with unmatched strength and enhanced healing, but controlling weather? Unheard of, even for a royal. We watched as she moved again, hiding behind a large cluster of overgrown brush, hiding her body, but still giving her a view of the fight. Lightning was falling from the sky in electric bolts, raining down and decimating the enemy with unbelievable precision. Not once did it hit any. It wasn't supposed to. I was speechless. I got pulled from watching her as a rogue jumped on our back, slicing his claws deep into our skin and tearing almost down to bone. Storm howled in pain, using his strength to try and fling him off. He was holding on tight, digging his nails in when a flash blinded me, and next thing I knew, his weight was gone, and he was laying on the ground, his lifeless eyes staring at nothing. We turned our head back to where the blue wolf was hiding when our eyes locked. She'd been watching us. I was now more than convinced it was her controlling this weather. Her eyes were an electric blue, glowing brightly in the darkness surrounding her. I'd never seen eyes like hers before. They were indescribable. Storm raised his nose to the air, but no scent was coming from her. No scent and no aura. She was completely hidden from senses, unless you knew where to look. Without her scent, I'd never know if she was our mate or not. We started running towards her, desperate to get to her and see if she was who I thought. Somewhere from deep inside me seemed to recognize her, a pull that demanded I get to her side. Her eyes widened as she realized we were coming to her, and in a split second, she turned and was gone. We reached the brush she had just been hiding behind, using our nose to pick up a trail, but there was nothing. We peered into the darkness, catching tiny flashes of silver as she barreled through the forest, quicker than I'd ever seen a wolf move. Even if we followed her, we'd never be able to catch up. She was gone, and there was nothing we could do about it. The lost princess of the wolves escaped, and who knew if we would ever see her again. We ran like hell to get back to the Crescent Moon Pack. Our body was so tired I could feel it aching in our bones, the amount of power we used tonight taking its toll on us. We didn't have much left, but weather used wind to take our speed up a notch, ensuring we'd be back at the pack before Xander called. We'd only slept a few hours over the past 2 days, and the weight of exhaustion was heavy. Tonight was successful. We saved Xander and Apollo and so many others, but it had been a very close call. When Xander had spotted us, I thought my heart was going to explode from how hard it was pounding. All we could do was turn and run as fast and far as we could so he wouldn't catch us. We made it safely over the border as the sun was starting to rise, weather receding to the very back of my mind as I was back in my human form and throwing on the clothes I left earlier. I ran through the forest until I reached the edge, then walked casually to the house and through the front door. I was greeted with a worried-looking Victoria and Liam. "There you are," she exclaimed, rushing to pull me into her arms in a crushing hug. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for hours." "Sorry, I just needed to walk around the woods. I've been so worried all night and couldn't stand to sit in my room any longer." She pulled back to look at me, her face pale and eyes still creased with concern. "You scared me to death. Liam had the warriors out looking for you, and when none could find you, I thought maybe the rogue got you. Fuck. I'd forgotten about Hayden." "Rogue?" I questioned, feigning confusion. "The rogue in the dungeons escaped," said Liam. "We have no idea how or who let him out, but he's gone. The guards who were on duty swore up and down that it wasn't them and that no one has been down to visit him, but we won't know for sure until Xander gets back." "That's why we've been so worried," said Victoria, her hands still on my shoulders like she had to keep reassuring herself I was safe. "I was afraid he'd gone after you." "I never saw him." I shook my head before turning to Liam. "Have you gotten any news about the fight?" "Xander sent a text that they won and he'd try to call as soon as he can." I made my shoulders relax, showing how relieved I was that everything was okay. I hated the act I was putting on, but I couldn't give myself away, though it wasn't a complete act. I was happy nothing had gone wrong after we left. We hadn't planned on leaving until we knew for sure that there were no more surprises, but once Xander spotted us, we had no choice. Now that I know he's safe, I'm going to go take a bath and get some sleep. Victoria laughed. Yeah, you look like a wreck. Her face softened as she added, I'll let you know if anything else happens, but Xander should be home by tonight. I gave her a grateful smile. Thank you. I trudged my aching body up the stairs, each step heavier than the last. I couldn't wait to get my sore muscles into some hot water. Once I entered my room, I peeled off my clothes as I walked to the bathroom. I looked at my reflection in the small mirror above the sink and grimaced. My hair was a wreck, wind-blown and wild. My skin looked pale and eyes dull. I looked just as tired as I felt. I filled up the tub with steaming water before adding some soothing bath salts. The second I lowered my body into the hot water, I moaned and felt every tense muscle finally relax. I was beyond sore, and this was just what I needed. Raina, came Weather's voice once I got settled against the cushioned seat. We need to do something. These attacks are getting out of control. I know, I sighed. I think it's time we find Eric and end this once and for all. We're ready. We really were. I knew in my heart and soul that we were finally ready. Our powers were strong, and so were we. We could do this. We'll leave the day after Xander's party. We couldn't delay any longer. The rogues were most likely planning something huge after their defeat, and I refused to let them attack and kill more innocents. This was our fight, and we were ready to end it all. What about Storm and Xander? She asked, her voice unusually soft. Sad. I don't know whether. After watching him die in that vision, I don't think we can put him in danger. I think we need to do this on our own and leave him out of it. He needs to stay safe. If we manage to survive, we will come back for him in Storm. I promise. Weather didn't respond. She just curled up in the back of my head, but I could feel the sadness coming from her. She knew I was right, or else she would have argued with me. It didn't make it any easier, though. As much as I knew we should leave sooner, I needed to stay for his party. I wanted the rest of this week to be spent with him, just in case it was the last time. I was still so shaken up from that vision. Every time I closed my eyes, all I saw was Storm getting torn to pieces. I never wanted that to become reality, and the only way I knew to prevent it was to take matters into my own hands and leave Xander out of it. It broke my heart to know I might not make it back to him and Storm, but at least they'd still be alive. They could find someone else and live a happy life where he could continue to be the head alpha everyone adored. That's all I wanted for him, safety and happiness. I stayed in the tub until the water went cold. I threw on a robe before collapsing into bed, my eyes heavy and failing to stay open. My thoughts were running a mile a minute, but the exhaustion won as I fell into a deep sleep, praying I wouldn't have to watch my mate get torn to shreds over and over again in my dreams. It took hours to clean up after the battle. There were so many dead rogues we had to throw into piles before setting them alight. The fight had been brutal, and the bite marks on my leg and scratches down my back were still healing. I felt a sharp pain every time I moved, but I kept my face blank, not wanting to show any weakness. I managed to only lose a few warriors, though I wish I was bringing everyone home alive. If it weren't for the princess, there's no telling how many I would have lost. I still couldn't believe she was alive. How did the rogues know? And where had she been hiding all these years? Every pack I've talked to was under the impression she was killed with her parents, the king and queen. Wherever she'd been for the past 10 years, her hiding skills were phenomenal. I decided to keep the news of her being alive to myself just in case I was wrong, and it wasn't her, though I knew in my soul it was. I had felt that pull towards her when we locked eyes, but without her scent, I'd never know if we were mates or not. I was relieved to find it didn't change the way I felt about Raina. She was still who I wanted, and I couldn't wait to get back home to her. I was going to ask her to be my Luna as soon as I saw her. It was time for her to know how I truly felt. I was in love with her. I didn't know when it happened or how I fell so fast, but I didn't want to go another day without her by my side. Knowing the princess was alive changed nothing. There was no guarantee we were mates anyway, even if I had felt that undeniable pull towards her. If there was a bond between us, I was breaking it for the woman I loved. Raina was who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, and no one could change that. My little storm was worth more than 1,000,000 princesses. I had no desire to be a king. I loved my position as head alpha and would be more than happy to remain that for the rest of my life, as long as I had Raina. I was broken from my thoughts as Apollo came up next to me, his blonde hair a mess and face splattered with blood. I came very close to losing him tonight. Did you see that lightning incinerating the rogues? It was fucking crazy. Pretty sure a bolt saved my life. Me too, I said. It saved a lot of lives. Do you have any idea where it came from? It didn't feel natural. Not a clue. I lied. I planned on telling my ranked wolves the truth, and I knew I could trust Apollo as well, but I wanted to wait until we were back home to confide in everyone. Well, whatever it was, I'll be thanking the moon goddess tonight. He left me with that and walked away to join a group of warriors hauling more bodies. I hadn't seen Coulter yet, but wanted to meet with him before we left. Micah was off taking care of our fallen warriors, getting them ready to be driven back to the pack and their families. A couple of my men found their mates before the battle, and I needed to check in with them to see what their plans were. Alpha Coulter's pack was already on the smaller side, and I hated to take a couple of his members, but I knew my men would want to bring their mates home with them. The list of things to do felt endless, but one step at a time. Once all the rogues were successfully turned to ash, we all made our way to the Waxing Moon's pack house. Everyone went to pack up their things while I went to Coulter's office, pleased to find he was already there. The young Alpha looked a little roughed up, but he was still breathing. His face had a few bruises, and I noticed his shoulder might be broken, but it was nothing a few hours of rest couldn't heal. "Head Alpha," he said, standing from behind his desk. "I'm so glad you're all right. I heard you guys got a nasty surprise second wave." I sat down in a chair in front of him, making sure not to lean too far back and irritate my wounds. It would be a couple hours before they healed over. Storm was tired, but still working hard to heal all the scratches and bruises. He fought like hell, and I knew he couldn't wait to take a long nap to regain his strength. "We did," I nodded. "It came out of nowhere. We weren't expecting it, but we managed the best we could. I only lost a few warriors, more than I would have liked, but I'm grateful that was all." I lost around 15. It would have been more, but everyone from each side said the weather was out of control, almost like it was on our side. I watched a gust of wind fling a host of rogues into the air, their bones breaking against trees and instantly killing them. He shook his head in wonder. "I've never seen anything like it. We had bolts of lightning come from the sky and fry the rogues. Not a single one hit any of my warriors." His eyes went wide. "How is that even possible?" "I don't have a clue, but the moon goddess sure was looking out for us tonight. Did anything of interest happen for you?" Coulter ran a hand through his auburn hair with his good arm. "Not for my group, but my units in the east and west both reported the rogues were demanding us to give over the princess." I stiffened. They'd only referred to her as the girl before, but now they were getting specific. Desperate, even. It wouldn't be long until everyone knew who the rogues were after. I was almost glad she was in hiding, because if any of those rogues got a hold of her, there's no telling what they'd do. She was better off lying low and hoping they gave up the search. I was still wondering how she knew of the attack in the first place. "The daughter of King Ryan and Queen Renee?" I asked. "That's who I'm assuming. I was under the impression she was dead. Weren't we all?" A couple hours later, and we were finally on the road to head home. Both of my members who had found their mates brought them home with us. I'd have to initiate them into the pack after we all got some rest. I called Liam on the way, but he said Raina was asleep, having stayed up all night worried about me and the warriors. He said she'd only gone to bed after knowing I was alive. I really wanted to hear her voice, but I could wait until she either woke up or wait and see her when we finally got home. The hours were dragging, and the closer we got to home, the more antsy Storm and I became. I needed a deep inhale of her sweet scent to remind me that I was still alive and everything was okay. That we had won the battle, and I'd get another day with her. Truthfully, I wanted the rest of my days with her, and I couldn't wait any longer to tell her. I just prayed she felt the same way back and would do me the honor of being my Luna. It was the middle of the night by the time we finally pulled up outside the pack house. I had mind-linked Liam the second we passed over the border, and him, Victoria, and Raina were standing outside on the front porch. My eyes zeroed in on her as I opened the door to the SUV, feeling like I could finally breathe again. She ran down the stairs and flung herself into my arms, wrapping her legs around my waist and slamming her lips on mine. That first taste and smell of Raina was like taking my first sip of water after being parched for days. I drank her in as I slipped my tongue past her lips, hers coming out to meet mine in a sensual dance. I didn't care about all the tired warriors around us. No, all that mattered was that I was reunited with my little Storm. "Fuck, I missed you," I murmured against her lips. "I'm so happy you're okay." And then she kissed me deeper, pressing her body so close to mine, I didn't know where I began, and she ended. "Hey, Raina, you missed an epic battle. Leave it to Micah to ruin the moment." Again, he was quickly becoming my biggest cockblock these days. I let out a growl that had Raina giggling while squirming her way out of my arms. I was reluctant to let her go, but we'd have our alone time together soon. I let her stand on her own feet, but still kept an arm around her waist, needing to keep touching her. "How was it?" she asked. The warriors who hadn't gone home yet came to stand in a circle around us, including the two who had their new mates with them. I saw Raina give both the girls a smile out the corner of my eye. Yes, she was definitely Luna material. "It was fucking nuts," exclaimed Apollo, animatedly throwing his hands around. One second, we were killing it, then the next, another group of rogues came sprinting at us. I thought for sure we were going to die, but then bolts of lightning just started shooting down from the sky, turning the rogues into roasted roadkill. I felt as Raina tensed next to me, but it was only for a brief second before she relaxed again, leaning into my side. "Did you just say lightning?" "Fucking right," came Micah, just as turned up as Apollo. The two of them together could be trouble. It was insane. I'd never seen anything like it. "Sounds like the goddess was really looking out for you guys." "Yes," I said, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. "She was." "Alpha, I need to speak to you." I turned around to face Liam, who wore a grave expression. Fuck, that look only meant trouble. I said my farewells to the warriors before following Liam into the pack house. Micah, Victoria, and Raina were a step behind me. I could feel tension coming from both girls and knew they were aware of what Liam needed to speak to me about. We all got settled in my office, me taking the chair behind my desk while Raina sat next to Victoria on the love seat. My Gamma and Beta looked the seats directly in front of my desk. "All right, what is it?" Liam took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. "The rogue escaped. No one said anything for a minute. Please tell me you're joking." "I wish I was. The guards who were on duty have sworn they didn't do it, but they also claim no one came to see him, so I don't know who else it could be. I have them in cells for now, waiting until you got back, so you could use your alpha command on them and see if they're telling the truth or not." I ran my hands down my face, groaning. This was not what I was expecting. Fuck, if it really wasn't them, then who the fuck else could it be? "I don't know. It sounds like we might have a traitor in the pack." I had a hard time believing someone in my pack would do something so stupid. Everyone was like a family, and never once had I ever gotten the feeling someone was capable of betraying me. I sent warriors to go after him, but he's long gone. Fuck. I slammed my hand on my desk, causing Victoria and Raina to jump. I took a deep inhale, trying to calm my anger. It would do me no good right now. Once I felt my blood stop boiling, I said, "I guess I'll deal with the guards tomorrow. I have news I need to share with everyone as well." Everyone waited with bated breath, the anticipation in the room stifling. I saw the princess at the battle. No one said a word, shock rippling through everyone. She was the one who was controlling the lightning and wind. She saved us. "That's not possible," Micah whispered. "That kind of power doesn't exist." "It was her. I know it was." Raina was silent, looking anywhere but at me. Victoria put her arm around her, squeezing her shoulder. I didn't get a scent, so I have no clue if the rogues were right about us being mates or not. All I know is the princess is alive and can control the weather. Micah put his head in his hands. I mean, I knew those bolts couldn't be natural, but I just figured the goddess was helping us. I wondered that too until I saw her. Her wolf was a sapphire blue with these electric blue eyes that glowed. It looked like she had bits of silver in her fur when she was running away. So, what are we going to do about her? Asked Liam, always the first to get down to business. Should I send a group of trackers to find her? I shook my head. It would be futile. She can mask her scent and knows how to blend into the foliage. She's stealthy and deadly and runs quicker than any wolf I've ever seen. So we just do nothing? Questioned Micah, his eyes turning hard. She's being hunted by rogues. She needs help. I sighed, rubbing my temple where a headache was starting. If she wanted help, she wouldn't have run away. Micah went to open his mouth when I held up a hand, cutting him off. Listen, emotions are running high, and we're all exhausted. It's been a very stressful past couple days, and we all need rest. We can discuss this more tomorrow. Everyone nodded before leaving my office. Raina went to get up when I grabbed her hand. It was so much smaller than mine, yet fit perfectly, those faint little tingles enveloping my hand and traveling up my arm. There's something I want to talk to you about. Her face was looking abnormally pale, and I wondered what was going through that beautiful mind of hers. Did the princess thing stress her out? Did she expect me to go after her and hope she was my mate? I hadn't the first idea as to what she was thinking. What is it? Her blue eyes looked dull, and I hoped what I was about to do would make them sparkle again. I took a deep breath as I held her gaze and said, I want you to be my Luna. I've been thinking about it for a little while now, and Raina, there's no one else I want to stand by my side. He took my shaking hands in his. You are strong, compassionate, and so damn brilliant. You are everything I've ever wanted in a mate, and so much more. The roaring in my ears was deafening. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think. My heart was jumping for joy, but my fucking head knew this was the worst possible thing that could happen. The hope and happiness swirling in his silver eyes was so strong, and I was about to watch the light leave them because of me. I hated myself for what I had to say next. I can't, I whispered, and that was the moment I watched Xander's heart break. What? What do you mean? Why not? I gently took my hands from his and took a step back. I needed space between us or else I'd cave. I'm not meant to be a Luna. How can you say that? He was shaking his head back and forth, his dark hair flinging across his forehead. I know you don't have a wolf, but that doesn't change the way I feel about you. Is this about the princess? I could hear, see, and feel his panic. He didn't understand, and I didn't think he ever would. No, I said with conviction. This has nothing to do with her. Because if it does, you don't have to worry. Raina, if I mark you, then the bond with my fated will break. Or Storm thinks maybe your wolf will come out and you'll end up as our mate. His voice was coming out quick, trying to fix what he didn't know was broken. But that's the thing, isn't it? There was nothing broken here but me. And then my heart shattered even more when he said, so quietly it was hardly more than a murmur, I'm in love with you, Raina. I felt my breath catch, my heart pounding away mercilessly in my chest. The words I had wished to hear from my mate for my entire life just came true, and I was about to ruin everything. You can't, I said, my voice coming out shaky. You barely even know me, Xander. There's so much you don't have a clue about. Then tell me, he exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. The beginning of tears were starting to form in his eyes. Do you not have feelings for me? Is that what's holding you back? Of course I do, I yelled, my own tears trickling down my face. You think I would give you my body the way I have if I didn't feel something? I ran my hands through my hair, pulling at the strands and causing a sharp pain. I needed something to lessen the ache in my chest. Then why, Raina? His voice was so soft, so heartbroken. Why do you keep building these walls between us? The question I had no answer to. I have fucked up so royally. I should have kept my distance from him, but I was selfish. I wanted to know what it was like to be cherished and loved. And now I was throwing everything down the drain. I should have known it would only end in pain and suffering. That's all anything in my life led to. I'm sorry, Xander, I whispered, refusing to meet his eyes. I couldn't stand to see the pain in them. If I did, I knew I'd change my mind. I have no answer, and I can't be what you want. Then I turned from the man who held my heart and soul in his hands and did not look back. He didn't try to stop me either, which I didn't know whether I was happy about or not. I left him to try and mend the broken pieces of my heart, but I wasn't sure they'd ever be able to all fit back together again. I hadn't seen or spoken to Xander in days, and it was killing me. I knew it was my own fault, but the pain just wouldn't go away. I felt like I hadn't been able to breathe properly since everything happened, and the ache in my chest grew with every day we were apart. I hated myself. Oh, goddess, did I really and truly hate myself? I ruined everything, just like always. I ruined my parents' lives, and now I was causing the person I cared for most pain he didn't deserve. Why did I have to destroy everything? I already knew the answer. Because I'm a coward. Xander gave me his heart, and I broke it. What was the goddess thinking when she mated us? Did she know the pain and agony I would bring him? The heartache I would cause him? I could hardly look at myself. I knew I probably should have left the day after our big blow-up, but some masochistic part of me made me stick around until after his masquerade ball, which was tonight. I'd spent the past few days going through the motions like a robot, attending training, then spending the rest of the day in the forest beating myself up for everything I'd done. I was hardly sleeping, and the nightmares were back full force, worse than ever. I'd wake up screaming every single night, but not once did Xander come and check on me. I didn't blame him, not one bit. I deserved to face life alone just like I wanted, like I planned. I had to keep reminding myself that I was doing this for him. I had to walk away in order to save his life. Every time I felt like I was doubting whether I made the right choice or not, that vision of Xander getting torn apart by rogues would flash before my eyes, and I'd remember my goal. Keep Xander alive and destroy Eric. I'd barely even seen Victoria lately either. I thought she was avoiding me, but it turned out she was sick. I had my doubts, but once I went to go check on her, it became clear she definitely wasn't feeling well. Her skin was ghostly pale, skin clammy, and she smelled of vomit. I missed my friend, but just hoped whatever was causing her to feel so sick would pass. I had just finished running through the forest, trying to keep myself busy and out of the house as much as possible, when I heard a shrill voice call to me. "Oh, Rainy." I had no desire to see her, and I tried not to think about the fact I heard she's been around the pack house a lot over the past few days. I hadn't felt any of that mind-numbing pain, so I knew Xander hadn't touched her, but it still hurt to know he was spending time with her. Maybe he realized I was a lost cause and turned to her instead. I only had myself to blame. She was strutting toward me, obviously having just left the pack house, and I internally groaned. From the sly smile on her face, I knew she was looking to piss me off. "I'm so not in the mood for your shit today," I snapped as I went to walk past her. "Is that any way to speak to your future Luna?" Her words stopped me in my tracks. I slowly turned to her, wanting nothing more than to punch that smirk right off her flawless face. "I see we're feeling a little extra delusional today." Her smirk deepened as she took a step closer to me. Not smart on her end. It was taking my all not to tackle her. I was already on edge, and her words were making my blood boil. "Now, why would Xander ask me to be his date tonight if he didn't plan on making me Luna?" she asked. Her voice sugar sweet. Sounds like he's finally done playing with charity cases. I tried not to let her words get to me. "Goddess, I really did try, but weather growling in my head wasn't helping. She wanted blood, and I was so close to giving it to her." "Stay the fuck away from me," I snarled. The look of fear that came over her expression was lovely. I turned on a heel and walked into the pack house, all while trying to calm myself. I was visibly shaking and ended up slamming the front doors harder than necessary. "Whoa," said Micah. "Who pissed in your Cheerios?" My voice came out as a growl. "Kimberly." Understanding came over his face. He knew he asked her. I was grateful he was the only one around to feel my anger. I didn't want anyone else to know how affected I was. All the rage left my body as I choked out. He asked her to be his date. He stared at me with pity as he nodded his head. I know. I needed to leave now. There was no way I could go to this ball tonight and watch him with her. It would tear me apart worse than anything ever had. I already had a small bag packed ready to go. Once everyone left for the night, I could sneak out undetected and no one would know I was gone until it was too late. Xander could have his magical night with Kimberly, and I could disappear and take my broken soul with me. My heart would stay here, always with Xander. I wanted to hate him, but how could I? I practically shoved him into her arms, and now I had to deal with the consequences. Yet I still couldn't bring myself to regret my time with him. Since the moment he took me from the Silver Moon Pack, I have been happier than I'd ever been in the past 10 years. I was able to grow and learn what it was like to be loved again. I learned to let myself be cared for. Micah's voice broke me from my depressive thoughts. Why don't you go with me? I blinked once, the words shocked from my mouth. Just as friends, of course. I wouldn't want my alpha to gut me at his own party. Are you sure that would be a good idea? He snorted. Fuck no. I don't know what happened between you two, but if he wants to spend his evening with Kimberly, then you should at least try and have a good time. It's going to hurt and you'll need the support. But I didn't deserve his support. Didn't he realize I was the one to blame? Yet I couldn't bring myself to say no. I hadn't seen Xander in days, and maybe one last look at him would remind me that all this heartache was for a good reason. Micah was right. It would hurt like hell, but I would survive. Fine, I conceded. Wear a blue tie. His answering grin was devious, and I wondered what hidden agenda he had for tonight. I had just gotten out of the shower when a red-haired vixen walked into my room. Oh, good. You're ready for hair and makeup. I looked Victoria over, noting her skin still looked pale, but for the most part she was back to normal. How are you feeling? I asked, as I let my hair out of the towel before sitting on the couch to run a comb through it. Much better, though. I can't say the same about you. There was an edge to her tone, and I looked over to see her eyeing the small duffel I had shoved under my bed, half of it sticking out. Damn it. I should have hidden it in my closet. You're leaving. It wasn't a question. I avoided eye contact as I said, after the ball. Raina, she said in a voice that told me I was in deep trouble. What the hell did I miss while I was living over the toilet for the past few days? First, I hear Xander has been moping around and then randomly asks Kimberly to be his date, and now I find out you're leaving. Knowing Xander was as miserable as I was did nothing to make me feel better. This wasn't what I wanted. I wanted him to be happy, but more importantly, safe. Were you even going to say goodbye? Victoria's green eyes were welling with tears, and I felt horrible. She already knew the answer. I looked away from her, not wanting her to see the shame on my face. I didn't realize how many people I would be hurting with my departure. It made me sick to my stomach. I'm sorry. It was the only response I could give her. She sighed before coming over and sitting next to me. She put her head on my shoulder, and I leaned my down to rest on hers. We sat like that for a while, neither of us saying anything. What could I possibly say to make this better? You don't have to tell me what happened, but just know you'll be breaking more than just my heart if you leave. Running isn't the answer, Raina. If anyone can work this out, it's you two. She brought her head up so we were eye to eye, blue against green. Xander loves you, and I know you love him too, so please don't make the biggest mistake of your life by leaving. My swallow was loud in my ears. I know you have your secrets, Raina, and Xander knows too. It's time you let someone in and stop letting whatever is causing you to run continue winning. Fuck, I didn't want to cry tonight, but Victoria's words hit so damn deep and I couldn't stop the tears from falling. Victoria is right, Raina. It's time to stop running. I know you want to keep Xander and Storm safe, but we can't take on the world by ourselves. They deserve to know. Weather's words rang in my head. She was right. They were both right. I was so tired. Tired of running. Tired of hiding. Tired of denying myself the man I loved more than anything in this world. I loved Xander so much it terrified me. I was living a half-life before he showed up, and these past few days without him have left me feeling empty. They were so painful, and I couldn't bear to go another day living without him. It was decided. I was telling Xander, tonight. Thank you. I told my friend. I really needed to hear that. She grinned from ear to ear. So, does that mean you aren't leaving? I smiled back at her. I'm not leaving. She tackled me into a bone-crushing hug, causing me to let out a loud laugh. I felt lighter than I had in days, and I knew I was making the right decision. Maybe I really could get everything I ever wanted. With Xander by my side, I knew I could handle anything. Thank the goddess, she said after releasing her hold on me, wiping away a tear. Now I can share my news with you. News? I'm pregnant. My jaw dropped. Liam and I are having a pup. This is the best news. It was my turn to envelop her in a hug, happy tears streaming down my face. I'm so happy for you. Is this why you've been so sick? I didn't think this day could get any better. I was going to tell Xander the truth, and my best friend was pregnant. The smile on my face couldn't leave even if I tried. Yes, she groaned. It has been so bad, but thankfully the doctors gave me some kind of medication to help with the morning sickness until I'm further along and it goes away. Perfect timing too, because there was no way I was missing tonight, even if I had to walk around with a garbage can to throw up in. She meant it too. Nothing was stopping her from enjoying this ball, and now nothing stood in the way of me having a good time either. I just prayed I hadn't ruined things too badly, and Xander still wanted me. As I stood in front of the mirror, I couldn't believe my eyes. My hair was in a low bun, little gems woven into the strands, with pieces out to frame my face. My blue eyes popped against the dark eye makeup that went perfectly with my nude lip. All that looked wonderful, but the real masterpiece was the dress. It was breathtaking. The dress was strapless and hugged my figure until my waist, where it fell to the floor in all its glittering glory, yet still clinging to my hips. The dress itself was see-through, a little nude bodysuit being the only thing to cover my naked body underneath. It started off with silver gems at my breasts, then faded to light blue around my waist, then a stunning sapphire down to the floor, all blending together seamlessly. The thigh-high split up my right leg was the icing on the cake. I looked like a queen. The Luna of Rain. I left my chest and neck bare, only wearing a small pair of diamond studs in my ears. The silver stilettos I wore wrapped around my ankle, flashing every time I took a step and my leg would be on display. The silver and blue mask I wore only covered the upper half of my face, my blue eyes standing out against the gems. Victoria looked stunning standing next to me. She wore a smoky eye and bright red lips, her hair done in old Hollywood waves. Her black mermaid-style dress fit her body like a glove and went with the gem-encrusted black mask she wore. She made sure to take lots of pictures, wanting to document this night and remember what she looked like before having a pup. I still couldn't contain my excitement and was so happy for her and Liam. The first-ranked wolf heir was coming. Victoria didn't ask any more questions about Xander, but made sure to tell me he set up the hair and makeup girls for us. I didn't dare ask if he hired any for Kimberly. He would show up after everyone else, so there was no chance of running into him as we made our way down the stairs to our dates. Micah looked handsome in his light gray suit and deep blue tie, matching my dress perfectly. His golden hair was tied back, and he gave me a beaming smile as I took his extended arm. Liam looked just as good in his all-black suit and red tie. He pulled his mate into his arms and planted a kiss on her as soon as he could reach her. I could see the happiness in his eyes. The love of his life and holder of one half of his soul was carrying his pup. Nothing was better than that. We all went out to get into the black SUV, a driver sitting in the front to take us to the venue. As I was sitting next to Micah, he leaned over to whisper in my ear, "You are going to torture the shit out of him with that dress." I flashed him a smile. That's the point. It wasn't long before we pulled up to the hall, which was all lit up with glittering lights woven into the bushes and trees. It looked like a dream. Micah escorted me through the doors and into the great room where the party would take place. It looked nothing short of stunning. Lights were strung along the ceiling, and a band was playing a lovely tune on the stage. The round tables were decked with navy tablecloths and shiny silverware. Centerpieces of candles and flowers adorned the tables, and decorations reminding me of the night sky were hung up everywhere. It was incredibly cozy and romantic. the night sky with its glittering stars. Micah led me over to the bar, a step behind Liam and Victoria. I ordered a glass of champagne, and once the glass was in my hand, took a deep gulp. I needed liquid courage tonight. The place was already full of pack members, everyone decked out in gowns and suits, wearing unique and elegant masks. I noticed a few groups of people who weren't from the pack, most likely visiting alphas. It was nice they came out to support their head alpha. A minute later, the lights went low, the band stopped, and everyone went quiet. I stood with Micah as we watched the front doors, everyone waiting for their alpha to make his grand debut. My hands went clammy and my anxiety spiked, nervous to lay eyes on him for the first time since I denied his offer to be his Luna. Since I broke his heart, I needed to fix things with us. He needed to know who I truly was and that we were meant for each other. It didn't alter my plans of going after Eric, but at least Xander would know everything before I left. I held my breath as he entered the hall, looking even more stunning than I remembered. He wore a midnight blue suit and a tie that matched the color of my eyes. Did he do that on purpose, or did someone pick out his clothes for him? I didn't know, but it wasn't lost on me that we matched perfectly. I tried to prepare myself all day to see Kimberly on his arm, but I still felt immense pain watching the two of them together. Though their outfits didn't match, she still looked as beautiful as ever, in a moon-white gown that clung to every dip and curve of her body, looking very much like the Luna she so desperately wanted to be. I felt sick to my stomach. Please, goddess, don't let it be too late. I didn't want to be here. The last thing I wanted was to have to act and smile like I was happy when I truly wasn't. I was a wreck. I didn't even know it was possible to feel as broken as I did when Raina walked out of my office, telling me she couldn't be Luna. She tried to hide it, but I knew she hated the words she said to me. I hadn't seen her since, as I was doing my best to avoid her. I just wanted to give her space and pray she made her way back to me. I missed her terribly. Storm was just as upset as I was, whining and crying all hours of the day. I couldn't remember the last time I slept a whole night, probably the last time Raina fell asleep in my arms. I knew she wasn't sleeping either, as I heard her screaming every night. I wanted to go to her so badly, but figured I'd give her space and let her miss me, if she even did. It was hard leaving my bed every morning. The only reason I was here tonight was because of my pack members. I've been a shell of a man since everything happened. I barely talked to anyone or listened to what they had to say. I didn't even know that I agreed to take Kimberly tonight until it was too late. She'd been popping into the house for the past few days, no doubt suspecting something was wrong between Raina and me, so she could worm her way in. It wouldn't work. The only reason I let her be my date tonight was because I didn't have the energy to fight with Elder Byron about it. It didn't matter who was on my arm. The only person I cared about was my little Storm. Kimberly tried picking out my suit and tie to match her dress, but I refused. I picked out the dark blue and icy tie to show Raina I was still dedicated to her and was just waiting for her to come back. I wasn't done fighting for her, especially when I knew she was just as miserable as I was. I didn't know what was holding her back, but I planned to find out. It was time for her to stop fighting this thing between us. The party did look incredible. I'll give Kimberly that. It reminded me of the night sky, romantic and sensual. Too bad I was too down to truly appreciate it. Her arm was woven through mine, and I resisted the urge to make her stop touching me. I just had to get through this night. I'd told her multiple times this didn't mean anything, and she would never be my mate, but I could tell it went in one ear and out the other when she showed up in that white dress. I barely registered the sound of clapping as Kimberly and I walked into the room, my eyes too busy looking for one person in particular. I needed to see her. It's been far too fucking long since that last time I laid eyes on her, and I was growing restless, an addict in need of his fix. I relentlessly scanned the room until I found her with Micah next to the bar. There were no words. I wanted to fall to my knees and worship the ground she walked on. A real-life goddess. The sparkling dress she wore showed her curves perfectly, accentuating her full breasts, tiny waist, and wide hips. The dress was see-through, a nude bodysuit poking out underneath. It started off as silver at the top before fading to a deep blue at the bottom, where silver heels were poking out of the thigh-high split, leaving her creamy skin on display. I felt my mouth water. She took my breath away. She looked so regal standing there, and the only thing missing was a crown on her head of midnight hair. I didn't bow down to anyone, but I would get on my knees for her. Her eyes went wide when she realized I was staring at her. I couldn't take my gaze away from her. She was the center of my universe. We continued to stare at one another, so many words left unspoken between us. I longed to take her into my arms and ravage her from head to toe, not leaving an inch of her untouched. She was an angel sent down from heaven, my light in all the darkness. I noticed when Micah leaned over to whisper in her ear, too close for comfort. She laughed at whatever he said, and I saw red. Did the two of them come together? I'm assuming they did by the fact his tie matched her dress. Tonight just might be the night I'd have to find a new beta after I buried him 6 feet under. You're here with me, Kimberly hissed from beside me, still smiling at everyone. Not by choice, and you know that, I replied through gritted teeth, which only made her tighten her grip on me. The sooner I got away from her, the better. I made my way to the stage in the back, smiling and waving at guests as I went. I unhooked Kimberly's arm from mine, leaving her by herself. She tried to follow me up to the stage, but I shot her a glare, stopping her in her tracks. The singer of the band moved aside, giving me the microphone. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight, I said to the crowd of my pack members. You have no idea how much it means to me that you all put so much effort into this night. I appreciate each and every one of you and couldn't be more grateful to be the alpha of such an incredible pack. You guys make my job easy. Thank you to the visiting alphas and your families for making the trip out here. Now let's have a night to remember. Everyone erupted into cheers as I handed the microphone back to the singer. They started playing an upbeat tune and I went straight for the bar. Raina and Micah were no longer there, most likely having gone and sat down, but I needed a strong drink if I was to be in the same room as her and not be able to touch her. It was going to be a special kind of torture. I thanked the bartender as I took my glass of bourbon, taking a sip and savoring the burn as it went down. Caterers were walking around with hors d'oeuvres, which I politely declined when one approached me. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. Thankfully, Kimberly was off with her little shadows, so I had a moment alone. That is until pack members came up to speak with me. I tried to give them my full attention, but my thoughts kept going back to Raina. Would I get the chance to talk to her tonight? Should I even try? The band switched to a slow song and couples went to the middle of the floor to dance, holding each other tight and sharing little bits of affection. I was green with envy that they all got to be with the person they loved. I was leaning against the bar, sipping my drink, when I saw Micah pull Raina to the dance floor. I watched as he put his arms around her, tugging her close and leading her into a slow dance to the love song currently playing. She wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling up at him. My blood reached boiling point. Yes, I'll be looking for a new beta tomorrow. The grip on my glass tightened, close to shattering in my hold. I didn't even realize someone was standing next to me until she spoke. You look like you're about to murder someone. I glanced down to find Madeline, Alpha Merrick's sister, leaning against the bar next to me. Close enough her arm was touching mine. I took a slight step away from her, which didn't go unnoticed. While she did look beautiful in her dark green dress, I only cared about the fact my beta's hands were getting too low on the woman I loved, and I was close to snapping. Is that her? She asked, her eyes on Raina and Micah. Is she the one you turned me down for? I didn't respond. I'm sure she could see it in my expression. Who's she dancing with? My beta. Are they together? No, I said through clenched teeth. My beta is just playing a very dangerous game. What happened? Goddess, she was nosy. I thought you were going to ask her to be your Luna. My jaw was aching from grinding my teeth together so hard. It was taking a lot to not snap at her. She said she wasn't meant to be a Luna. Madeline barked out a laugh, grating on my nerves even more. I'm glad she found my suffering humorous. What girl in their right mind would turn down becoming Luna? Especially yours. She has her reasons, though I had no idea what they were. All I knew was that Micah was walking on very thin ice right now. Guarantee he was doing all this just to get a rise out of me and to make me step in. A light breeze washed over us from the open window, causing Micah and Raina's scents to carry along with it. Madeline stiffened beside her, her nose in the air as she took a deep inhale. I think your beta might be my mate. Her amused expression shifted to anger as she went to storm over to them. I quickly grabbed her arm. Do not be rude to Raina, I warned. I knew how territorial wolves could get over their mates, especially when first meeting them. Her eyes flashed to show her wolf, but she just gave me a nod. I let her go, hoping she listened to me, because if she said one wrong word to Raina, I was going to rip her throat out. I watched as she went up to them, Micah instantly letting go of Raina once he realized Madeline was his mate. I couldn't hear what was being said over the music, but Micah's face was all lit up, wearing a huge-ass grin showing all his teeth. Madeline was a beautiful woman and would hopefully keep my beta's ass in gear. It looked like Madeline stayed on her best behavior because Raina just gave her a big smile, her baby blues glittering with happiness. How one person could be so fucking stunning, I'll never know. Raina left the two of them to dance, Micah taking his mate in his arms and twirling her around. I didn't think I'd ever seen him so happy. A lot of the girls in the pack are going to be devastated when they hear he finally met his mate. Guess I was stuck with Madeline now. I'd have to go and talk to Merrick at some point tonight, but I'd save that for later because Raina was walking straight toward me and nothing was stopping me from finally speaking to her. She looked radiant. She had that air of confidence that drew people to her. I couldn't take my eyes off her, and neither could anyone else in the room. People stared as she walked by, but her eyes stayed glued on mine the whole time. She stopped in front of me, her dress glittering like 1,000 stars under the lights. She still wore that smile as she gazed up at me, and I suddenly forgot how to breathe. Looks like Micah finally met his mate. Yes, I nodded. Madeline will keep him in check. They're a good match. She giggled, and the world stopped spinning. I haven't heard that sound in days, and I didn't realize how much I missed it. I missed everything about her. Her scent, her voice, her lips, every single thing. You look beautiful. Her blue eyes sparkled as a small smile tugged at her lips. Thank you. She gave me a once-over. You look very handsome. I can't help but notice that we match. I swear I didn't sneak a look at your dress. She cocked her head. Victoria? I gave her a sheepish smile. She may have told me to wear blue, but I chose this tie specifically. She knew why. I could see it in her icy eyes that were the same color as my tie. The band switched to another slow song, and I blurted, "Do you want to dance?" I held my breath as I waited for her response. I needed her in my arms and would grovel at her feet so I could feel her again. She rewarded me with a beaming smile before hooking her arm with mine and walked with me to the dance floor. All eyes were on us, but all I could focus on was her. If this was just a dream, I hoped to never wake up. People made room for us, and I pulled her into my embrace, an arm around her waist and the other holding one of her dainty hands. She placed her other one on my shoulder as I moved her to the slow beat. I kept eye contact with her the whole time we danced, our bodies pressed together. The feeling of having her near me again was overwhelming, but the ache I've had in my chest for days was slowly fading. I took a deep inhale of her sweet scent, holding in my lungs to savor it. "How are you?" she asked. I blew out a breath. "Much better now." "Me too," she whispered. I brought her arms up to sit around my neck while I wrapped my arms around her waist. She placed her head on my chest as we danced to the music, neither one of us saying a word. I prayed this wasn't the last time I got to hold her, but if it was, I was going to cherish every second of it. There was so much that was left unsaid between us, but I would wait. I was just happy to have her in my arms again. She brought her head up to look at me, her mouth opening to speak when we were interrupted. "Excuse me, can I have my date back?" Kimberly was standing next to us, hands on her hips and looking very displeased. "I'm allowed to dance with other people," I snapped, not liking her trying to lay claim to me. I only belonged to one person, and that was my little storm. You came here with me, not her, yet you haven't spent any time with me. Kimberly was pouting like a child, actually stomping her foot in her tantrum. I planned this whole party for you. The least you can do is dance with me. I opened my mouth to tell her to leave us alone when Raina spoke first. It's fine, I'll go. I whipped my head to look at her to tell her I only wanted to dance with her, but she was already walking away. I went to go after her when Kimberly grabbed my arm, stopping me. Come on, Xander, let's dance. I ripped my arm out of her hold, growling as I said, Enough, Kimberly. We have been done for a very long time, and it is going to stay that way. Let it go. I turned from her, not even caring about the tears that were gathering in her eyes, and followed after the woman I loved. I let her walk out once. I wasn't letting her go a second time. I left the hall out a pair of double doors that led to a patio overlooking a beautiful garden. I leaned my arms over the railing, the cool breeze washing over my dewy skin, and peered at all the different colored flowers. I didn't even know this place existed. I had to get out of there. I couldn't sit and watch the man I loved with my whole heart and soul dance with someone else. As much as I appreciated Micah, I hated dancing with him and was relieved when his mate found him. She was a stunning woman, and I could feel the happiness coming from Micah the moment he realized she was his one. I hoped that by the end of the night, all the ranked wolves of this pack were mated. I was so close to telling Xander when we got interrupted. I knew I should have fought for him, but I didn't want to stick around in case he chose her over me. I needed the fresh air to ground me. The scent of all the different flowers was strong, the moon starting to peek out while the stars were beginning to splay across the sky. I took a deep inhale, holding the floral air in my lungs. I felt him the moment he stepped outside. Shouldn't you be entertaining your future Luna? I asked without turning around. The only person I want as my Luna is standing right in front of me. The space between us went taut, every inch of it crackling. His deep voice caused a shiver to run up my spine. How did I let myself go so many days without hearing it? I heard him take several steps closer, the heat from his body washing over me. He placed a hand on either side of me, caging me in. Are you going to stop fighting me? Fighting us? He whispered in my ear, his chest pressed against my back. His lips grazed the shell of my ear, and I shivered. His scent was everywhere, muddling my mind and filling me with want. You still want me, even now after everything. He buried his face in my neck as he said, until the end. I still didn't turn to face him. What if I told you something that changed the way you felt? If I really told you everything? Nothing you could say would stop me from loving you. I prayed to the goddess that his words were true. I spun around his arms to face him, peering up into his handsome face. His eyes were brighter than the moon, his full lips begging for my touch. I brought my hand up and traced his strong jaw, reveling in the faint sparks that were about to explode once I opened myself to him. I am not meant to be a Luna, Xander. His eyes closed at my touch, leaning into my hand. What are you meant to be then, my love? I brought my face closer to his, our lips a whisper away. A queen, I whispered as weather unleashed her aura. The full force of it slammed into Xander as he stumbled back a few steps, his eyes so wide all the whites were showing. My scent carried to him, and I watched his lips as he whispered, mate. The moment our eyes locked, the bond slammed into place. It was so powerful it sucked the air from my lungs, making the ground beneath me tremble. I was hit with such a strong need and desire to run into his arms and sink my teeth into his skin, marking him as mine. My soul opened up and sang, finally meeting its other half. The feelings to come over me were overwhelming. Awe, wonder, and so much fucking love I thought I'd die without him. I'd truly been living a half-life before this, before opening the floodgates that was my soul and letting it reunite with its destined. This wasn't just a simple mate bond. No, this was something so ancient and indestructible that I knew I'd never be able to go another day without him. I wouldn't be able to live without him. My parents had warned me about the royal bond, but nothing they said could have prepared me for this. I felt Xander in every inch of my body, every fiber of my being. I knew his every emotion, every thought, every goddess-damned thing. and I knew he was struggling between awe and betrayal. You knew, he whispered. His eyes were glowing as he shared control with Storm. Weather came to the surface, letting herself be known. You knew we were mates this whole time. I could feel how much he wanted to run to me, to take me into his arms and mark me as his, but he was holding himself back, knowing that hurt more than I thought it would. You're the lost princess, aren't you? All I could do was nod. He took 2 steps toward me, slowly reaching his hand up to my face. He cupped my cheek, and the world exploded in the form of sparks the moment his skin touched mine. I heard him suck in a breath. The tingles were so strong, a feeling I couldn't put into words. They started where his hand was on my face and traveled to every inch of my skin until my body was encased in them. They were arousing yet calming and lit my soul on fire. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked softly, and I hated the look of sadness he wore. "I'm sorry. I had to be sure I could trust you, and then I hated the thought of you being caught up in this." I took a deep breath, his hand still caressing my skin. "My life is dangerous, Xander, and I couldn't bear the thought of something happening to you. I couldn't tell you how many nights I prayed to the goddess to make you my mate." He slowly took his hand away, and I mourned the loss of tingles and warmth. And here you were the whole time. He took a step back. The signs were all there, the way the weather seemed to reflect your mood, the pull between us from the moment I met you, the way my aura doesn't affect you or how you aren't able to join another pack. He shook his head, the feelings of sadness and joy fighting within him. "You knew this whole time, Raina, yet you hid it from me." My heart dropped. "You hid your wolf. You hid your true identity. You lied to me about everything." This was the moment I was terrified for, the moment I knew I'd have to face. "I know you didn't just shift recently, or I would have felt a new wolf in my pack even if you weren't an official member. Alpha David didn't feel it either, so be honest with me. When did you really shift for the first time?" My swallow was loud in my ears. "I shifted into Weather an hour after my birth. We were born together." His eyes snapped to mine. "That's not possible." "It is for me," I insisted. "I'm not a normal she-wolf who has a wolf spirit. Weather and I share the same spirit, the same soul. We can never be without one another, nor can we ever be separated. It doesn't make sense she can hide herself, but it seems that was just another gift from our goddess and has saved our lives more times than you can imagine." "Weather," he let out a laugh, though it lacked any humor. "Of course her name is Weather, because you can control it, can't you? You were at the Waxing Moon Pack. I had a vision that day where you were going to die. I couldn't sit back and let that happen. You could have told me the truth," he yelled. "You could have told me the fucking truth from the beginning. Did you really think I'd let the rogues take my mate from me? I would have done anything in order to keep you safe, and you know that. Goddess, I fucked up so bad. How could I possibly fix this? Xander, I was interrupted by his eyes glazing over, a mind link coming through. Once he was done, he swore out loud. I knew what was happening before he even spoke. "The rogues are attacking. Right now." I took a step toward him. "We have to go." He held up a hand. "I have to go. You're going to stay here." "What?" I exclaimed. "No fucking way. I'm coming with you." "Raina," he said in a deathly calm voice, causing a shiver to run down my spine. Never once had he ever used this tone with me before. "You're going to stay here. I may be extremely upset with you right now, but I refuse to let them get their hands on you." Without another word, he turned from me. I could hear the panic coming from the hall inside. People either screaming to hide or warriors shifting to head to the border. It was pandemonium. "Xander, wait." I reached my hand out to grab his. When he turned to me, his eyes were hard, a coldness coming over me at his look. "Please be careful." He nodded once before pulling his hand from mine and walking away from me, taking my heart and soul with him. I was sick to my stomach as I stayed out on the patio, fearing coursing through me. The cool breeze did little to calm my heart or cool my heated skin. If he thought I was going to sit here and do nothing, then he truly didn't know me at all. I gave him a head start, waiting until I knew he was at the border before slipping off my dress and letting Weather take over. I didn't know how many rogues were here, but from the madness I could still hear coming from inside, it had to be a lot. With us now being able to feel Xander, I knew he was heading to the southern border. I felt the moment he joined the fight, his adrenaline and ferocity slamming into me. It was weird being able to feel his emotions. It took me a minute to decipher between which ones were mine and which ones belonged to him. We took off at a run, our paws pounding against the ground. The moon was bright tonight, causing the little drops of silver in our fur to glitter. We were halfway there when the first of Xander's pain hit us, Weather almost stumbling at the force of it. More pain followed, and we pushed harder and ran faster. The blows kept continuing as we got closer, and I wondered what the fuck was happening. Every time the pain faded, more would follow. He was being hurt over and over again. The rogues were showing no mercy tonight. The sight before us as we reached the border made my stomach drop to the floor. Hundreds of rogues managed to push Xander's warriors away from him, all of them encircling and caging him in. He was in the middle, surrounded with no opening for anyone to get to him. The grungy wolves were taking turns swiping at him, toying with Storm, yet not going for a killing blow. They were trying to weaken him, and I knew in that moment that they had orders to capture him alive. They wanted him as bait, for me. Xander, I pushed into his mind, and the mind link connected immediately. Tell your warriors to retreat for a moment. Raina, what the fuck are you doing here? I told you to stay back. Sorry, mate, I purred, but a queen bows to no one. I watched as more rogues swiped at him, Storm taking down as many as he could, but he was overwhelmed. He wouldn't get out of this without me. His warriors slowly retreated, moving back to a safe distance. Once I was confident they'd be safe, Weather ran with everything she had and leapt into the air. We flew over the rogues, pushing off a few of their backs until landing right in front of Xander. Weather crouched down and let out a growl that rattled the trees and shook the earth. She didn't appreciate her mate being threatened. Stand close to me, I told him. I felt as Storm brushed up against us and Weather gathered our power. She called more and more until the pressure became too much, and she unleashed it. A torrent of wind exploding from around us and slamming into the rogues. They went flying into the air, their bodies flipping before dropping to the ground or smacking against trees. Weather stumbled a step, the feeling of all that power leaving us at once, making her dizzy. Storm was there for her to lean against, letting her regain her bearings. The wolves that were still alive got back on their paws and charged at us. Weather leapt and met one head-on, swiping with her paws to leave gashes across his eyes, blinding him. She wrapped her jaws around his neck, tearing through skin and muscle before ripping his throat out. Another jumped from behind and she turned, sliding low and slicing through his underbelly, guts and blood raining down on us. Weather was a force to be reckoned with. She was bloodthirsty and reveled in the kill. She held no mercy as she tore through wolf after wolf. I saw Storm out of the corner of my eye, using his teeth and claws to take down the enemy. Mirth, his warriors had rejoined the fight and were going after any in their sight. Weather continued her dance, leaving a trail of dead rogues in her wake. We hadn't been able to fight like this in years yet. She didn't miss a beat. She loved being free. It didn't take long before the rogues caught on to who I was, and they tried the same maneuver they did with Xander and Storm. They were circling me, more joining their ranks to subdue us. It wasn't going to happen. Storm clouds rolled across the sky, bolts of lightning falling down and hitting their marks. The scent of burnt skin and fur filled the air, as more wolves dropped dead, fried from within. There were still so many more, and I was about to bring hell to earth when the sound of slow clapping reached my ears. The rogues all stopped attacking before slowly retreating. My eyes followed their movements, and that's when I saw him standing at the edge of the forest, black eyes alight with glee. Eric. He was bigger than I remembered, tall and packed with muscle. His dark brown hair was shaved close to his head now, but his dead eyes were the same, always promising violence and death until he got what he wanted. Me. Always me. The growl to come from Weather shook the trees and upturned pebbles. The smirk on Eric's face never left. We shifted back to human form, not even caring I was naked, though I was grateful when a warrior handed me an oversized t-shirt. I didn't need this sick bastard seeing me bare. Xander came up beside me, dressed in a pair of shorts, and placed his hand on my lower back. I ignored him, my eyes solely on the man in front of me. So you finally decide to show your face instead of sending your lackeys. His black eyes trailed over me before landing on Xander. Son, he said, a wide smile forming. Aren't you going to introduce your mate to your father? I felt my heart stop and all the blood drain from my body as Xander stiffened next to me. It's been so long since we've last seen each other. Come give your father a hug. I've missed you. The words were ringing around in my head. I prayed to the moon goddess to please not let this be true. This was a dream, right? It had to be. I took a step away from Xander, pleading to him with my eyes for him to tell me this was one big joke, that Eric wasn't his father. But I knew it was true when I saw the look of guilt come over his face. The man who killed my parents was the father of the person I was destined to spend my life with. The person the moon goddess made for me. I didn't realize she could be so cruel. I looked between the two, trying to find any resemblance. Xander was built like his father and had the same color hair, but his features and eyes must have come from his mother. I was going to be sick. Xander, I whispered, my words coming out shaky. Please tell me this isn't true. Did he know what his father had done? What he continued to do? That he is the reason the king and queen are dead and I've been forced into hiding? You didn't tell your own mate you were the son of the king of wolves? How tragic. Eric was laughing loudly, a manic look in those black eyes that haunted my nightmares. Xander's pack members were looking between father and son, all of them shocked by the news. His own pack members didn't know? Did anyone know? Fuck, I couldn't breathe. A great crash of thunder sounded, and the wind began to pick up speed. I could feel myself drowning, that darkness threatening to take me under. I felt warm hands and strong tingles encase my face as the first raindrop fell. Raina, came Xander's voice, but all I could see was the death of my parents over and over again. The wicked smile Eric wore as he ran my father through was on replay. Raina, please, calm down. Lightning struck a foot away from us, but he kept his hold. Raina, I have no idea what is happening here. Please talk to me. I shook my head back and forth, my tears mixing with the rain falling from above. My love, please tell me what is happening. Your mate and I are old friends, son, came Eric's amused voice. Now it's time to hand her over. I snapped. I yanked my face from his hold. The wind was blowing harshly and the thunder rumbled to the sound of my broken heart. Why couldn't anything in my life be simple? Was this my punishment for lying to Xander? I couldn't stop the thoughts from racing, my mind working against me. My whole body was shaking uncontrollably. A glow came from underneath my skin, my body full of electricity. Xander went to grab for me again, but hissed and let go. I was a living, breathing live wire. Did you know? I hissed, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. Do you know what he has done? Know what, Raina? He sounded panicked. His fear and confusion was mixing with my own emotions. What are you talking about? He killed my parents. I screamed and lit the world on fire. I couldn't hold the electricity and lightning in anymore. I released it with a cry as it shot in every direction in front of me. Trees lit on fire, warriors went scrambling to take cover, and the rogues circled Eric, taking the brunt of my anger to keep him safe. A ringing was in my head, death the only thing on my mind. I'd never felt this much anger and agony before. It seemed to suck me dry, and that darkness that wanted to claim me so badly was back. It wanted me to submit to it, let it take me over until I didn't know who I was anymore. It promised revenge and retribution. I was slammed into the ground, my vision going black as the air left my lungs. The sparks and tingles from Xander's touch filled me. Raina, stop, he screamed. You need to stop this, love. You're going to hurt innocents if you don't get your emotions under control. He needs to die. Tears were streaming down my face as I fought to get out of his hold. He held me tight, using his strength to keep me down. I thrashed, my arms and legs aiming for any part of him, but he just grabbed my arms and pinned them to the ground. Raina, my love, he whispered. Let it go. You need to let it go. I couldn't. I was so fucking angry and sad, and a part of me was tearing to be let out. A deep, dark part of me wanted to be let free. Let it go, Raina, came Weather's voice. We will get him, I promise, but now isn't the time. Not like this. Her words resonated in my head before she took over and the fight left my body. I was so tired, so drained. The clouds cleared and the wind stopped. The rain fell softly to drown the flames of the forest. I was a wreck. That's it, Raina, Xander cooed, soothing my inner turmoil. Come back to me. I couldn't stop trembling, feeling coldness come over me as I was left without my powers. Xander released his hold but ran his knuckles over my cheek, wiping my tears away. He gathered me into his arms, holding me close as I stole his warmth. The shivers stopped and my breaths were able to come easier. A booming laugh broke the moment, Eric's clapping reaching my ears. Isn't she magnificent? Just wait until she's mine. Xander stiffened and looked over at his father, who didn't have a single scratch or mark on him. There was a pile of dead bodies at his feet. All the wolves who went to shield him were dead. You will not touch her, he snarled, tightening his grip on me. Not get the fuck out of my pack, or I'll rip your throat out myself. Eric's smirk deepened, turning wicked. You'd kill your own father? Did you forget I hold the title of King of the Wolves? You are no father of mine, he growled, shielding me with his body. I could feel his need to protect me, to make sure Eric didn't get his hands on me. The only royal I will bow down to is my mate. That devious smirk never left Eric's face. I see how this is going to go. I'll leave, but don't worry, I'll be back and I'll be taking the princess with me. I am the queen. Weather's aura came out in full force, crashing over everyone. Xander's head tilted to the side in submission, while all the warriors gathered fell to their knees, their own necks bared. The only ones not affected were Eric and his rogues, all standing there unfazed. Your father taught me a little trick before he died, Eric chuckled darkly. He informed me how he could only use his aura and command against wolves who still followed the goddess's way. His arms were crossed over his chest as he stared me down, black eyes twinkling. You hold no power over us. I should have expected this. This sick son of a bitch has turned his back on his goddess, all to take power and a throne that was never meant to be his. Worse, he had his pack of rogues do the same. He was right. I had no power over them. I'll be back soon, my darling, he purred before he shifted into his massive black wolf and ran, his rogues following closely behind him. I felt defeated and angry and devastated. So fucking devastated. The only thing today accomplished was revealing who I was and confirming Xander and I were mates to the one man I didn't want to know. Now, there was no hiding Xander to keep him safe. There was no hiding to keep this pack safe. I knew he'd be back and what he'd bring with him next. I had no clue, but terror like I'd never known before filled me. The moment Raina finally withdrew her aura, I looked down at her. The tears were still falling, but her eyes looked dull, no light within them. I could feel the agony and devastation warring inside her head. I still didn't understand everything that just happened, but from what I gathered, she was far from okay. I had no idea the things my father had done, and I needed her to know that. I still didn't understand the extent of everything, but hearing he was behind the murders of the king and queen, I'd never hated him more. We'd never had a good relationship, and I always knew he was greedy, but this went beyond that. I tried to keep the peace between us because he was my own living parent, but that was destroyed the moment I learned he planned to take my mate from me. I meant it when I told him I'd rip his throat out. All and any loyalty to him was gone. My loyalty was with my mate, the Queen of Wolves. I still couldn't wrap my head around everything. Looking back, all the signs were there, but I either didn't want to see them or I placed so much trust in what she'd told me that I never even considered anything to be a lie. I still felt betrayed, but as I looked down at my heartbroken mate, I knew I needed to put my feelings aside and be there for her. There would come a time for us to hash everything out, but it could wait. Xander, came Micah's voice in my head. I had him and Liam stay back with their mates. Is everything okay? The rogues are gone, but no, nothing is okay right now. There's some rumors circulating around right now. They're saying Raina is the lost princess, and she's your mate. I let out a sigh, the stress of this evening hitting me. We will talk later, but try to keep the whispers down. I could tell he had more questions, but thankfully he kept them to himself and just did as I told him. Raina didn't need the added stress right now. I commanded my warriors to burn the dead bodies. The rain had slowly stopped after putting out all the fires due to Raina and Weather's lightning. Even with how angry she was, not a single bolt hit one of my warriors. She directed the entire blast towards Eric, who was somehow still alive. I couldn't say the same for the men who went to protect him. I looked back down at the woman who held every part of me, the woman who I begged and pleaded to the goddess to make my mate. I was so fucking happy she was, but everything that led us to here still hurt. She wasn't saying anything, just sitting in the soaked ground staring at the spot my father had turned and left from. "Raina," I said softly. She turned to look at me, and the expression on her face tore me apart. This was worse than the night I caught her staring at that tornado, which I now realized was her doing. Her eyes were filled with unshed tears, but they looked so lifeless. Her face was devoid of all emotion, but I could feel what was coursing through her, and it scared me. I picked her up, carrying her bridal style, and made the trek back to the house. She rested her head on my chest but never uttered a word. Her eyes were just staring, yet I knew she wasn't truly seeing anything. By the time we made it home, she had fallen asleep. I kept replaying the events of tonight, rewatching as she unleashed her power. She was incredible but so dangerous, yet I knew she'd never hurt a single innocent. She had control even when her emotions took over. I took her to my room and laid her on the bed, peeling off the rain-soaked clothes sticking to her skin before tucking her in. She still felt cold, so I got a fur throw for her, hoping she'd warm up soon. I hated seeing her like this. It gutted me, and Storm was pacing in my head, whimpering and worrying for our mate. I wished to fix everything that has broken her, but I knew I couldn't, and that just made me feel worse. I was still so upset with her, but seeing how distraught she was even in sleep, the feelings washed away. I mind-linked Liam and Micah, telling them to handle the party that was sure to be over by now, and that I'd meet with them tomorrow. I wanted Raina to be there and explain everything to us all. There was no hiding who she was anymore. The moment she showed up at the attack and used her powers and let loose that powerful aura, it was game over. Fuck, was her aura something. I'd never felt one so powerful in my life. If I had any doubt of who she was before, it went away the moment my neck bent to submission against my will. There was no ignoring it unless you wanted endless, excruciating pain. So much made sense now, why she couldn't join my pack, why my aura was nothing to her. Why from the moment I met her, Storm and I knew we wanted her against all odds. Why she was so horrible at playing the meek, submissive Omega. Why she was so damn confident and didn't let people talk down to her because they thought she was wolfless. Did she laugh at them in her mind, knowing the truth that would one day be revealed? Was she secretly thrilled at the fuck you she would tell them all? My little mate sure was a trickster, that's for sure. I just wished I'd been in on the joke with her. Why hadn't she told me? She knew we were mates the second we met, so why hide it from me? Didn't she know I would have done everything in my power to keep her safe? I would have burned down the world if she'd only asked. It hurt to know she didn't trust me, but I couldn't deny a part of me understood. I would listen to what she had to tell me once she woke up. In the meantime, I just stared at her as she slept. The little frown on her lips and crease between her brows, showing she was haunted even in sleep. I knew her nightmares were bad, but now knowing more, I couldn't imagine what she all saw every time she closed her eyes. She was the most stunning woman I'd ever laid eyes on. Her long black lashes fanned across her cheeks. Her raven hair was still damp and sticking to her neck and face. Her plump lips were parted but still pale from the cold. I felt beyond blessed that I was gifted her as my mate, and it had nothing to do with her royal status. I was hopelessly in love with her before she told me the truth, and I still was. Nothing had changed the way I felt about her. If she thought for a second that I would choose my sinister father over her, then she had another thing coming. She was the most important thing to me in this entire universe, and I'd lay down my life in a heartbeat if it meant she survived. It still hadn't hit me that with being her mate, I was destined to be a king. I never cared about status or power. And even with my father, the current so-called king, I never wanted that for myself. But if the alternative was losing Raina, I'd do as needed. I could never ask her to give up her birthright, and now seeing her for who she truly was, I realized she was made to be queen. She cared about people and tried her hardest to help anyone. The way she was so patient yet firm with the female warriors while training them just showed she was meant to rule. She never backed down from a fight and would defend the innocents until her last breath. I'd always said Raina was a puzzle I wanted to figure out, but I wasn't expecting this. I ran my knuckles down her cheek, relishing in the sparks. I'd longed for these tingles my entire life, and now that I finally had them, I wasn't letting go. Storm was eager to mate and mark her right away, but so much was left unsaid between us. We could wait. The bond was strong, stronger than I had expected it to be. It was so much more than people described, and I didn't know if it was just because of my feelings for her or because of her royal status. All I knew was that I now felt like I would die without her, and a part of me knew that could be the case. That if one of us were to perish, the other would follow soon after. We weren't meant to be apart. I stripped off my clothes and climbed into bed beside her, pulling her into my chest and inhaling her scent. It was still sweet and floral, but so much stronger now with that hint of rain she was named after. I fell asleep to the steady beat of her heart, holding the other half of my soul tight to my chest, where she was safe. I woke up the next morning alone, Raina's side of the bed already cold. I sat up in a panic. Was she taken? Did she leave? Did she hate me because of who my father was? I checked the bathroom, the rest of my suite, her room next door, but she was nowhere. I ran my hands through my hair, my heart beating rapidly at the thought of something happening to her or her leaving me. It had to be the latter because I would have been alerted to an intruder or attack. I connected with every warrior on duty. Has anyone seen Raina? I felt my fear increase with every no I received until finally one replied, "Yes, Alpha. She told me to tell you she's in the flower field if you wish to see her." I released the breath I'd been holding. She was safe. She hadn't left. I hurriedly ran down the stairs and out the front door, ignoring the looks I got from my ranked wolves. Storm shifted in a matter of seconds, and we were off, running at full speed to the flower field I'd taken her after her first day training the warriors. Once we reached the outskirts of the field, I shifted back into human form and threw on a pair of shorts hidden within a tree. We kept articles of clothing hidden within little alcoves throughout the pack for this very reason. While walking around nude wasn't anything new, some still preferred to be more modest. I moved through the trees until I reached the edge of the field, my eyes instantly landing on my little mate, who was in the middle of the small patch of grass, a tiny tornado swirling around in her hand. I stayed where I was and just observed her. She looked tired, but her eyes were back to that icy blue I adored so much, no longer dull and unseeing. She was focused on her task, the little tornado slowly growing in size until she set it on the ground, watching as it grew taller and wider. I slowly made my way through the flowers, picking up a few as I went. By the time I reached her, the tornado was as tall as she was, just spinning in place a few feet away. It picked up little bits of grass and debris, but wasn't destructive like the one I'd seen her make before. She looked over at me once I was a little distance away, giving me a small, sad smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Hi. You're still here," I breathed. She nodded. I figured we should hear each other out before making any decisions. I cocked my head. And what decisions would those be? "About us," she swallowed. "About if we're going to reject each other." My growl filled the air, the flowers swaying with the force. "We are not rejecting each other. Yes, we have a lot to discuss, but rejection is off the table." Just the idea of rejection had Storm howling in my head, his refusal to part with her and Weather made clear. I agreed. I wasn't letting them go. "You don't hate me?" she asked, her voice coming out soft. I took a step toward her, feeling the wind from her twister fling my hair around. I wasn't scared of her power. If anything, it seemed to envelop me like a safe blanket. "No, Raina," I said. "We both have fucked up, but I could never hate you." She breathed a sigh of relief before waving a hand, making the tornado disappear. I admired her abilities and wanted to see more of what she was capable of. I reached out and grabbed her hand, still in awe of the sparks between us, and guided her to sit beside me in the grass. I handed her the few flowers I picked and watched as her cheeks turned pink. She was a queen, yet still innocent. "Before we say anything," I started, still keeping her hand clasped in mine, running my thumb over her knuckles. "I just wanted to say I am sorry for not telling you who my birth father is. Him and I have never really gotten along, and I'm not proud to share blood with him, even before everything that happened yesterday. I need you to know that I truly wasn't aware of the things he's done." She blew out a breath as her shoulders dropped. "I know that now. I can feel your sincerity and that you're telling me the truth." A little weight lifted off my chest. "It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. Only Liam and Micah know the truth, but I still should have told you, and I regret that I didn't. I always knew he wasn't a good man and was embarrassed. He's my father, but I still should have told you." She looked at me, her blue eyes holding mine. The little flecks of white and silver in them caused the icy tone that was so unique. "It definitely came as a shock, but I'm sure my news was harder for you to digest. I wanted to be angry. Goddess, I really did, and I was last night, but when I woke up this morning, I realized that I kept so much more from you, and I had no right to be mad. Knowing the person who is to blame for every ounce of my pain and suffering is the father of the man I am mated to is a hard pill for me to swallow. It's still hard, even after a night of reflecting, but I realized I can't condemn you for his choices. You are nothing like him, and for that, I am eternally grateful." Intense relief hit me. I was so worried how she was going to react, but this was going better than I imagined. The thought of the piece of shit I shared blood with being the reason I lost the woman I loved made me want to rip his throat out even more than I already did. Just the possibility of losing her made my heart twist painfully. The bond between us was so strong, so concrete, and I'd do anything to keep it. I no longer felt like I was my own person. I now felt like I was half of a whole, and I'd only be complete once my mark sat on her neck permanently. A longing so strong pulsed through me every time I wasn't touching her. Something about our bond didn't feel normal. "Thank you, Raina," I said, feeling hopeful. "I hope you know I'd choose you above all. Even before this bond snapped into place between us, you were always the one, from the very beginning." She nodded but didn't speak right away. After a minute, she asked, "I guess it's time for me to tell you everything, huh?" "Please." I continued to hold her hand as she collected her thoughts. I knew her story was going to be a long one, but I needed to know it all. The only way things could smoothly move forward for us was if we were both honest. I said my part, and now it was her turn. I was born under the full moon in the middle of a rainstorm. My mother was in labor at the infirmary when she heard a soft voice speak in her head. She forced my father to carry her outside, where he placed her on the ground in the middle of the forest. Tears began gathering in her eyes, and I watched as she wiped away a stray that had slipped out. I arrived shortly after. The moon was at its peak, shining brightly down on us. And the moment I was in my mother's arms, I smiled and the rain ceased. While my parents were attending to me, a faint light fell from the sky and landed on the ground. When my parents looked up, a beautiful figure shimmered in the air and appeared before us. My mother told me how stunning she was, with her long silver hair and perfect features. This immense power radiated from every inch of her, ethereal and ancient, a power that was not of this world. "The moon goddess," I whispered, my eyes wide. "Yes," she smiled, silver lining her eyes. The moon goddess. She told my parents how she bestowed her greatest blessing onto me, marking me as the Luna of rain and Queen of storms. She told them how I would bring rain, snow, and sunshine wherever I deemed fit, that I would one day rule the werewolf world in harmony as the most powerful queen to walk the earth. She warned them that the road I'd walk would not be an easy one, and that I needed to be protected until I was strong enough to stand on my own and control the gifts I was given. She told them that I needed to remain hidden until the day came for me to be unleashed to the world, for people would want to use me for their own gain. Her tears fell freely now, dripping off her face and landing in her lap. I leaned over, wiping a few away and marveling at the sparks of our bond. I'd take any excuse to touch her and feel them. They promised to guard me with their lives, that no harm would come to me as long as they were both alive. She looked up at me, and the pain in her eyes tore my world apart. They died because of me, she choked out, the sobs racking her chest, coming faster. I just held her hand and let her gather herself, offering silent support. Uruk killed them because of me, because he wanted me, and he knew my father would never let that happen. A rage so strong ripped through me, but I pushed it down. This was her moment. They did as the goddess asked, and kept me hidden. No one knew my mother was pregnant to begin with, my father taking proper precautions in case something happened, since royal pregnancies are extremely hard on the body. He somehow had hidden it from everyone, even Eric. I was secluded in our chambers for years until I could get a handle on my powers and control my shifting. I was 5 years old when Weather and I learned to safely stay in human form without the fear of shifting, and didn't randomly summon my powers when something upset me. It was hard for my parents, but they did the best they could. Someone being born with their wolf was unheard of, but they took it all in stride and never once got impatient or angry with me. They sound like they were amazing, I murmured, squeezing her hand for comfort. She gave me a smile, a real one. They were perfect. She took a deep breath before continuing. My parents finally introduced me to a select few people after that, including Eric. I swear he knew something was up the moment he learned of me. Why else would my parents hide the birth of their heir? It wasn't until a couple years later where he finally did something about it. It was right before my 8th birthday, and I was in the forest training, my father's most trusted warrior guarding me, when Eric approached us. He held a knife to the warrior's neck and said, unless I told him my secret, he'd slit his throat. The warrior, Barlow, refused to let me tell him, but I couldn't let him die, so I shifted into Weather. I hoped that'd be enough and he wouldn't ask for more. It seemed to please him, but he still sliced his knife and killed him. The last part she said so softly, remembering the pain of seeing someone she trusted killed in front of her. That was the moment I realized how evil he was. I should have known he'd kill him either way, not wanting Barlow to run to my father and tell him what Eric knew. One of my biggest regrets is not telling my father what happened. So much could have been avoided if I had. Why didn't you? I asked her softly. Because I was a child and scared. Our fathers were best friends, and I was so terrified of the possibility of my father not believing me. I didn't think anything would come from it, and I figured, what's the worst that can happen with him knowing I already had a wolf? My heart broke for her and the horror she must have felt when just a little girl. No child should have had to go through what she did. It was on my 8th birthday that everything happened. My father was having drinks with Eric after dinner like they always did. He trusted him so much that not once did he suspect him of putting wolf's bane in his drink. That was when the rogues showed up. One came to my room and dragged me out of bed. Another grabbed my mother. They brought us to the den where my father was defenseless, kneeling on the ground, groaning in pain. Eric knew the only way he'd be able to defeat the king was if he poisoned him. I watched as Eric told my father he was going to kill him and take me as his. I saw with my own 2 eyes as he ordered his scarred rogue to slit my mother's throat. I felt the moment all my muscles tensed. Did you just say a scarred rogue? She nodded, looking at me questioningly. Yes. Why? My heart began to pick up speed. Did he have multiple scars running down his face? Yes, he is your father's main guy. I felt my heart plummet as my blood boiled in my veins. He's the one who killed my mother and stepfather. I felt my eyes go wide. He's the one who killed them. Xander was visibly shaking, and I could feel the intense rage flowing through him. I knew his mother and stepfather had been killed by rogues, but not once did I ever suspect they were the ones affiliated with Eric. Why would his own father kill his mother? The one person he had in this world who actually cared for him? Xander, I whispered. Talk to me. The only time I'd felt this amount of anger from him was last night when Eric promised to take me. This was bad, and I didn't know how to help him. He killed them, Raina, he said so quietly that it was hardly a breath. He had them murdered. Why would he do that? He turned his head toward me, and the stormy gray color of his irises worried me. Because my mother moved on from him and he couldn't handle it. I couldn't imagine how he was feeling right now. This Farah. I know Arik also killed my parents, but at least it wasn't one of mine killing the other. What he did was unforgivable. My parents were only in an arranged marriage, and once I was born, he tossed my mother aside. She came to this pack, I'm assuming because your mother was born here, and that's when she met Arlo, her fated mate. It must have angered him so much to see my mother move on and be happy, to find her fated mate and have him help raise me, his son. He shook his head like he couldn't even understand how one person could be so hateful and evil. I'm so sorry, Xander. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, squeezing him to my chest when I felt the first sob to come from him. I'd never seen Xander cry, but I could detect how much sorrow he was feeling. It was weighing him down, crushing his heart. I don't know how long I held him for, but I hope the sparks from our bond helped soothe him. His pain was my pain, and I would shoulder it with him. He finally pulled back from me, his eyes staring intently into mine. You can have my father, but the scarred one, he's mine. Xander, no, I shook my head. I don't want you involved. This isn't just your fight anymore, he said in a voice leaving no room for argument. You are my mate, and if you think I'm going to let you go off and handle everything on your own, then you are dead wrong. We will face this. Together. Together. The words I was so terrified of. This was exactly why I didn't want to meet my mate yet, but a part of me, that selfish part, felt relief at not having to do this alone anymore. He deserved revenge, and I'd make sure he got it. Together, I promised. We stayed in the clearing a little longer, letting each other absorb the other's pain before leaving to join his ranked wolves in his office. He called a meeting with them, and I knew it was time to open up to more than just him about the truth. I was more than a little shocked to see others than just Micah and Liam in the room. Victoria was also there, looking paler than normal, and also the beautiful brunette that was Micah's mate, a fresh mark on her shoulder. I tried to ignore the pang of jealousy I felt at seeing it, imagining my own mark I hoped to receive one day. Xander and I still had so much to figure out and discuss, like where we went from here in our relationship. I know he said rejection was off the table, but I also knew I'd have to earn back his trust. It was something I could do, something I'd work hard for. I had no intention of keeping secrets from him anymore. There was also a tall man with auburn hair and the same colored green eyes as Madeline, Alpha Merrick of Harvest Moon Pack. I didn't have the chance to meet him yesterday, but his Luna was nowhere to be seen. She had just given birth recently and was most likely attending to their new pup. The fact they made the journey here as new parents for Xander's party volumes of the respect they held for him. Victoria immediately stood up the moment I entered the room, rushing to pull me into her arms in a bone-crushing hug. Goddess Raina, she breathed. I'm so torn between wanting to kick your ass and bow down to the fucking queen. I pulled back to hold her at arm's length. An ass-kicking is probably the more appropriate choice. She laughed, pulling me in for one last squeeze before letting go. She searched my face, and I saw a hint of sadness in her stunning green eyes, making my chest ache. I hated the fact I had lied to my first and only real friend. So it's true? She asked so quietly no one else could hear. You really are the lost princess? I nodded. There's much to discuss. Weather was keeping our aura reined in, not wanting to overwhelm everyone here. I didn't want my friends baring their necks in submission to me. While they could feel I now had a wolf, our status was well hidden. Victoria went back to the couch to take her seat beside her mate. Madeline was seated next to Micah, his hand not straying from her thigh. I gave her a small smile before going to stand next to Xander, who was sitting in his chair behind his desk. Merrick was sitting in a chair in front of the desk, watching me with a guarded expression. I kept my face blank, meeting him eye to eye. Merrick, said Xander, this is Raina. He gave me a nod of acknowledgement, but didn't say anything. I remained silent as well. I called you all here because we have a lot to talk about. I know there are rumors going around, but we wanted to meet so you all could hear the truth first. Xander looked up at me, and I gave him a nod to continue. He looked back at the people gathered and said, "The rumors of Raina being the lost princess are true." A few gasps went around the room, eyes wide as they peered at me. I kept my shoulders back and chin high. Victoria was the only one not looking surprised with me already confirming it to her. "What about the rumors of you guys being mates?" asked Liam. "Is that true as well?" "Yes," I said. "I have known since the moment I met him." Madeline scoffed. "And you just kept it from him?" I pinned her with a glare. "You think it was easy for me?" I snapped. "I have been running and hiding my entire life, trying to survive despite being in danger every single day. You think I can just fall into someone's arms, even if he is my mate, and trust everything will be okay? My life and safety is not something I take lightly." She looked down in shame, but her brother stood up, his eyes narrowed, and a snarl on his lips. "Do not speak to my sister that way." Xander went to stand up, but I placed my hand on his shoulder, keeping him seated. This was my fight, and I was ready for it. Weather unleashed a portion of her aura, just enough to warn this new alpha that I wasn't one to be fucked with. Then she shouldn't speak on matters she has no knowledge of. She might be the new beta female of this pack, but I will not tolerate disrespect from anyone. I looked around the room, making eye contact with everyone. No one here knows the struggles I've had and the hard choices I've had to make. I came here to tell everyone the truth, so they might understand. I trust my mate's ranked wolves and his decision to include you, Alpha Merrick, so do not make hasty judgments until you know the truth. I have no issue proving to you that I am the queen for a reason. He averted his gaze before retaking his seat. I could feel the approval from Xander flowing through our bond along with a hint of arousal. It seemed my mate liked it when I put my queen pants on. I went on to tell the same story I told Xander. I kept the tears at bay this time, not wanting to show any weaknesses. Xander also told them about the revelation of his father being the one to send rogues to kill his mother and Arlo. Everyone's facial expressions switched from sadness to anger more times than I could count. I'm sorry I withheld the truth from everyone, and I wish things could have been different, but my life has been far from easy. I can't tell you how many times I prayed to the goddess that I could just be a normal girl who meets her mate and lives happily ever after. But that's not my reality. I met Xander with the intention of giving us time to see if he could be trustworthy and see where his loyalties lie before telling him the truth. Unfortunately, things kept happening, and I realized how dangerous it would be to have him in my life. I looked down at Xander, having one more truth to admit. I was going to leave last night. I had a bag packed and ready to go. I planned on going after Eric on my own and prayed I'd survive to come back for you. The hurt I felt coming from him was enough to make me feel horrible. He didn't let it show, but I could feel how devastated he would have been to wake up and find me gone with no explanation. I couldn't be more grateful. I listened to Victoria and Weather. She was going to leave. The thought made me sick to my stomach and had Storm howling. I looked away from her, not sure how to take everything. So much has happened in such a short time, and I was having a hard time wrapping my head around everything. After Raina told me everything, I understood why she hid things from me, but that didn't stop me from feeling like I wasn't good enough to know the truth. We had a lot to work on, and I was determined to fix things between us. I refused to lose my mate, the woman I waited my entire life for. "So what is our next step?" asked Liam, always the first to tackle a problem. "We need to learn more about his group of rogues. We need numbers and where they're staying," I said, blocking my emotions from our bond and pushing my feelings to the side. "I actually have an idea on how we can obtain that information." Everyone gave Raina their attention. She looked down at me, and I could tell whatever she was about to say wouldn't help how I was feeling. I actually have one more truth to confess. I waited with bated breath, wondering what the hell else she could possibly have to say. "So," she started, wringing her hands together, "I may or may not have been the one to release the rogue." The room went deadly silent. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I stood up, slamming my hands on my desk. What the fuck, Raina? Before you blow a gasket, just hear what I have to say. You'll understand after I explain. How many things are you going to fucking lie to me about? I demanded. How could you just let go of a rogue that attacked my pack? Did you even think about everyone's safety before you did that? Of course I did, she exclaimed, her hands balled into fists at her side. You really think I'd let him go unless I was sure he wasn't a threat? How should I know when you've lied to me about everything? Who knows what kind of person you actually are? The first rumble of thunder sounded outside, and I immediately regretted my words. Her face fell as she stared at me with tear-filled eyes. Her sadness hit me through the bond, making me wish I could take the words back. I knew she was a good person that cared for others, but my anger got the best of me. I may have lied about my identity, but I never faked who I am inside. Not to you. Her aura rose up around her, laying over the room like a heavy weight. Everyone began fidgeting where they sat, the strength of it overwhelming. I took a step toward her. Raina, She turned around and left the room, slamming the door on her way out. I ran my hands through my hair. Fuck. Goddess, why did I have to be such an idiot? I have never spoken to her that way. I knew my emotions were a damn roller coaster, but that was no excuse for saying those hurtful things to her, especially not in front of others. Victoria was the only one to speak up. You have every right to be upset with her, but that was a low blow, Xander. You know the type of person she is deep down. I know, I breathed out, feeling like the world's biggest asshole. I'll fix this. Give her a little time to cool down, she said. In the meantime, does anyone else have any ideas? I'm actually intrigued by what she had to say about the rogue, said Merrick. I could barely even think straight. Storm was growling at me, demanding I apologize and make things right with her. And I would, but I also needed to cool down. Emotions were running high, and I didn't want to yell at her again. For days, I have been worrying about who let that rogue go. Both warriors on duty swore under the Alpha command they had nothing to do with it. A part of me was relieved it was her, because now I didn't have to worry about a traitor in my pack. I knew the type of person Raina was, and now that I was thinking with a level head again, I knew she'd never have released him unless she had a good reason. Who knew if she'd tell us now, after I just blew up on her? Victoria stood and said, I will go speak to her, and without waiting for a response, left my office to go after Raina. I should have been the one to go comfort her, but how could I when I was the one to blame? She'd blocked me from our bond, her side of it dark and quiet. I tried to push how sorry I felt past her barrier, but it was rock solid, keeping Storm and me out no matter how hard either of us tried. Everyone still in the room was quiet, occasionally tossing me pitying looks. I ignored them, focusing on trying to slip through the barrier she put up between us. I hated that she shut me out. A few minutes later, Victoria came back in, Raina right behind her. She refused to look at me, but I could see the redness around her eyes. She'd been crying. She stayed by the door, leaning against the wall as far from me as she could get. The distance between us was painful, that indestructible link between us trying to tug us back together. Raina, began Victoria after taking her seat back beside Liam. Please finish what you were going to say. She looked so tired, and I knew the burdens she carried would soon bury her. When you all went to the Waxing Moon Pack, I went down to visit the rogue, Hayden. He told me how there are some who have no interest in this war, who refused to join. The higher-ups didn't take to that and decided to capture all their loved ones and keep them in a camp where they were watched all hours of the day. They threatened the men and told them if they would not join, they'd kill their families. They forced these rogues to join and hold their loved ones' safety over their heads, so they obey. Hayden is one of the ones who didn't want to get involved. Merrick raised a brow. And how do you know this rogue wasn't lying to you? Because I can mind link and command any wolf who still follows the ways of our goddess. He is one of them. Even if they are not part of a pack, she nodded. It's one of many secrets about the royal line. Thinking back, I realized this must have been how she got him to talk when we first interrogated him. So what is this plan you're thinking of? I can probably still get in touch with Hayden. If I speak with him, I can figure out Eric's numbers and also find out where their families are being held. If we rescue the families, those who joined against their will might leave. They'd have no more incentive to stay and fight a war they don't want. Is that why you let him go? I let him go because it's not fair. I was raised to care for all wolves, pack members and rogues. He didn't deserve to die for something he was forced to do so his mate and children could live. I felt even worse after hearing her reasons. There was no one more compassionate and caring than her, and I threw things she'd already apologized for right back in her face. "How do you plan on getting in touch with him?" asked Liam. "Do you know where he is?" "No, but since I've already mink-linked with him, the connection should still be there, no matter how far away he is." There were so many secrets to the royal line and so many things they could do that the average alpha could not. I couldn't mind link with anyone outside of my pack, and if they were too far, the connection wouldn't go through. "How many secrets does this royal line have?" Raina gave Liam a wicked grin. "Lots." I felt around in my mind, finding that small link to Hayden. I reached for it, tugging and felt as the connection went through. "Hayden?" There was a second of silence before. "My queen?" I blew out a breath. It worked. "Hayden, is there any way you can come back to the pack? I need to meet with you." Will you kill me?" I snorted. "No, Hayden. Like I said before, I have no desire to kill you." I paused. "I want to free your family and the others." His shock was strong down the mind link. "You do?" "Yes," I said firmly, "and I need your help. I will be there tomorrow. I will see you then, and I promise no harm will come to you." I closed the mind link and looked at everyone gathered, save for Xander. I was still hurt by his earlier words. "He'll be here tomorrow." I turned to Micah. "Can you make sure no one attacks him?" I promised he'd be safe. Micah nodded. "I will warn the warriors not to touch him." "So," began Alpha Merrick. I held my breath, waiting to hear what he had to say. I still wasn't sure how I felt about the young Alpha. "I'm assuming you want my pack to fight in this war alongside you?" "I will not be asking anyone to fight," I stated. "This is my war, and I will handle it with or without reinforcements." "You're going to take on thousands of rogues by yourself?" He scoffed, a smirk on his face. I was very close to punching it off. "I took on 100 rogues by myself when I was just 8 years old," I told him. "Do not underestimate me." I turned to look at the rest. I will not ask a single soul to fight in a battle that doesn't concern them. Enough lives have been lost as it is. "Including my father's," said Merrick, and I felt that weight on my chest grow. "Yes," I said softly, "his and hundreds of others." I took a deep breath, trying to ease the ache. "Whether you want to join is up to you, Wes. I will not force anyone." He nodded, but I felt there was more he wanted to say. He looked at Xander before speaking. "I'd like to be there when you speak to the rogue, and also when you rescue these families. How these two things go will determine whether we will fight or not, and whether I will support Raina as queen." A growl built in Xander's chest, but I shot him a look. I didn't expect people to just welcome me with open arms after everything that's happened. I knew there would come a day I'd have to prove myself to everyone, which is why my father trained me so thoroughly at such a young age. Being the first queen to be born into the royal line was a feat in itself. There were no female alphas, only Lunas. I planned to change that. Women deserved to run their own packs if they were the firstborn, instead of either their mates taking over or a younger brother. How they wanted to share responsibilities and titles with their mates was up to them to decide. My parents were proud to have given birth to the first queen, and I'd do whatever I could to keep their legacy alive. "You are more than welcome to meet Hayden and help rescue the rogue families," I said to Merrick. After all, it was my decision. "I think we should meet with the other alphas and discuss this war with them. You'd be surprised how many would love nothing more than to take down Eric," said Micah. "Everyone loved King Ryan and Queen Renee. Once they hear the truth, they're going to be furious." I hated the idea of sending more wolves to war. That just meant more lives at my hands, more deaths because of me. It made me physically ill. "I'd like to wait until we get information from Hayden before we bring others into this." Everyone nodded, respecting my decision. "Now, if we're done here, I'll be going for a run. Weather's been cooped up for too long. Without waiting for anyone to respond, I left the office. No one followed me. Goddess, how I've missed this, laughed Weather, running through the forest at top speed, loving the feeling of the wind in our fur. The only thing that would make this better is if Storm were here. Weather had yet to officially meet Storm, and I knew how much she wanted to spend time with her mate. She had her own explaining to do, and after being denied him for so long, she was itching to run with him. Soon, Weather, I promise. We found a creek running through the eastern forest, and Weather went to get a drink. It was peaceful here, no other sounds beside the trickling water. A few boulders were in a cluster, and after drinking her fill, she went to lay on one. The sun was beating down through the canopy of trees, warming our fur as she sunbathed. I couldn't remember the last time we were this free. Being in this form felt so natural, so easy. While we normally shared control, it was nice to sit back and let her roam and do her own thing. She deserved this after being tucked into the far reaches of my mind for so long. Weather was not meant to hide. No, she was meant to live wild and free. I don't know how long we laid there before we heard something rustling the trees. We knew it was Storm and Xander from their intoxicating scent and the strong feelings of our bond. Weather leapt off the rock to hide behind it, reining in her aura and scent. She wanted to play. We watched as Storm burst through the trees, looking left and right trying to find us. Weather kept low behind the rock, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I watched through her eyes as he turned around, and she jumped, landing right on his back and knocking him over. They went rolling through the grass, playfully nipping at each other. Weather stood up and took off, giving chase. Storm was right behind her, nipping at her heels and letting out little barks. She weaved in and out of the trees and jumped over logs, Storm keeping up with her. He pounced, sending them rolling again until he was on top. He pinned her beneath him as he sniffed her before peppering her face and neck with kisses. She whimpered at the feel of his tongue. "Don't you dare mate with him before Xander and I do." She huffed her disappointment but managed to toss him off her. She pinned him back, playfully growling at him as he gave her a wolfish grin. The whole thing was pretty damn adorable. I could feel her happiness at finally getting to have this moment. She abruptly stopped, lifting her nose to the air and sniffing. She took off in the direction of the scent she caught, keeping light on her feet until a few yards away stood a black bear. "My turn to give our mates a gift," she said, keeping low to the ground and hiding herself behind a few bushes. When the black bear turned, she jumped through the air, wrapping her jaws around his neck and shook. The bear tried to fight back, but he was no match for her. She clamped down harder until he stopped moving, lifeless eyes staring off at nothing. She turned around where Storm was standing, just watching her. She kept its neck in her mouth before dragging it over and laying it right in front of his paws. She opened up a mind link with them and said, "For you, mates." Storm stepped over the bear and started nuzzling her neck, licking her face and ears. A deep voice came through the open link. "Share it with me?" I had to close my eyes as the two of them tore into Weather's kill. I didn't really enjoy the thought of eating raw meat, but decided to keep my mouth shut. This was their moment, and I wanted them to start to form their own bond. Xander and I had a lot of work to do with ours, but our wolves meeting was a perfect first step.